Working week might have come to an end, but there's no sign of the cricket stopping here in Malta. We are rolling through 7 days a week now, and I can't wait to see what happens today. Well, the Robothon, that was a big success. We've got two teams behind me. They want some success this morning. So 4 matches coming your way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 6 here in Malta, and like I said, the cricket just keeps on coming. We're even playing tomorrow on Sunday, so we are not going to have a rest. Hopefully you enjoy the action from the island. So we are starting the day with match 21. Interesting clash coming up. We have Malta Day. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders. Let's see what happens at the toss. Tyrone Peters is with the two captains.
Good morning to the first game between Malta Day and the Southern Crusaders. Southern Crusaders to call. What is your heads? What is your tails? Tails. Call is tails. Here's a tail.
So Michael Gunatilaka of the Southern Crusaders, he's won the toss and he wants to have a bat. Often we see teams wanting to field first, but I do like getting the runs on the board, and so the Crusaders will get first use of this wicket. We'll say the conditions here, a little bit of dew on the ground, but I've got to say the sun's out. Probably the nicest day we've had yet, to be honest. It'll be around about 16 degrees later on. Right now it's about 13, so I think it's quite a nice day for cricket. Nice conditions. They do have some firepower, don't they? They've got Boom Boom Basil in their lineup, Southern Crusaders. They're not afraid to use him. Ricky Bastians comes in to their lineup. He's probably going to open as well. With Afi Khan in there, certainly it's a top order that packs a punch. And let's not forget the Southern Crusaders. They won both their games the other day. They were taking on the Victoria Lions, though. I think they'll get a little bit of a sterner test out of Malta Day. He'll be stung by a 1-run loss to Gozo CC in their last outing. That was a crazy finish, but yeah, we know that they've got some good players as well. Samuel Stanislas, I think he will be a key. And Azim Sarthi couldn't really get going at the top of the order, but I do think they'll probably persist with him. Maybe he can hit them a bit better today. All right, well, Corey Ruckers, he knows it's the weekend, but he has turned up for work anyway. So, Corey, great to see you here. I can tell you the news in match 21 is that Southern Crusaders, they've won the toss, they're going to have a bat. It's over to you, and let's get ready for day 6.
And welcome back to Malta. It's ECS time. It's Saturday, a glorious day as we take a quick look at our Friday. And Friday was a little bit tightly contested compared to some of the other days. Gozo CC, 75 for 4, was chased down pretty comfortably from the strikers. Pushparajan, he was man of the match, 46 off 18. A very good innings, and he was the star player, I think, on the Friday with his batting display. He got the Royal Strikers over the line for a much-needed victory. In the back-to-back clash, Royal Strikers again just proving too good. Pushparajan top scoring again with 43. Savio Thomas with the good figures of 2 for 10. But overall, the Royal Strikers, they did the double over Gozo CC. Gozo, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Slow start for them in this ECS Malta series. Took us through to the afternoon session, and this was violent because the man at the top of your screen, Mahboob Ali, 140 off 41. The first ever time we've had a score in the 140s, the second highest score ever on the ECN network, falling behind Govinda Bajwa and just above Scott Edwards. So he takes silver, and a record I'm sure he'll cherish for quite some time. It took us to the last game where, unfortunately, Gozo Zambi decided to bat first. Interesting decision for all the staff involved. Victoria Lions, they just fell short. All 20 wickets falling in the game. Not often we see that. I think Vinny said on the air that might be only second, third or fourth time that's happened, which surprises me. I would have thought that's happened a lot more. But 20 wickets falling, and overall, a simple victory. We look at the lineups today. Basil George back in the lineup. Looking forward to seeing how he goes with the bat. He'll be out there in the middle early. Malta Day with the ball. First ball. Here we go. Defended, and there's definitely not a run there. And there's always fallen over. I hope he's okay. That's Pintu Ghosh. Good to see him back on his feet. Interesting decision to take a single there. Probably wasn't on at the best of times. But good fielding from Gosh. He attacked it well. So a dot ball to start on, best described, sunny Saturday. The weather's good. 16, 17 degrees today. All 4 games should be tightly contested. As that's high in the air, will this be the first catch or first drop of the day, or neither? Oh, he drops it for 4. Good effort. Good effort. That went miles in the air. That is right off the leading edge. It will be the first drop of the day. It went miles. He's in the inner ring. Cha-ching, there's a Euro yesterday, and he got there in the end, but that's only an elite cricketer would have caught that one. That's a 1 in 100 shot. Boundary for Bastanaz over cover. Shot. High in the air. Will this be the first catch of the day? It will be. So dropped and then caught. You can see they're super excited. Gosh, the bowler. Nothing gosh about that. Well bowled. Good length. Bastanaz. Very interesting T10 innings. Really looked to get on with it. And I don't mind the intent. Sometimes you just don't get it out the middle of the bat. And he didn't get it out the middle of the bat this morning. Getting high on the splice. And a simple catch there for Patel. Malta Date, they take the early wicket on this Super Saturday. And the score is 4 for 1. An opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're doing well out there. Hope you're excited for the Test series next week. Australia versus India starts. That'll be a very exciting series. And I hope you're ready for more T10 action. 6 more games today. 4 in Malta, 2 in Gibraltar. And welcome back everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Big thank you to everyone yesterday on the YouTube chat who helped us hit our goals. As we asked for a few donations to get a mascot for the company. And we didn't get one, we got 2. So thank you very much indeed. There's Gosh. He's just bowling hand grades at the moment. No one can touch him. Another dot ball. Ben Stokes in the chat early says, good morning, Vinny. Good morning, Ben. Hope you're doing well. I know you're a big fan of ECN cricket. Pretty impressed with your captaincy recently as well, Ben. That's a nice looking drive. Traditional cricket shot. There's always room for some traditional cricket. For me, that might be shot of the tournament. Watch this. Oh, yeah. With the MRF as well. There's a little bit Virat Kohli about that. What a gorgeous shot that is. Something beautiful about an MRF and a cover drive. Khan, he's off the mark with 4. And now he absolutely crunches it straight to the bowler. So, funny old over that. The wicket, 2 boundaries, dropped catch. Typical T10 over here on the ECN network as we look at this funny old graph with nothing behind it. The FanCode ECS Malta. Interesting font choice. 90 expected to 93. Hashtag next to Malta Day. Supercomputers thinking it's going to be close. Well, that's the only thing I'd say we're missing from the ECN at the moment. Is a golden ball in a couple of close games. We've had a couple of blowouts so far. On strike now, Basil George. He hits it to all parts. Aggressive left-hander, very strong over the leg side. He'll be facing Rayo. A little tuck off the legs. That might be 2 if they're quick enough. I think they'll settle for 1. Good morning, Marnus, in the chat. Nice to have you back, Marnus, even though you didn't contribute yesterday. You can sledge a lot, but you're trying to get other people to contribute. Interesting. Apparently driver's license don't work these days. Khan back on strike. Vinny Sandu will be back with us shortly as well. Mr. Maximo just doing a little bit of work behind the scenes. Oh, lovely shot. Tell you what, Khan's got a bit of technique about him. That's a glorious 6. It's the first Maximo of today. It's full, it's straight. He times this. Yeah, good technique, lovely shot. That's up there with the cover drive. He's played 2 glorious strokes this morning. He'll move into double figures. Heavily built man, but looks like he's got some good technique. Look at the captain giving the bowler a spray, saying, how dare you bowl a half volley. Oh, now he's panicking and going around the wicket. Wasn't the worst bowl, just a super shot. And this time the keeper doesn't move. I don't know if anything touched this. This could be leg byes, wides. Oh, he's given it runs. Well, maybe that's going to have to go down as a chance. Unfortunately, the keeper didn't move very well. Cornelius Yunus. And that's going to be 4 runs off the glove. Bonus runs for Khan. But that definitely will have to go down as a chance. He didn't move well. Left arm around the wicket with the angle. So that will be 4 runs off the bat, and that will be a life. That's 2 opportunities already in the first 9 deliveries. And that's laced. See ya later. Ideos Bellotta ball. 6 more runs. Khan looking a very astute batsman. He sits back in his crease now. Sees the length early and just times it. Glorious batting. Great timing. Khan moves to 20 off 6. And I think it just shows a lot of people, you don't need to slog. Just time the ball. Well, these are glorious cricket strokes. Really impressive. Rayo should have stayed over the wicket. This time chopped down to cover. Could be a run-out chance and he misses. That would have been out. That's 3 big opportunities to start the day and we haven't finished 2 overs. I'm going to keep track of that. In the first 11 balls, we've had a missed catch at square leg. The keeper missed one down the leg side. Now they've missed a run out. You can't miss opportunities at this level of cricket. And Basil George skies it. Will it go the margin? Yeah, it will. 6 runs. This over is blown out. Rayo panic, started bowling both sides of the wicket. And the 2 batsmen, Basil George and Khan, have taken him to the cleaners. 3 opportunities missed, but the batting is oh so good. It's 32 for 1 after 2. So we have a quick look at the table. And you can see Gozo's Army, Swicky United, both 4 and 4. They've come out the blocks really well. Southern Crusaders, their aim is to try and join them on 4 and 4 at 8. Malta Day, well, they're one of the few teams to split the points on their first 8. They'll be looking for a good day in the sunshine as I welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and green suit wearing Vinny Sandu.
You were going to say that word for word. Read your mind, and that's scary. But nothing scary about playing cricket on a Saturday when the sun's out. This is what cricket's meant to be. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you're well, wherever you're watching from around the world. Interesting start. Yeah, life doesn't always give you second chances, or third chances, or fourth chances. As Gosh comes in, and he's glanced down the leg side for 4. So Malta Day, this was the story of their morning the other day. They're a bit sleepy in the field. Look, some of them have been tough, but, you know, the Crusaders at the moment, they look like they're cashing in. A 4 to start the 3rd over.
Oh, really impressed with Khan here. His technique looks very good. You see that cover drive? And over it? That was one of the most beautiful shots
Look, he's a good batter. He hit 79 not out when Super Kings hit 200 in that game against Gozo. Also, we've seen him in the ECL for the Malta Super Kings. And you can see here at the moment, most things are hitting the middle of the bat. Maximo, he is off to the races here. Starting the weekend in style. Affy moves past 30.
Sometimes you have days where you just walk out to the middle and you know you're going to time the ball. And I think he's having one of those days. He's caressing these deliveries for 6.
And the thing about Aftab Khan is that he's not really manufacturing too many shots. He's just batting. He's hitting the ball correctly and hitting it well.
Has he played national team?
He's played a fair bit of
How
national
old's
team cricket.
Afti Khan?
You're going to eye him off to recruit him for Spain now, are you?
No,
Malta?
we've got too many players ourselves. I can't look after anymore.
He won't mind me saying his age, but yeah, he's 37 years old. Just had a birthday actually this week.
Oh yeah.
Tell you what though, he's going to keep on keeping on. Maximo, as gosh, pitches up, and Affy goes on the front foot, making the most of the power play. Mid-on was up in the circle. He had to fetch it.
Oh, I have to say these 37 runs he's made are pure class so far.
He's quite surprising, really. He's played 18 matches on ECN.
Not many.
Just 250s. That one against Gozo was one, and that's his
Really?
top score. Yeah. But, I mean, he's averaging about 40, so it shows you. And he's a good player. This is just dabbed away, and third man's up. This one might have gone the journey as well, you know. I'll probably have a look at it. My instinct is this is 6. Let's see what it says on the replay. Oh, yeah, I think that is 6.
Right now,
for me.
the innings.
Maximo, I'm calling that 6.
This is the best innings I've seen this year so far. He's 43 off 11 and just playing the ball on merit. This is beautiful.
And the thing is, I mean, for Super Kings, and also when he's, if he does play for Malta, he probably doesn't bat up the order. You know, probably
Get him up the order.
Lower.
This is gorgeous.
He's willing to give that respect, so good decision making, not getting carried away. Yeah, for Super Kings, you typically see him batting maybe 4 or 5, and depending on how they go or how they were going in the ECS last year, they were undefeated 2 years ago now, I suppose. But yeah, he may not get much of a bat. So yeah, right now, Southern Crusaders, they can definitely use him batting high. He's coming at 3. He's absolutely whacked him. And boom, boom. It's been pretty quiet the other end. He's only faced 2 balls in the power play, and he won't be facing the 4th over either. Not the beginning of it anyway, as Afrikar moves to 44. 55-run power play, 55 for 1.
Good start. Be pretty happy with that.
So the thing is, yeah, Afrikar, he's been around the traps. Actually, I think he was umpiring in the series last year because Super Kings weren't playing. So he's found a home here at Southern Crusaders, and have a look at that, 2 Magicals, 8, 24 and 23 in the power play. By far, I think it's the best power play we've seen.
Yeah, I think it is.
Have a look at Malta in the background. You get a good sense of the architecture here. I mean, I know you have been to Malta kind of on business. First time you've really spent an extended amount of time here. What do you think of the island so far?
It's a gorgeous little island, isn't it? I can see why a lot of holiday makers want to come out here. And I'm sure the weather in summer must be pristine.
Yeah. And summer, it does get very hot though. I think the final we did 42 degrees in June 2021 when we were here.
See, I like that. That's nice.
We had a run there of 8 boundaries in 9 deliveries through the 2nd and 3rd over. So you can see it's been a little bit difficult to say the least. Here's Renzi Jacob. Well, he's a former Super King as well. So it's a battle of the former Super Kings here. Let's see if Renzi can remove Afrikar again. Still time to turn this around. You think about Mudda Day, they've got some good hitters as well with Stanislaus in the lineup. Also got Azim Sathi, even though he was off the boil the other day. Affy goes straight. Now, of course, 5 outfielders, so it won't be as risk-free going over the top.
Makes a big difference, isn't it, for maybe technical players. If you bat in the power play, that's 4, that shot there. Yeah. But now it's only a single. So picking your batting order in T10 matches is quite important, and trying to get the best out of each player. 100%.
100%. Their plan A probably didn't have Afrikar batting in the power play either because they didn't send him out there to open.
Just so everyone knows, when Spain come, and they don't get angry, I'll be experimenting with the order for 7 games, 6 games, so don't get sooky. I heard some of your comments. Don't you get sooky.
Might want to turn off the social media. It's Jacob. Oh, it's a good ball. Basil. He's yet to really get in, despite being at the crease slightly longer than Afrikar. That's only the 3rd ball he faced. He gets a good one from Jacob.
People have got to understand we don't get to see the national players a lot. So when you do get an opportunity, you want to sort of see them in different roles to see who takes it.
And that ECI, which is coming up on the 18th and 19th of February, there'll be 9 T10 internationals here in Malta. Basil hits straight and hits well enough. Maximo! Well, boom, boom, Basil. He's not the kind to play second fiddle. And you can see there just slightly over pitched by Jacob compared to the last one, and it goes the journey.
Yeah, nice shot. Just timing, dead straight, 6 runs.
He must be looking forward to that. So you'll have Spain, Austria, and the hosts Malta. Each team will play 6 matches. So that's 9 matches in total. in that ECI. And yeah, I think you're right. I think people would expect you to experiment a little bit. You're giving guys opportunities, especially in T10 cricket. It's easy to kind of maybe hide someone. Oh, wow, how's that for a slow ball? I thought I was going to hit Basil in the head for a second, and it almost hit the stumps.
I reckon you got a toe end on this to take it away from the stumps as well.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
It's one of the great Q-enders. No, absolutely. You've got to give people, for example, good one for us, Adam Algar. We still haven't given enough of a hit. He's coming. We want to see him at the top of the order.
You got Isan in the lineup? Is he available?
He's available, yeah.
A couple of keepers in there.
We've got 4 keepers, actually.
Another toe ender. I'll chalk it up. Basil gets a single. Back to Affy.
No, we want to. It's always a good opportunity to see people in different roles, and we did that. The plan was actually at the ECC. The first week was to give everyone a go in different roles because we had important T20s coming up, and we wanted to see who can handle pressure. And then I listened to your commentary, and you were slating me. Typical Vinny, just behind my back.
It was in front of everyone else, though.
Oh, you know what the most annoying thing was? We couldn't find anyone that could pair up very well at the top. So we put Cammy up there who can whack it, and then Cammy started blocking it.
5 off 12. Another slower ball.
Yeah, you put...
It wasn't the camera that we saw scoring 300 plus in the ECS, was it?
Well, I mean, so I was like, overnight...
You had 9 openers, and you didn't use any of them in that game. In the 1 versus 2
well,
game.
Cammy can open. We thought, okay, Cammy, you go have fun. And then he blocked it.
Ended the over at 64 for 1. Yeah, but I tell you what, it did set up one of the great turnarounds in a day of cricket, though, didn't it?
Yeah. Do you still think it was?
Oh, it has to be. It has to be. Anyway, I want to give a warm welcome to everyone who's watching on FanCode in the subcontinent and everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Get in the chat, say hello to us on a Saturday morning. Let us know what you're doing with your weekend so far. Good cricket in Gibraltar last night. One really one-sided game, where I think entertainers didn't lose a wicket at all in their 10 overs. Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce, the youngster, both scoring 60 odds. But then, a bit of a cliffhanger, bit of a one-handed snare in the last over because Rugby CC needed 11 off the last over. Ian Latt was there. And then, you'll like this actually, Corey.
Yep.
So remember the guy, the other day there were 70 seconds of craziness in Gibraltar. We're starting with a guy getting hit in the you-know-whats. The bowler got hit in the you-know-whats and then...
Yep.
That same guy took a one-handed, I won't say fluke catch, but he got Ian Latten with a one-hander in the last over where he just stuck out in the mitt. And so he went from 0 to hero and ended up winning by 4 runs.
Yeah, okay.
Good last over finish. I must admit, though, I caught up on it this morning because I fell asleep before the end because the Robothon had me dead tired. Here's Azim Sathi. He's coming on to bowl. One of our favourites to watch, Azim. Elevated chance. Fielder comes in, doesn't get a hand on it, maybe a finger. Bala Aswaran really should have taken that. Basil gets a life on 14.
That's 4 opportunities, and with these 2 at the crease, you can't let 4 opportunities slip. Unfortunately, Malta Day have started a little bit sleepy.
Bala.
If this was yesterday, everyone was catching everything. There's already been 4 opportunities.
Yeah, yesterday.
I'd be €4 deep.
Corey was pledging €1 per drop catch, and there was only 1 drop catch all morning. This one, if it's going to be dropped, it'll be in the crowd because that's out of here. Maximal Affy Khan goes to 50 off just 17 balls. Well, I don't know what he had for breakfast. He's got out of the bed the right way. 6 sixes in his half century. What an innings.
Well batted, Affy Khan. I'm sure he'll enjoy these highlights. It's innings of the week for me. This is a better innings even than the 140 because there's more technique to this.
It's been more consistent, I suppose, because even Mehboob Bali yesterday had a bit of a shaky patch in the 30s where he got dropped. And yeah, Affy's looked in control so far. I just think his decision-making, his shot selection's been good. Bala Aswaran, after dropping that catch, has been relieved of his duties down the ground.
Oh, that's tough.
And now he's gone to backward point. Affy Khan, 53. Not even halfway through this innings. I'm not saying anything. I will say his high score is 79 against Gozo. Now he's happy to just lean on this one for 1.
So what did you get up to your evening, Vinny?
Last night, it was nice. We welcomed Quinton Norris to our crew. He's coming to replace Andy. And
any relation to Chuck?
Well, it's his nickname. I don't know about his relation, although Chuck Norris is everybody's daddy, isn't he? Wait for this ball. There's boom, boom. He's probably wanting to steal some of the thunder, and he will bring the boom, boom. Maximal was asking for it. Well, that rattles the window. And Elvira, if you weren't awake, you are now. I know the coffee machine's broken for Spring Productions, and they're thinking about another GoFundMe, but Sathi gives Boom Boom a bit of a gift. Maximo time, 6 more. What a start this is for the Crusaders.
So that's where they're hiding. I asked you yesterday where they are.
I thought it was funny that we got to day 6 and you didn't know where the production crew were, and that really says a lot.
Do I need to know? Is it a key factor?
An emergency.
Yeah.
You had to pull them out of a burning building and they're texting you for help. This will just be a single. That'll take us to the end of the over. It's 80 for 1. The Southern Crusaders off to the races as we welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Corey Ruckers. Hopefully you're having a great start to the day. We certainly are enjoying the sunshine this morning. It's probably the nicest day of cricket we've had yet,
so.
weather-wise.
Oh,
Agree?
yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think
No,
so.
I was just saying, so I went out for dinner. Actually wandered past you and...
Don't worry, I got your Bloody Mary.
Yeah. So Corey owed me 15 euros for the Robothon. So I made sure I went to where he's having dinner, I ordered a cocktail and put it on his bill. So now you only owe me.
You were 5 minutes late. You were 5 minutes late for the double cocktail hour.
I was
bad
upset
timing.
about that. Anyway, that's probably good for my health. Anyway, why don't you say hello to us in the chat? ECN European Cricket Network. Always happy to see your company. Do you like my strategy to get my 15 euros back off you, though?
Yeah, not bad.
Because you pledged 15, and I know the odds of you handing over that cash are minuscule. You haven't got the app that we all use to pay each other back yet, and I think that's deliberate. Because you can never pay anyone back. Everyone else, yeah, one touch, bang, there you go.
One touch.
Corey's like, oh, I'll look into it.
To be fair, I totally forgot about all that over the winter. When you finish a tour, you don't think about these little things.
You always got to be thinking. Here's Nazir who's going to come on. They're going to turn to spin. They need to do something, don't they, Ma, today? Because this game spiraled out of control.
Just the opportunities missed have really hurt them.
Kai is in the chat. Hello to you, Kai. Hopefully you're well in Sydney. What's the weather like down there? I can tell you that we did end up hitting our 500 euro target. So we'll have 2 robots. I don't know if you've got the final Robothon graphic from yesterday, Elvira. Maybe you can put it up saying target achieved. Because, yeah, we're going to have 2 robots. And we're not going to talk too much about robots today because I'm all pretty roboted out, if I'm honest.
Yep.
But it was really nice, kind of different kind of a day. Nazir gets this one outside off some. Afi Khan's going to have to make an adjustment now. The spin's on. Yeah, but it's going to be a good story now. The robots have been ordered.
So you had a nice quiet evening then?
Pretty quiet. Early night. I'm still kind of early to bed, early getting up. Which is probably a good habit to get into. This is Basil spoiling a wide. Just gets a single. So, yeah. I mean, I couldn't even... I must have fallen asleep about 11 o'clock local because it was a good finish to the Gibraltar. And I fell asleep about mid-innings. Sorry, Rico. Not because it was boring. Oh, what a catch. That's one of the great catches, isn't it? Unbelievable work. And Balaswaran from 0 to hero in about 5 minutes. He goes one-handed, basically wrong side hand, knocks it up, gets it with the other hand. Unbelievable stuff. And Afi Khan, he was batting unbelievably, but it's unbelievable cricket that removes him.
Scenes. He wouldn't have caught this in his wildest dreams, and he's taken an absolutely specky catch.
It's a really good bit of improvisation. He knew it went up, and as he was falling, he had the presence of mind to keep his eye on the ball. He took it with his trailing hand, and that, for me, so far, is probably catch of the tournament. 83 for 2. Have another look.
Well, you drop 5 in a row as a team, and then you catch this.
There's so much to that, because even then, he uses his other hand and his other shoulder to take the impact, so that ball's not going anywhere. So technically, it was a really good recovery from Bala Aswaran. Wow, he was moved from his original position, but it worked out beautifully. And let's see if that can spark something for Ma today. What a bit of catching.
Yeah, for people that might have just joined, he dropped a catch at deep mid-off. They moved him out of the position, put him in the short third man spot where the ball doesn't go too often, then he takes that.
Unbelievable work. Vishka, the new batter for Southern Crusaders, sneaks this past everyone, gets past 2 shoes, and they'll get a single.
Lazy fielding, Vinny. Lazy fielding.
I suppose it is a bit dewy. If you get down and slide, then you've probably got wet clothes for a while. Anyway, it's the end of the over. Score 84 for 2. I never got that catch one more time. That was unbelievable work from Bala Aswaran. Maybe we'll bring it back to you. Definitely be in the highlights. 1 for 4. Nazir, spin doing the trick. How often do we see the change of pace changing the course of the innings?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fielding standard, good to see improving. That's a great catch. So here we go, 84 for 2. Good platform still. They'll be looking at 140, you'd imagine.
Yeah, you'd think so. Here is Samuel Stanislaus getting a bowl. We know more for his batting, but he's a bit of a part-timer, I suppose. Oh, the first one goes over everyone. The bounce does the keeper. Eunice can't deal with this. Will be 4 byes. Don't think there was any bat on it. All right, 4 byes the signal. You can see this bounce provides a bit even for the slower men.
Yeah, there's certainly some bounce in this pitch. You can see he's disappointed with his keeper there, Stanislaus, but not easy sometimes. And well, it looks like the keeper's decided to go back. He's panicked a little bit.
I called Stanislaus a part-timer, but I looked up his numbers. He's actually got a bowling average of 10. He's got 14 wickets. But he's got 14 wickets in 49 matches. So he only bowls in about a quarter of the games he plays. But yeah, you can see here, that first one was right on target. Just had extra bounce taking it over the stumps.
I wish the keeper, Eunice, would stay up and just forget that one and get on with it.
In the air. And outfielder will do the job. 1 run. Why don't you let us know what you did with your Friday night? Let us know in the chat.
I got sucked into a Border Patrol Australia on the TV at about 10 p.m. Interesting what goes on. Never really watched that show. Heard a lot about it.
So what were you watching this on?
I was on the TV. On the hotel.
On
Yeah,
Malta TV at
Channel-
Border Patrol Australia.
Yeah, Channel 16. High, in the air, catching chance for the keeper.
Oh!
Shells it.
Almost does Bala Eswar, and well, you said he should go up. Well, he wouldn't have touched that if he was up. Yeah.
It might have been.
Stanislaus is kind of like a hybrid. Well, basically just an off spinner. But let's have a look. Eunice tracks it back. Oh, he had the gloves and yeah, bounced up because he was sitting in the seat of his pants.
If this was yesterday, I'd be €6 in, and this is why I thought what I offered was actually very fair.
True.
See, this is why you have to be up.
Oh,
I don't think that's
I think
out.
he's back.
But this is why the keeper has to stay up. You have to stay confident. Right now, you can see Stanislaus is saying, look, I know you missed a 4 byes, but you have to be up at the stumps.
Yeah.
Oh, could
Let's
still
have
be
a-
out.
Yeah, I know. Let's have a look. Got a freeze frame here. Oh, he's out. Let's have a look again. This is going to be out. Elvira's going to get us the money shot here. Let's try and get when the ball hits the stumps. Let's go one more time. I'm positive he's out here.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm absolutely 100%. And look, they all think it's not out, but they're going to get a rude shot because the Vishka's going to get stumped and Corey Rucker's wicket-keeping coaching career over. Here we go. He is. I'm sure he's out.
Not yet. The bails are on.
He's out.
Now that's tight.
Nah, I don't see anything grounded behind the line.
That's become a bit closer than I thought, only because it hits the base, so the bail didn't come up straight away.
One more frame will be the story.
I think it's out.
I think you got to give
He's been given.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. So how about that? And Stanislaus runs 22 yards and he jumps on. I've got a replay just then of Stanislaus congratulating the keeper, Cornelius Eunice, who gets his man in the end. So have a look at this. He just sits there and he says, you know what? I take it all back. And so
He's probably given him a spray. And that feels really bad.
yeah, it's a weird one. But I think definitely for me it's out. It's more out than not out anyway. So it's going to be 91 for 3. Avishka stumped in bizarre circumstances. I think that was a wide as well. So it'll be a wide and a wicket. 91 for 3. If I'm not mistaken, Stanislaus, his numbers continue to be good. This is driven away through the offside. Yeah, so kind of hitting the speed hump a little bit, and it's slower bowling that's done the trick so far.
Yeah, good bowling. They've pegged it back a bit because it was a pretty violent power play. Still, they're looking at 130 plus.
Yeah, you think so. And the thing is, Basil, he's only faced 12 balls in 6 overs, or almost 7 overs now. Yeah, strategy of Stanislaus to get George reaching. Could have taken a wide there. If you're going to hit a wide, you want to be getting a boundary. So that's kind of a bit of a waste. And that Basil, George and Stanislaus, they routinely would open the batting for Malta together. So it's a little bit of a little bit of a friendly fire contest here between the bowler and the batter. We saw them opening the batting together in the ECC. Not a good ball, a little bit too short. It's going to go to the boundary. I think this has gone for 4, or maybe it's gone for 6. Let's have a look. Where does this bounce? It actually hit pretty well. Oh, that's 6, I think.
6, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Maximo time for me. Yeah, that's over the line. So Maximo, 6 runs will finish the 7th over. Stanislaus does get the wicket, but he ends up going the distance in the last ball of the over. 99 for 3 after 7. Guess what, Corey? Every sleep is one sleep closer to the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. Corey, he's got his Champions medal somewhere at home from 2019.
Actually, that's on top of the beer fridge.
Is it?
Next in the kennel. Yeah.
You have a couple in your house. Is Scotty still living with you at the moment?
Yeah, we've got a few set there, and then we got Maxi's player of the tournament in one of the nice ornuses in the main wall.
Beautiful. Well, if you'd like to watch the ECL, why wouldn't you? You can tune in on our YouTube channel or on FanCode, or maybe one of our international broadcast partners. So it's going to be huge. Cardomania will return in 23 days.
Have we received another donation today?
It's possible.
Jamie Dodger.
Jamie Dodger asked if he could contribute, so I sent him the link.
Thank you so much. What do we do with the extras? Stickers for the robots?
To be discussed. In the air. And wow, this one is gone plenty. It's going to land near us. Maximo Basil's been pretty quiet. He's faced less than 2 balls per over on average. But I shall tell you what, if he faces a few more like this, his score will spiral out of control. That brings up the 100 as well for the Crusaders.
Yeah, lovely bat swing. It really was. He collected that beautifully. A big 6 runs.
Good on you, Jamie. That's wonderful of you. And actually, reminds me of something. Oh, this one is a full toss. And
keeper's going to get yelled at again.
You think he probably will be. Nazir just kind of fools everyone. 4 buys. It's a tough one as a keeper. You need to kind of not watch what the batter's doing. You need to just kind of block that out. He's kind of fooled thinking that the full toss wouldn't be missed. It was, and then he missed it. That's 4 more. Now, they don't really have what I would call a first choice keeping option with no Sam Aquilina, their regular keeper, not playing in this series. So you've seen Cornelius Eunice doing it, seen Sathi doing it. Now he goes back. So he's got his strategy. I'm going to go up. If I miss one, I'm going to go back. Yeah, so Jamie, thanks so much. That's really kind of you. We had a great day yesterday. Basil's ready for more. Yeah, but pace off certainly balance of probabilities. It's been a bit of a better option, hasn't it, for Malta today, countering these big hitters. Name one team you're looking forward to seeing at ECL out of the 31 clubs. Top of your head, go.
Beverin.
Word association. Mine was Drew.
Of course. If Beverin get a chance to bring their proper side, trust me, they suit the T10 format to a T. To a T.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think that probably some of the biggest hitters in Europe play in that team.
Belgian ball, baby. He's hit pretty well. Fielder's perfectly placed, though. Renzi Jacob just led the over. Zishan Yusuf out there now. Moves to 8, retains the strike. 111 for 3 after 8. Yeah, so Jamie, if you missed yesterday, we had the robots. Now, well, we actually wanted to get a robot mascot costume because, of course, we have the ECN robot in the chat. Elvira, do you still have the graphic from yesterday, which shows what the robots look like? Maybe for Jamie. There you go. And we've ordered them now. So these are our robots that now we actually have 2 of them because we exceeded our target. So we decided that we'd order 2. So, yeah, big thank you to you.
Curious what the black part on those costumes are.
We'll find out. Now, here's the fun bit. As the batter's having some fun. Another foot fielding attempt. This will be 4. Zishan Yusuf. He's a pretty handy finisher. All happening in the 9th. That's the plan anyway. And Stanislaus comes in. He's got the teapot going because he's not happy that that's gone all the way for 4.
Yeah, you can imagine he'd be disappointed. That's poor fielding. Got to use your hands.
So, so Jamie, here's the fun bit. We've ordered them. That should arrive anywhere between the 16th of February and the 6th of March. Now, it starts on the 27th of Feb.
Yep.
So let's find out where we're at with it. Gone. Nice catch. And he just stands and delivers. Nazim Sathi was in a pretty good position. He takes it diving to his right. Stanislaus gets a 2nd wicket. Hey, what? He is a bit of a burglar of wickets, isn't he? I find it hard to believe when I look at his numbers. He doesn't bowl more in this competition. Anyway, it's 115 for 4.
Nice catch as well. It was hit pretty well to the right of the cover fieldsman. He cradles himself with a nice roll and simple catch.
I tell you what, Sathi, who takes that catch, he is their regular opener, and he can really bully attacks. But the other day, he just had an off day. And I think Stanislaus and Sathi probably both have to score big runs if they're going to chase this down. Yeah, so now we've ordered it. It is coming from, let's just say, East Asia at the moment.
Great part of the world.
Beautiful part of the world. Rich in culture. Yeah, China, they love cricket. A fair bit of cricket in China, and everything I've read about Chinese cricket is that most of the people who play, they say, we just love the hard ball and the fact that you don't get gloves. So yeah, they enjoy that aspect. So yeah, it's coming to Sunset Beach in Spain. The two costumes, one slightly bigger than the other, so we'll have hopefully two robots roaming in the air and out of the ground. Good shot by Basil George. This is what I really like. I really like when he plays these kind of strokes. He goes straight through the line of the ball. He reaches and he goes over the offside. 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Good batting. He's a quality player, isn't he, Vinny?
And so, just going back to the robots. We don't know the quality of these robot mascot costumes.
We do not.
Okay. We have no idea, basically. But we'll find out. And Corey is volunteered to be the first in the costume. True?
Yep.
What about, because you know day one, I know that you're coming from some Oh, they're going for a dodgy 2 here. It's an even dodgier throw. Now they might get 3. In fact, they will get 3. And now we'll stop at 3. So Basil gets a rare triple. And that kind of shows why you can take on a bit of a dodgy 2, because sometimes going for those borderline runs can create an overthrow. Back to live action. Yeah, well bowled that time. Takur's out there, misses out. Into 9 overs, it's 125 for 4. So how about this? I know that you're coming a little bit late to day one.
No,
not late.
I've
I've got you rostered for the second half of the day. Because you're coming in a little bit late on the Sunday, right?
Yes.
What do you think about coming in the robot suit?
Do you think
being the first one? What about commentating the Monday night session in the robot suit?
Well, hold on. That's starting to get a bit out of hand, isn't it?
How about at least just coming in the robot suit? Assuming it's there, because it may not arrive till about the start of week 2. It gave us a window that says it might come a week early, but it might come a week after the tournament starts. Bala Eswaran took one of the catches of the summer. Not that it's summer yet.
Laced.
Yeah, that's a good shot by Basil, who, like I said, hasn't had a lot of the strike, but when he has had the strikes, look pretty good. Maximo takes him to 48.
Yep, he'll be looking at a personal accolade now. He is smacking them to all parts. What a player. Great to watch.
I felt that Swaran was his catch of Afi Khan, getting him for 55. May have saved to see him a lot of runs, but yeah, Basil was lurking at the other end, wasn't he? Well, that's hit so hard and so high. Where's it coming down? Well, that's almost buried. I think that's gone for 6. Well, this will be an interesting replay. Have a look at this for some hang time, and have a look at this for a plunker. Down it comes. Fielder does all he can do, and that is perfectly judged from Basil. It goes Maximo and gets 6 more.
What are you meant to do? That went so high in the air. I don't think anyone's ever catching that.
Now, rare dot ball. Basil just loses his form for a second. Southern Crusaders winning the toss and batting on a Saturday morning here. And at the moment, they're looking the goods. But today, you're going to have to bat very well to pull this one off. Maybe Stanislaus can have a day out. Sathi, bit of a wild card. Now, there's more.
Shot.
And this time it's over the offside. Maximo, Basil now the top scorer in this innings. And the boom, boom. Well, he had to bide his time, but he's reminded us all of how good he is.
Yeah, gorgeous batting, good hitting, talented player.
Srijay Patel is listed at 4. He's another guy who is quite attacking with the bat. This time, I think they'd love to here. If the throw goes to the bowler, you'd probably go. Well, now you will get 2. And really, Mata Day, they certainly have done some crazy things in the field, both ways. In fact, they'll get 2 there. So Basil George will finish 62 not out of 25. And along with the half century from Afi Khan, they've built a pretty solid total, to say the least. The Southern Crusaders, 145 off their 10 overs.
Big score, big hitting. Basil George, sensational innings. He'll be happy with himself. It's going to be difficult for Malta Day, but you never know in this crazy world of T10 cricket.
Well, don't give up yet on Malta Day because I do have a couple of big hitters. This is a big hitter. Ryan Ricky Bastians comes in, and this would have been an amazing catch, really. Knocked over the line, but 10 points for effort. Pitu Ghosh, he was able to get the early wicket, though, as Bastians went the very next ball. That brought Afi Khan to the crease, and really, he showed a lot of class and technical ability, but also measured aggression in his 55. For me, it was a really good innings for Afi.
Yeah, Afi Khan and Basil George were sensational together. They had some chances and some lives early Malta Day, and I think we were touching on 3 or 4 opportunities went missing with run-outs and catches, and it really cost them. Afi Khan and Basil George, obviously accomplished players, both have played for the Maltese national team. And they feasted on some poor bowling until this outstanding catch, a 1-2, pick up your shoe. Sensational. You can see a little bit of frustration released there. This was another opportunity missed by Yunus, who had a pretty eventful time there as the keeper. Unfortunately, they just kept on missing those little opportunities against good players. Even though the team spirit was high enough, there was a big hug from Stanislaus to say well done with the stumping in the end. And in the last few overs, it was the Basil George show. He really exploded to get himself past 50. He ended up on 62 not out. He was well supported through the innings by everyone, really, chipping in a little bit with a few boundaries here and there. His 6 almost touched the moon. He got under that, went a long way up into the sky on this beautiful day in Malta. And Southern Crusaders take complete control of this fixture because they've put on a gigantic score. Let's look at the scorecard. 145 for 4, 62 off 25 for Basil George, and Afi Khan, sensational, 55 off 20, 9 extras. Those two men at the top of the order have set their team up for what I think will be a pretty easy victory. We'll have a look at Malta Day's bowling now, shall we? Wasn't easy for them out there. Stanislaus took 2 wickets, well done to him. An economy rate of 6 for Nazir, 1 for 12, probably the pick of the bowlers. But everyone else struggling a little bit, and that's why we've seen such a big score on the total. So that takes us to the halfway stage. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground in Malta. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the second innings of the first match of this Saturday of play. It's match 21 and it's Malta Day coming out to bat against the Southern Crusaders. Story so far, if you just joined us, is that the Southern Crusaders, they won the toss and they elected to bat. They've got 145 runs on the board. Very healthy score. A couple of half centuries in there. Afi Khan reaching 50. Basil George likewise. Malta Day, huge run chase. We have seen it happen on occasion. Chases in the 140s, but you don't see it that often. The reason is it's a lot of runs to get. Kasim Sathi's out there to open up. And he's batting with Samuel Stanislaus, the Maltese national team player. Yeah, Sathi does have 250s to his name in ECN cricket. Normally scores his runs pretty quickly. Just had a bit of an off day the other day with the bat. Couldn't get going. Zishan Yusuf to open up for the Crusaders. And Sathi, well, new day, new approach, and he's going to start with a boundary. You can see there, they know that they need to get off to a flying start really to have any realistic chance of chasing down this 146. And Sathi gets just enough on that to get it past the third man. Kind of falling away from the shot a little bit, but good bat speed. And so, ideal start for Malta Day. Welcome to everyone watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent and also to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Sathi tries the same again. Same shot, different result, different ball really from Zishan Yusuf. Let's see if Malta Day can make a fist of this. Southern Crusaders, got to say, yeah, they've lost key player in Bilal Khan to Gozo Zalmi, but you know, they've got a good nucleus of very capable performers. I think you saw that with the bat. George is a very good pickup for them. Sathi, so at least he's swinging his way out of it. Samuel Stanislaus comes on, and I think for Malta Day to give this a shake, they need some runs out of Big Samuel. Had a really good series back in 2020, the first time we played ECS cricket in Malta. Gets ready to face up for the first time. Short and hooked away. Nice shot. You see that Yusuf tried out the boardroom and Stanislaus was sitting in the armchair waiting. Really good shot. Not an easy shot to play first ball when you see it coming at your face, but he got through that. Nice fast hand, swivels on it. Maximo, the first one of the innings, as Corey Ruckers comes back into the commentary box. And a promising start for Malta Day.
Nice shot. Both batsmen have a boundary. It's a good way to play the short ball. You go with it, hit it behind square. Don't try and hit it in front of square.
We talked about the importance of the power play, didn't we, in the first innings, and getting good technical guys in there that can just play cricket shots. So minimise the risk but maximise the outcome. I think Stanislaus is that kind of a guy. I like this as an opening combination. And now, probably guessing this will be a bit fuller as well. Let's see if he gets on the front foot. It is, and he does. And the result is going to be more runs. So Yusuf spending the bouncer means he's forced to pitch up a little bit, and once again Samuel making the early running 6 and 4.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have a technical player at the top because they're going to get bat on ball more often, so you're not going to miss out on, say, dot balls from someone over swinging. You expect him to get bat on ball nearly every ball. It's a minimum you're scoring.
And you don't have to hit 6s, you can hit 4s as well, so
Correct.
They don't have to carry the rope, you just have to carry the infield.
We talked about that a lot as well. If you get bat on ball, you give yourself a chance. If you keep swinging wildly, you're just hitting dots.
15 off this over, so they get what they need off the first. Now, well, this is interesting. From side on, is this above the shoulder or not? Maybe it's just okay, but it's just. He is a tall man.
Yeah, good ball.
I think that's above the shoulder. I think that should be a no ball.
It's close. It's very close. And that's probably one of the most difficult things to call as a square leg ump.
It's probably right on the border, but the bowler gets the call, and so it's 15 without loss after 1. 106 matches without a golden ball. Went pretty close to one last night in Gibraltar. Went right down to the last ball. You'd like it. They needed 4 to tie off the last ball, 6 to win. Went to the keeper, who then threw it for no reason at the bowler, and they got 2 byes, but that's all. The bowler then just picked up the ball and ran it back. Good finish. You love a crazy finish. We had a crazy finish with Malta Day against Gozo CC the other day.
Yeah, we're due a golden ball. Sneaking up.
Southern Crusaders have had a golden ball before against the Knights a couple of years ago. Here's Gulfraz Masit, who's into the lineup. He's on target, but he's full. We get at least 2 here. Yusuf skates around. Well, Sathi.
Terrific running. It really is. Sathi's got to go 2 there.
You'd think so.
Stanislas is going to the danger end. He wanted it.
This is where I think earlier in innings, even to this point, I think Sathi's thinking, Stanislas, come on, you're the man. You're on strike. Go and bully it.
Well, then why are you opening the batting?
To watch. Yeah.
And now they're not running. See, no, it's too early to be farming strike, Vid.
It's not a full farm. It's like a hobby farm. It's like a marginal one. And Corey, don't throw the headset just yet. I can see why they're leaning towards just wanting Stanislaus on strike. He's looked like he's been hitting well so far. This is a bit of a hack down the ground though for 1. Yeah, it's not a full farm. It's just you know what? I have you're trying to like predict the future. I have a vision of Samuel Stanislaus just going 4-6-4-4 in this over. And if he's at the other end, he can't do that. Sathi, though, he's got to come good at some point. He's got to actually watch the ball, I think. Yeah, it's exactly what he does. He applauds that wide hole Yorker from the bowler.
I'm yanking him.
You can't yank Sathi.
Well, he's not even running hard. I don't get it. You've got to be you've to chase 146.
You will eat your words, Corey Rutgers.
See,
if you'd seen his 70 not out last year, then you'd know.
You got to be more proactive.
Massey's a good player to come in for the Crusaders as well. Gets a bit more on this. Now he has to run. Well, he actually doesn't have to run. He just kind of jogs a single, gets 1. Biding his time. See some outstanding catching sometimes in this series. Balaswaran took a wonderful catch in the first inning to get rid of Afikhan, who's behind the stumps now for Southern Crusaders. Full toss, gets the treatment. This will be 4. So, yeah, Massey just gets it slightly wrong. Not the greatest over for Malta Day, but it does finish with a boundary, and at the end of 2, it's 22 without loss.
Yeah, nice shot to end. It's a poor ball. Full toss gets put away. They're well behind. They need a big over.
So, having a look at the table, we can see that things starting to take shape. How this series works, there's 10 teams, and after match 90, the bottom 2 teams will drop out of the running. The top 8 will continue, but it's not a straight knockout quarterfinal. The top 2 teams go straight to the semis, and the bottom 4 that are remaining, 5 to 8, they'll have to win 4 games to win the trophy. Teams in 3rd and 4th will have to win 3 games to win the trophy. Teams in 1st and 2nd, they'll just have to win 2 games because they go straight to the semis. So, you know, the higher you finish, the easier the path is to that trophy. And, you know, whispers are it could be for ECL qualification as well. So, could be a lot on this. Here's Vidusha Rashmika, the Shusha. Sneaks this in. Oh, I think that's harsh. Let's have a look at the replay.
Well, I thought that was the right call.
You think so?
Yep.
Am I saying things wrong today? We might not get a replay. So
just a little bit.
We'll agree to disagree. Let's just say it's an umpire's call. Probably squares up the one that was the second bouncer, which I thought. Goes after this, and this one's going to bamboozle the fielder in the circle because of the softness of this surface. It doesn't run away to the boundary. That's one. Compare how soft this surface is to, say, when we were in Italy, say Bologna last year, where balls were bouncing over outfielders. It's so hard. Different time of the year, I suppose. Different composition of the soil.
Shot.
Up and Adam Maximo. Samuel Stanislaus trying to make hay in the power play. Moves into the 20s.
Nice shot this time. Half volley, and he gets it. Good batting. Really good batting. Who else they got to come in this line? Who can really clear the rope?
Yeah, well, they've got Srijay Patel, who was opening. He's listed at 4 today. He was doing all kinds of dancing when he was opening. Also, they got Cornelius Eunice, left-hander. Haven't seen too much of him, but you know, on his day, he can hit it well. Michael Nazir came out, almost won the match for them. Came out the last over, hit a 6. Couldn't quite get the boundary off the last ball they needed. But I would say, I mean, it's probably not the longest batting order that you'll ever see. That's why I think this partnership's super important. And yeah, Sathi, he's trying to hit his way out of a bit of a slump here. Let's see how that works out for him. Oh, he gets a no ball. And it's going to be tapped for 6. Maximo! Well, Sathi, if his cricket's not working, maybe baseball's for him, because this is just a proper line drive, bang, and he's going to get a free hit. Just what you want when you've been struggling a little bit to find the middle of the bat. He'll have the immunity cloak on next delivery.
He should have just stayed on the rope and saved it. Came running in.
Slight misjudgment from Yusuf there at long on.
Free hit.
Here's the free hit. Slower ball. Clever bowling from Rashmika. And actually, Sathi took off. Sometimes on a free hit we see run-outs because people feel like they should be scoring no matter what. Of course, you still can be run out of a free hit.
Yeah, that 6 that was put over the bar, straight to the fielder. He just came running in.
If you knew it was a free hit as well, then you really are hanging back, not worrying about the catch.
Absolutely.
Power play. Mid-40s to be on target, and they will be something like that with shots like that. One bounce for Sathi. Again, clears the front leg. He's almost robotic with his batting at the moment, isn't he? He just plays the same shot, and if the ball's in that channel, he's going to slash it at 4 more.
Yeah, turning into a good over for them. They needed it. Is that down at deep long on? Is that Chris Munoz Mills the best catch you've seen there?
The one where he handed it off.
Yeah, but like that,
Yeah.
it was hit flat.
Yeah, probably.
We've seen some good ones down there. Boris Gourlay took a few goodies.
I don't know if it's as good as the one that our old mate in Kiel picked up, the one that was on Channel 9. Just for how did you try that? Chris's one was brilliant, but it was a cricket-based strategy that he used. I love the fact that one in Kiel a couple of years ago. Now, I'm going to ask this one. Might have a little look at this one from side on. It's a slower ball. And Afi Khan. Oh, I think that might be out. Have a look at this one. There, Bales are off. Oh, stop right there. Is there anything behind the line? Oh, it's so close. Maybe you can stick with the umpire's call on this one. Just leave it right there because that's the shot that they're going to have to decide. Is there anything grounded behind the line or not? I think that's probably inconclusive. What's your call on this one, Corey?
It depends on how the third umpire woke up today. Did he wake up thinking, I want to give dismissals or I want to play it safe?
I have a suspicion that it might be slightly out, but I think that's the. Yeah, look at that. That's a really good shot. Show us one more time there. Yeah.
I reckon that's out. I reckon
That's the shot right there. What a good replay this is.
Yep.
And yeah, it's been given out. Well, it's a real tough one to call, but I think it's a brave call. But again, a bit like the first innings, I think my instinct is it is out. So a nice bit of keeping by Afi Khan. He's having a very good game. Rashmika gets Sathi with the slow ball and some really brisk wicket keeping. I mean, you compare the keeping to Afi Khan to what we saw in the first, and you can see that's a position that can make the difference. See, even Afi says, yeah, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, certainly beat the heel down. The question was the ball a foot down? And the Crusaders, well, they're pretty happy that they get the call. First wicket falls, it's 42 for 1. It's also at the end of the power play.
I think good decision in the end. The line belongs to the fielding side. That's out.
That's right. Got to say well done to our crew at Spring Productions using the Zoom function. And, of course, they are doing it without a coffee machine because it has broken down.
Well, that's karma for not bringing us cake yet.
Don't know how much cake is left. Of course, the cake fund was pretty popular. 50 euros.
It's a lot of cake.
They asked for €3. They got 50.
What percentage increase is that? Or over the top?
Yeah, 16.67 times the original asking. Oh, close, but I think it's just missing. No, it's not, according to the umpire. Stanislaus swings across it. Probably umpire's call. Basil George comes in and gets his opening partner for the national team. So, well, a one-on-one battle continues. Stanislaus tries to heave over top. Let's have a look at this one from straight down the line. Yeah, maybe it was a bit closer than I gave it credit for originally. Let's have a look, maybe camera one. Here.
It's going down and then it jags. It actually jags an extreme amount.
I think that's out.
You know what?
Yeah.
That actually might have even pitched outside leg by an inch. That is jagged a mile. What a ball.
I had it pitching on. I just thought the natural angle would take it past legs up. But yeah, I think the replay shows it does straighten.
That is a filthy leg cutter. That is
Yeah.
jagged a lot.
We can see why Stanislaus misses it. So big moment in the game, 42 for 2. And
Watch
I
how
tell
much
you what,
this goes. That's like that. If that doesn't jag, that's going down leg by a mile. It's come back such a long way.
I think you look at the trajectory of as it's coming towards his leg, and that's going straight stump to stump.
I think the high as well. If I'm a batsman, I want that going my way.
I think it's a fair decision, and I'd actually go as far as say it's the correct decision. But yeah, it was line ball. I don't think Samuel could really complain about it though. Basil right on the money to the new batter out there, Srijay Patel, who we have seen opening previously. He's down at 4. Navdeep Gill's the batter at the other end, coming in at 3, so he's into the lineup for the first time. Got to say, the way the LBWs have been adjudicated over the last 10, 20 years has changed a lot. Wow, that's one way to do it. As Patel, I like this. He stands still and he just smacks it down to the ground. Maximo! Mud at 8. Need to keep fighting on. They had a good power play. They've had a bit of a dodgy start to the middle overs. Patel, I think hopefully he learns from what he saw when he watched his innings back the other day. He was dancing all around. His pre-movements from like ball 1 of the innings were all over the place. But I think you see from that, he can just stand still and play the ball on its merits and still score very quickly. Basil George getting a bit of his own medicine there. Boom, boom. Oh, he's back. And it doesn't matter because he's going to hit this over the offside. Maximo! Well, Srijay Patel, maybe he was just warming up the dancing shoes. I don't know if we got a little bit earlier than when he hits the ball. Yeah, there you go. He basically squares up, kind of looks the bowler in the eye, 2 eyes to 2 eyes. Then goes back to an orthodox position and just muscled that over long off. Can Srijay come off here? Does the same. Now gets the top edge, hang in the air a long time. Gets lucky. 2 fielders get close, but none of them can reach it. Yeah, this is going to be exciting as well, I think.
Well, it's good intent, isn't it? You need a lot of runs. You can't come out and take 3 or 4 balls to get yourself in. You've got to be brave. It's exactly what Patel's done. It's Gill's turn now.
Srijay does have 150 on ECN. He scored that against the Knights last year. The Knights are good opposition. They've got some good bowlers. And Gill faces his first ball in the series and he tries to launch it out of the ground. He misses, and at the end of 4 overs, 55 for 2 mud a day. Just kind of hanging in there with the required rate, but they certainly can't waste any of these middle overs.
No, they can't. 15 and over is a long way to go. 6 overs to go in this game. That middle order, the engine room, everybody's got to step up.
You're right. Still some good batting to come. You should go Yunus, Nazir, even Rao and Jacob. They can hold the bat. But yeah, no excuses to be defensive here. Zishan Yusuf's going to come back to bowl the next over. Let's see if he can break through. Key partnership, we feel, this one. Knocks him over. Really, really good ball from Zishan Yusuf. And Srijay just gets carried away by half. Doesn't want to have a look at Zishan. And so the 3rd wicket falls on Muddaday. The scoring rate's good, but the top order capitulating a little bit in the last few minutes. It's 55 for 3.
Big wicket. Unfortunately, he has to go. And right now for Muddaday, they may rue the fact of their fielding missed opportunities because they're chasing a big score and everything needs to go their way.
It does. It just loses composure. It stands still, but you can see the head is lifting a little bit. That's why he misses it. So, need some help, don't they? Now here's Cornelius. They didn't have the greatest time with the gloves. He'd be the first to admit that in the first half of this game. But maybe he'll make it up with the bat. He's a guy that, you know, when he gets going, he's really, really exciting to watch. You know, he'll have an uber attacking approach here as well. Loves to go over mid-wicket. There's no deep mid-wicket at the moment, so I think that's what he's thinking. Zishan probably wants to bowl a similar kind of ball. Well, he does go first ball, and he might be gone first ball, but he gets away with it. 1 hand, 1 bounce job. Yunus off the mark.
Yeah, peculiar sort of field. Pretty sure they had 3 behind square then on the leg side.
I think maybe the one
might have been marginal.
Maybe the actual square leg was just in front, but yeah. Take your point there. They moved the fine leg pretty late.
Lefty-righty still causes a few issues, doesn't it?
Gill gets score. Oh, gets the highest delivery. This will go for 4. I might see this from the side on replay. My feeling was it might have just been under the waist, but let's have a look at what we see here. Oh, that's probably a no-e. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I think I like these ones called. When it's marginal, I don't mind the third umpire being more aggressive.
We'll have one more look at that before. Yeah, and there it is. Yeah, no need to do it now because it has been called. I feel like that was literally at the waist.
So that's well, the ruling says if it's at the waist,
yeah,
it's a no ball. So that's fair enough.
That's at the waist for me.
If you were going on the old interpretation, you'd probably get away with that. I don't like that.
And then you shouldn't get away with that as a bowler, really, morally. Anyway, this is pretty well struck from Gill, who gets his first Maximo of his ECS 23. And slightly slower ball then, I think, from Yusuf. Well picked and well hit by Gill.
Good shot. Yeah, the key with those no ball calls, Vinny, is you've got to make sure all match referees are the same understanding so it doesn't deviate.
I think we're getting
that
that way.
So at the ECL and ECC, you make sure that that happens.
I think we're getting to all be on the same page, which is good. Good comeback from Yusuf. Attempted Yorker low full toss, just knocked out for one. I gotta say, I'm impressed with the intent, I suppose, from Malta. I mean, I'd be a bit upset they lose Stanislaus when they did, but you know, they're going to have a shake at this. At the moment, they're pretty much bang on the rate. Yunus tries to manoeuvre this away. Dot ball. Can't afford too many of those. So Saturday night in Malta tonight. What do you think?
Work Sunday.
Working Sunday. Sensible calling. It was a test. Yunus skies it again. Will he get lucky this time? Probably. Bermuda triangle. And it just plops perfectly. Now there's a run out on. And he bowls it to the keeper. And wow. ECS cricket at its best. Let's get a replay of this, please. It was the proper equilateral Bermuda triangle as well. They were equal distance from the ball. Then Yusuf, who said, well, I've bowled 6 balls. I'm going to bowl a 7th. As he doesn't try to throw it. See, the batters, again, you lose eye contact, see? That's what happens when you lose eye contact. I think he hears the footsteps, and that's when it's time for him to go. But, well, I think that Yusuf, his range of bowling is probably 22 yards. And no longer. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximum, here with Corey Ruckers in the commentary box. And yeah, just talking about the fact that we have cricket on Sunday tomorrow. I know the 6-day work week. You told me you had a problem with it. Good news. 7-day work week.
Okay,
we'll be back tomorrow for more cricket. So yeah, that's a change we've got this year. And hopefully you join us for more cricket tomorrow.
What's the... Oh, don't worry, continue on. Don't worry.
I know what you were going to say. Let me turn the mic off and ask you if that's what you're going to say. I guessed it perfectly. Oh, what a shot. Just works this round the corner. Yeah, Gill's come in. I suppose when you bring a guy in for his first game, you like them to have some success, and they put him in at number 3. And a bit of a shaky start, first ball, but since then, he's hit the ball pretty well.
Yeah, he has. He has. Now, there's a long way to go. They've done well in the first 5.1, but can they keep going? Big ask, really.
Marnus has a bit of geography trivia. I'm going to follow up on that in a minute, Marnus. Hit straight back. Oh, and he would have had a run out here. I think that Gill, he's backing up. He's going on the hit, and it kind of gets stuck in Basil George's hand. Have a look at this. This is quite a funny one. Because there's a non-striker. Often when the ball's hit, you just start going, and then he just held it a fraction too long, and Basil can't believe he's missed that. This should just be a single. Yeah, Marnus says that Malta has only got limited land. It's only 316 square kilometres, which makes it the 212th largest country in the world. I didn't know there were that many countries in the world. But Marnus, I tell you what, the 2 locations we've got at the moment, Malta and Gibraltar. Malta might be small, but it monsters Gibraltar. It dwarfs Gibraltar. Have a look at how big Gibraltar is. Give us those stats.
Well, next place we're going to go to is Vatican City, San Marino, all the small places. Monaco, Liechtenstein.
Yeah.
ECS. Imagine that.
How about Vis in Croatia? If you're talking islands. By the way, there's been a wicket. Meanwhile, Yunus has got a little feather here, and Basil George. You'll see on the replay, just a little feather. And Basil knows straight away. The umpire knows straight away. Cornelius knows straight away.
I didn't know straight away.
We didn't. We were talking geography, but I can tell you it is the 4th wicket. It's 74 for 4.
Yeah, you just feel like they're going to run out of steam. They're giving it their all. You never know.
So Goat Wrangler is saying, evening all. How did things end up with the robot? Well, the good news is, Goat Wrangler, probably during the third match yesterday, we hit our revised target. There are 2 robots on the way to Kartama. 2 robots, not 1 but 2, slightly different sizes. One's around for someone 175 to 180 centimetres, one for someone in the 160s. Basil George comes in, it's a perfect Yorker first up. And now there's a bit of confusion. This would have been a run out. And so, you see at the moment, Nazir has come out at 6. It was almost the hero the other day. So he can still bat, but I mean, these wickets are also chewing up deliveries, which is just making it a bit tougher.
Could have been the old traditional run out at the non-strikers end. Opportunity missed.
Last ball, Basil George's spell. Skied. Well, keeper's called this, and he's going to catch it. Afi Khan, who's an experienced customer. I think that shows through. Took control of that straight away. And Nazir's going to have to go without scoring. So, Malta Day, well, they stayed on the pace for a little while, but really the wheel's falling off now. 6 overs down is 74 for 5, and Basil George gets 3.
Yeah, very difficult to get the runs now. They've just run out of steam at the back end. Good effort, though, but good bowling from Basil George.
Good all-round effort from Basil. Who do you give the player of the match to here? Probably Basil, because he got half century and 3 wickets. But then Afi Khan, he's also come up with a catch and a stumping so far. In fact, 2 catches and a stumping. So it's a pretty close call. Maybe still to be decided. Don't think they'll mind. They'll just be happy. It looks like they walk away with the 2 points here. Andy is watching. He said he's at La Manga for some tour cricket with Jeff Maguire from Grizzly Bear Sports. He says top of the morning to us. Well, top of the morning to you as well, Andy and Jeff. Hopefully you're well there. How's the weather in Spain at the moment? Can't wait to get back there. Work on my Spanish.
Not long now. 4 more empanadas, sir. That's what you need to
work out my empanada strategy. 5 down. This is in the air, and it's going to go all the way. Well, good batting. You can see that Gill, he's lost a couple of partners, but he's going to keep having a go at this. Maximal, 6 runs.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. Half volley gets it away. And I have been impressed with Malta Day's effort here. They're trying their best to stay in it. I don't think they're going to get there, but they've been impressive in their intent.
They're literally at the point of no return there. They're 18 and over.
We should create an intentometer graph.
Do it.
Sure.
Hit to the offside. Probably would have been a wide if you
I've been thinking about this type of delivery. The extremely slow ball that's actually a wide, because players then still naturally...
They spoil it.
Yeah.
Spoil a wide.
I think it's a good option.
Yeah, leg cutter. Started just inside the line. Get it cut away. Have it kind of dropping on the batter. Not an easy ball to hit out of the ground.
Correct.
Got to spot it and leave it. This will be a wide or wides. It will run all the way to the rope. So first kind of blemish, if you like, on Afi Khan's record as he gets down there, but just kind of yorks himself. This one doesn't swing at all. And 5 bonus runs at the moment. Malta Day need them from wherever they can get them.
Absolutely. Runs always helpful, and 5 of them for free. You take that every day.
Santosh saying in the chat, Wayers Goat saying good evening, because Mr. Maximo's still having his morning coffee. Well, the coffee machine is broken, but I take your point. That's one of the cool things. People are watching from all around the world, and they're watching at different times of the day. So yeah, it is morning here. It's 20 past 10 local. But some people are watching late at night, later in the day. Another wide. That's good from Afi. You can see he probably is upset that he missed that last one. He made doubly short to get his feet over there. Rod Marsh said, as far as keeping goes, it's important to have good hands, but he never saw a pair of hands walking around by themselves. So it's your feet that are a real key wicket keeping. That's true. This one's a thick edge. It's going to run away for 4, or is it? It does. Really took a lot of pace off that first bounce, but Gill gets a boundary. So Malta Day just hanging in there. It's to be an epic chase from here, but yeah, they're still just getting the runs they need at the moment.
Yeah, just hanging in just through some edges and some wides. Can they get a bit more luck and stay in this chase?
Nice to have you with us, Santosh, and yeah, it's a good point you make. Maybe let us know in the chat what the time is, where you are watching from around the world. We can personalise our greeting to you. Here's the shusha in the air and nailed, absolutely nailed by Gill straight down the ground. Maximo! And that cleared the boundary by miles. Well, they're on a wing and a prayer, aren't they, Malta Day? But Gill keeping him in the match.
Just these last 3 balls have swayed it again, opening a door, 5 wides, an edge for 4, and now a moose 6. You never know. 50 off 20.
So 15 and over, bearing in mind it started at 14.6, so he's pretty much got them back on track run rate-wise. But, wow, Rouse at the other end. He's not a bad bat for number 7. There's that ball you talked about.
Spin.
It's kind of a rolling leg cutter, but gets one. Now, Rouse got his role to play as well. I don't think you can afford to eat many ones when you need 15 and over.
Oh,
But,
left-hander helps.
yeah. The 5 wide's such a potential game changer, isn't it? 5 bonus runs doesn't count as a delivery. Hello to Conrad Greenshields, who's watching from Portugal, I imagine. Hey, Conrad, how are you? How are ECL preparations coming together?
We'll get through. Picks out short third.
Never going to, but Rouse off the mark. He'll retain the strike as we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 98 for 5. To do a comparison, it was 99 for 3. So they're only actually 1 run behind in the comparison. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day. And I can tell you, Matterdale, they've won the toss. They'll bat first in the second match of the day. So different order of innings. That means Matterdale will basically continue to bat. And Samuel Stanislaus is at the top of the order with Santhi. And you see, they're not the worst kind of batting order. See Ravi Mapara into the lineup for them. And
Who, sorry?
Ravi Mapara, not Ravi
Oh,
Mapara.
sorry, just making sure.
Ravi Mapara. Didn't you love, what was it called? The cricket game where they had to change all the names? So you'd have Glenn McGriff.
Yeah, they didn't get the license, so...
Yeah. Alan Boulder.
Yeah, good.
Matthew Hyder. Anyway, well, here comes Mehboob Rahman. It's a bit of a mystery spinner. He'll bowl a little bit of everything. He's going to bowl the 8th. Starts with an orthodox finger spinning delivery, but he'll bowl a mixture of left arm orthodox and left arm unorthodox. And he's normally pretty effective because he seems to still remain as accurate, even though I wouldn't say that it's hard to pick the difference, but he's pretty accurate when he's switching one to the other. Let's see what he bowls to Gill. I feel like he'll probably bowl a wrist spinner first up to him. All right, sticks to the orthodox, a little bit short. Is this in the gap? It is. So this is 4, I think. And they need boundaries from somewhere. So where's this bounce? It is, yeah, just, oh actually, yeah, no, I think that's just 4.
Just 4, Vin.
Yeah, saw it right the first time. Quattro Caneras brings up the 100 for Matterdale.
Yeah, they're hanging in just.
Martin's asking, did I ever meet the great late Rodney Marsh? I don't think I met him in person. I might have been at a couple of functions, but didn't have the pleasure of speaking to him. But he was, I never really saw him play live either. I was a bit too young for that, but I watched a lot of coaching videos and I read a lot of books that he'd written and read a lot about him as well. So something about the mindset. He said something, oh, he's given it 6. Maybe it hit the line. All right.
Game on.
Good for the game. Now this is skied. Someone's got to catch this. Bastians, is he going to get in? He won't. So it's a good miss hit, and they're going to hustle back for 2, forces the fumble.
Great running.
It's good game awareness from Rao as well. Sometimes when the ball's skied, you'll see the guys just kind of sitting and watching it and seeing if they're going to be caught or not. But you can't really affect that. Rao, he was off to the races straight away. He probably had a feeling it wasn't going to carry.
See how they both put their head down and just knew to go? That's good. That's what we need to see more of at this level.
Gutsy chased this from Matterdale. He thought they might fold here. Now Ryan gets another chance. It's in the air and it's taken. Well, slight ice cream cone, but Gill does hustle back, gets the strike, but he goes next ball. Is that the last roll of the dice for Matterdale? Gill bats well for 38, but he goes 107 for 6.
Yeah, big wicket. You sort of feel like that could be it, only with 2.2 overs to go. He was the set man. Can somebody else come in and maybe steal this win? It's wide, it's spinning away, it's clever bowling, and a simple catch this time for the big man, Ryan.
Yeah, he's into the side for the first time today, Ryan Bastians, and he holds that catch. And what else we got in here? Oh, Santosh asking, was he the father of the Marsh brothers, Sean and Mitch? No, that's Jeff Marsh was the father, no relation, and actually played a fair bit against Sean, a similar age, a couple of years younger than me. And at Mitch, I remember Mitch coming to our games as a 6-year-old with his little bat. He was still actually pretty big back then, Mitch Marsh. And yeah, Wayne, good morning to you, Wayne, or good afternoon where you are, saying that saying Jeff Pond was his favourite. Yeah, good one. Wayne, big thanks to you as well for your generosity yesterday. Robots are ordered, and hopefully they're on the way. I'll definitely be giving you some updates once I know more. So let's see if they can get close to this. Mitakumara, the captain, coming out at number 8. There's that wrist spinner from Rahman. He often comes up with the goods. With his, I'd say mystery spin, but he certainly has a variety of spin. And it's a pretty good skill to be able to switch one to the other really quickly. Conrad's asking, is there a golf course next to the ground? Yeah, there sure is here. It's a whole sports complex. There's archery, there's tennis, there's paddle, there's squash, there's swimming. In the air and caught. Nice bit of catching there, up in the circle. And so Michael Gunatilica, who just had a bit of a rough time in the field the other day, almost had his head taken off with one. He dropped one over his head, but this time he picks that one up pretty quickly. He knows he has to come forward, so Rao goes for just 2. Marta Day look like they're falling off the pace once again. It's been a brave chase, but they've lost 7 now. It's 108 for 7. And a disappointment for Rao. And they've got high hopes for with the bat, but he just cannot seem to get going in this series. Still plenty of time left for him to make an impact. 8 overs down, 108 for 7. Yeah, Wayne, big thank you. It was really kind of you, how generous you were yesterday. And we know that we're looking forward to those robot costumes arriving at some point. So time for over number 9. All happens in the 9th. They need something to happen, don't they? Seneviratne is going to bowl. Kumaran, the captain. Again, he probably feels by the time it gets down to him, they're probably not in great shape, but does get a run here. What do you think about the 6-game schedule as well? And 7 days a week. 7 days a week, 6 games a day. 42 games this week on ECN. What a way just to start the season. Of course, a bit of a pre-start in Gibraltar already. He spoils what would have been a wide here. It's a lesson here for Renzi Jacob when he looks at this. I know that when you get across in front of your stumps, you know, you make it more likely you might be an LBW candidate, but I think you're not too worried about that on this pitch and in these conditions and such a short match where the price of the wicket isn't as much. I think with only 60 deliveries, you want to make sure that you make the most of each one. It would have been a wide, it would have had to been re-bowled. This one will be a wide. He won't be able to spoil this one. Always does the splits as he pulls out of the shot, Renzi Jacob. Yeah, so Conrad obviously must have never been to Malta. I know you almost were going to come to Malta last year to help with some commentary, but then you fell off your bike. Tell me if I'm right about that. But yeah, it's a very nice complex and very well looked after, as you can probably tell on your screen. He's bowled him, and Jacob swings all across this one, hits the top of middle stump, and Seneviratne gets the wicket. Not today. I mean, this innings, they have had the right approach, like I said, and it kind of shows you that because they're chasing 146, they're going for it, and they've got a very good score on the board. The other day, they couldn't chase 80 against Gozo, because I think they might have just limited themselves, and they're a bit too conservative. But by throwing caution to the wind, they've got 110, and they're not finished yet. That'll win you a lot of games here in Malta, but in this one, it won't be enough with 8 balls remaining. Bala Eswaran, well, he did drop a catch earlier, but he took an absolute blinder to get Afi Khan for 55. I'm sure that'll turn up on social media as well. Knocked it up with his left hand, caught it with his right as he was falling. Facing up now. Gets a little inside edge onto his body. His captain calls him through for the single. One thing that the teams have been really good at during this series is the time. We haven't had a time penalty yet. You can see that still running ahead by a couple of minutes. As we get to last ball of the 9th. Witu has a go at it. He'll get one out to the leg side. It's the end of 9, 112 for 8. And we go to the last over. Corey's just popped out for a comfort break. Left me alone for a little while. But yeah, these two teams, you can see not as much between them as you might have imagined if you just watched the first few overs of the day. Yeah, Malta Day, a team that continue to improve. Of course, Malta Day, it's the hospital here. They do a lot of good work. It's a big hospital as well. Big operation. A lot of them working there, in and around the hospital. So the Crusaders, bit of a fixture here in ECS cricket as well. They continue to improve. Mahbub Rahman's going to bowl the last over. This is in the air. It is going to be caught. Well, what a catch. And Rahman, he's happy about it. Tell you what, I know at this stage of the game, there's probably not a lot riding on it, but that is a fantastic piece of fielding down there. He was almost going to collide, I thought, with Mattila Avishka. Have a look at this. Zishan Yusuf just grabs it on the run and then says, whoa, hold on a second. Avishka almost going to tackle him to make sure he stays in the field of play. But well, unlucky for Mutu. He gets a fair piece of that, but he'll have to go for 3. And they're down to their last batter. It's 112 for 9. Mahbub Rahman, he's a very, very good bowler. We've seen a lot of him in ECS cricket. And like I said, he is able to kind of switch from finger spin to wrist spin pretty easily. Like a Shane Warne 1 minute and a Phil Tufnell the next. Like I say, even if you pick it, I mean, it's not like trying to deceive a batter by them not picking it. So when you have a wrong un, for example, it's a leg spin action that you're trying to deceive the batter. They don't know what it is. You can, most batters, if they're worth their salt, they'll be able to pick an off spinner from a leg spinner. But if it's accurate, you still have to play it. There's the orthodox finger spinning delivery. Great fielding. They've kept their standards up here. That's really nice work. It's Takura. Doesn't have to do much this game, but does make the stop. Pintu Gosh, the number 11, gets off the mark. Swaran digs this one out for a single. So not far away from the end of this. And the next game will be coming up in about 20 minutes. Looks like they will bat out the 10 overs now as Gosh gets another single. So it's going to be disappointing for Malta Day. But yeah, I think, like I said, you look at the fact that they couldn't chase 80 against Gozo, because maybe they limited themselves. Here they've tried to chase 146. They've got almost 120. Oh, he's going to be, yeah, it's interesting. I think he might be stumped here because he actually charges and the ball would have bowled him. It doesn't knock the bails off. No, it's probably run out because he actually takes off for a run. And so Afi Khan says, I'll take the quick run out. It probably is run out because he does make a forward movement. Anyway, it's probably all academic, but they do lose their 10th wicket off the last ball. 145 to 115. So 30 runs the margin as Corey Ruckers comes back to take us through the post-game highlights. I've got to say, no matter day, it was a brave kind of innings. In a sense, it shows you what you can do when you're chasing a lot of runs. They got plenty, but it wasn't quite enough. Well,
you talk about it a lot, you and Rico, about when teams need to go full tilt and there's no question mark about how to bat, you have more intent. And I think we saw that. We saw some good shots throughout the top of the innings for Made and through the middle order because they've given this run chase a real red-hot crack. Unfortunately, though, you need almost everything for you to go right. If you're going to chase 140, nearly everything has to fall into place. And credit to the Southern Crusaders, they held their nerve for the longer period of time.
Yeah, they did. The last one was given stumped, which I'm not sure it was, but
Hey, you take it if you're a bowler.
Yeah, I was going to say, if in doubt, I always think stump's better, because at least you get some credit for it. Anyway, Srijay Patel, he still hit a couple, but he ended up missing one that knocked him over. Speaking of missing, Basil had 3 to flick at, and he missed them all. But he bowled really well. 3 wickets for Basil George, 3 for 17 to go with his 62 off 25. And who knows, maybe that stumping will put Afi Khan across in the man of the match, because he did take 2 catches, 2 stumpings, and score 55. For me, that was the catalyst for the Southern Crusaders innings. But yeah, it's a pretty close call. As it was, Bastian's into the lineup. We'll probably see him opening the batting once again. Missed out in this game. Nice catch by Gunatilaka, who had a bit of a rough time in the field the other day. He was considering wearing a helmet in that position, I heard, after he almost had his head taken off. But yeah, really, Malta Day, you can't really criticise their approach. They were being attacking. They tried their best to get as close as they could. They get an above par score, I think, in the end, but it's not quite enough to challenge the Crusaders. The margin, 30 runs in the first of 4 matches today from Malta. Looking at the scorecard, and early on, they were putting a lot of faith in their openers. Stanislaus went for 22 after Sathi departed for 18. Navdeep Gill, well, he was a surprise packet for me. He was able to score 38, and I think he looked pretty good. Srijay Patel with 13, but apart from that, no one else hits double figures, and in the end, 31 victory.
Yeah, 30-run victory. These 2 teams will go again, and some of those players will take some confidence through to the next game.
Yeah, it's been given a run out on the screen. Sure. But we'll figure it out, don't worry. We've got time to figure it out as well. We're back in about 15 minutes. Just before we go, we'll look at the bowling figures. Pair of 3-fers there. Mahbub Rahman, 3 for 13, 3 for 17 for Basil George. Singles for Decent Yusuf. The Shusha Rashmika took a wicket, but was pretty expensive. And Senaratna, the 1 wicket for 4 when he came in towards the end. We'll take a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And when we do, it'll be time for the repeat of this game. Well, Southern Crusaders will want to repeat. Malta Day, though, they'll get the chance to set the pace because they're batting first in match 22. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Back shortly with more action from Malta. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hi, welcome back to the Master International Cricket Ground here on the beautiful island nation of Malta. Sunny Saturday, great conditions for cricket. Now we're heading into the second match of the day. It's match 22 and the second leg of the double header between the Southern Crusaders and Malta Day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee here in Malta, is with two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Welcome to the second game between the Southern Crusaders and Malta Day. Malta Day to call. Here's your head, sir. Here's your tails. Call his head. The head it is.
So in the second match of the day, it is Muthukumaran from Malta Day. He wins the toss and he gets a chance to bat first. So in the first game, it was the other way around. We saw that the Southern Crusaders, they won the toss and batted. So now Malta Day get the chance to bat first and set the target. We certainly saw some really good stroke making early on this morning. I think Malta Day will be hoping they can do something similar. And look, all these teams, they will get to play a lot of matches, but these all count because the higher up on the ladder that you finish at the end of this round robin stage, but basically the easier your path to the trophy. And remember, the whispers are that potentially the winner of this tournament could be going to the ECL next year. So let's go over to Corey Ruckers, who's in the commentary box, who's from the toss in match 22. Is that Malta Day? They've won the toss and they want to have a bat. It's over to you, Corey. Let's get started.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, for that lovely introduction. We're all ready set for this one. Game 2 on this sunny Saturday. Batsmen have made their way to the middle. Bowlers ready, umpires are almost ready. Zishan Yusuf with the new ball. Just waiting for the umpire to say play and for it to tick over to 11 AM here in Malta. So we start right on time. And here we go. Short, wide, hit away. Deep cover in place though. Looks like the two boundary riders, the deep cover and third man. So Yusuf saying, oh, I'm not going to bowl too close to the stumps or to the wheelhouse. Otherwise, I don't have much protection on the leg side. Nice shot from Stanislaus, who's off the mark. Patel now, it looks like he's been put up the order in this one to have a go at the top. A little bit of luck early underneath edge. And well mopped up there from the keeper, Khan. So our second game on this Saturday. Sun is shining, but there is a stiff breeze starting to go from left to right on your screen. See if it wreaks havoc with the players. And that's a pretty loose looking shot, isn't it? Play and miss. And nice start from Yusuf here. Keeping it outside that off stump line. He's got the protection on the offside. Saying try and hit it through deep cover and point, short cover and third man. So got to bowl accordingly to the field setting. And that's been pulled away and dived over Sydney Harbour Bridge. Patel getting a little bit funky with his feet. Not too sure it tricked anybody. He just drags this from outside off stump. And the old Sydney Harbour Bridge from square leg. It will go away for the first boundary in this clash. Malta Day batting first in this one. I'm sure they'll be thinking 120 plus if they can. Mood. Straight over. Wide mid-wicket. He just reaches for it and swats it really. And he mooed it. What a shot. Look at this. This wasn't the worst ball you'll ever see. It's wide of off stump bowling to his field, but he just drags it across. You've got to have good hand-eye coordination to play a shot like that. 6 runs, so great start now for Malta Day. 11 off the first 5 with 1 to come. Tough game to be a bowler sometimes, isn't it? Not the worst ball you'll ever see. Not the worst over you'll ever see. It's already gone for 11. And he's hit that pretty well as well. So the over in the end is going to go for 17. I think that was the worst ball of the lot. It was short at the body. No one's back, but square leg. Doesn't matter. He's hit that really well. Cleared the rope quite comfortably. 6 more runs to the total. What a great start this is for Malta Day. They will finish the very first over on 17 for none. Here on this Saturday in Malta. Still 6 live games today. We finished 1. 4 in Malta, 2 in Gibraltar later. With Rico full and the crew out there in Gibraltar. I'm sure they're having a great time. So almost set for the second over now. Cut away, but that should be stopped by a short third, and it is. So just the single for Stanislaus, and he's probably thinking, why can't I just get Patel on strike? Why not? Ishantha with the second over in the power play. He loves that shimmy, doesn't he? And he's been dropped. So the shimmy didn't fall anyone this time. That should have been caught. Story of Malta are these dropped catches early in the games. They really do cost you. Didn't hit it well at all. It went straight to him. Maybe one step to his left and it burst through. So that's a life for Patel. Will that be costly? Wow, look at the carry there. That's a full ball and the keeper took it over his head. Good bowling from Ishantha here. Could have had a wicket, beats the bat of Stanislas there. Edged away and caught. So he gets the man in the end. He picks up his first wicket. Stanislas reaching for that one. It was wide of off stump. It was there to be flayed through the offside. In the end, he gets an edge and it balloons to that man at short third man. We've seen that often in the T10 format. A lot of catches go in this region. Just a bit of late swing. Simple catch. Good to see that not dropped. First wicket goes down for Malta Day. It's a big wicket for Stanislas. The score is 19 for 1. So Malta Day losing this morning in that big challenge of a run chase. Looking to at least win one game this morning. A couple of balls left in this second over. Hit high in the air. Could this be an opportunity? No, it's just going to clear the man at mid-wicket. They should come back for 2, but he's not running too quickly. This could be tight. Well, the keeper, Afdi Khan, decided to go in front of the stumps to try to take the ball. Would he have been better off letting that bounce to him? The answer is yes. So once you go that far in front of the stumps, you can't really do anything. 2 runs, nonetheless, for Gill. Much prefer the keeper to stay behind the stumps. Always getting that chance of a direct hit as well. Hit away into the leg side, and that's better fielding this time. Much better, more improved, and keeps it just to a single. That should take us to the end of the first 2 overs of this T10 match, and the score is 22 for 1. Have a look at the table. And still early days in this competition, but great start for Gozo's Army and Swiki United, both 4 from 4. Southern Crusaders, they'll be thinking, let's win this one and join those 2 right at the tip top of the table. For those at the bottom, still a long way to go. You won't want to cancel yourself out yet. You still have hopes of making it through to the finals. That's only week 1 currently in our ECS Malta. A couple more weeks to go before the ECIs for the very first time. Hit hard down the ground. That could go for 4. Will he be able to catch up with it? well, a little bit of foot fielding, and I think he does his teammate in there. Keeps it to 1 run. Basil George with the ball now. Have a look at this. He's running after it, and his mate goes, "Oop, straight over you." A little bit of football skill. Play and miss outside the off stump. So a steady start to this one. Well, that has been absolutely mowed. That's huge. That is real big. That has hit the tennis court on the full. The little shimmy, and then every bit of energy he has goes into hitting that ball. That cleared that gigantic fence and hit the blue wall on the full. That has to be a 100-metre hit. That's one of the biggest sixes we've seen in the tournament. What a shot from Patel. I'd love to measure that out. That is gigantic. I don't know if we can get footage of where the players are looking for that ball, but they are a long, long, long way away. That hit the blue wall on the full. The indoor tennis courts out there. That had to have been a 100-metre hit. I don't think there's much hope trying to find that little grizzly ball. Let that one go. A new one thrown on and get on with the game. There's one that comes onto the screen now for the umpire. What a shot from Patel. He loves that little shimmy, doesn't he? So 6 runs to Patel. You see the umpire talking to the third official and saying please throw another ball on, which they've done, so we'll never get that other one back. This time play and miss outside the off stump. So Patel's off to a bit of a flyer himself. Malta Day trying to come back from the loss earlier today. This time flicked away, well fielded, good pickup, going to be a run out. Yes, no, maybe, and thanks for coming, and I think it's Gill that's out. We'll see this slowly, but Patel, I'm not too sure, ever left his crease, so they'll slow this down to make sure. But Gill is walking off. Patel played the shot and went back into his crease. I'm 99% sure, but let's have a look. He hit it to 45. Oh, yeah. He gets his bat back down just before Gill, so Gill will have to go. Unfortunately, Patel, bit of yes, no, maybe. And Gill, who committed to the run, it was his call, has to make the long walk back as I welcome back Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, not sure if we've got that one from side on, but yeah, that'll show as well that it looks like Patel did kind of take a couple of steps. It's a tough one. I think Gill coming into the lineup, maybe they haven't batted together a lot. You see here, it's an interesting one. Oh, you know what? I reckon that would have been pretty close. Umpires have called it as they've seen it. But this is what happens when you take your eyes off your batting partner and start making your own decisions. You got to be on the same page. That hurts, isn't it? Because no matter day, you're trying to make the best of it, and you don't want to sacrifice runs to run-outs. What I will say about it, as Basil comes in, and this will be a single, is it's the power of a clean pickup. You know, the clean pickup from the fielder spooks the batters essentially, and it spooks Patel out of continuing with the run. So it's a bit of a wasteful one. If you ask me, it's 30 for 2 after 3 overs.
You see that 6 hit the blue wall on the full?
Yeah, and I can't believe they didn't just throw out another ball straight away. They said, okay, go and find it.
How big's that? That's a big, big hit. Think about it. It hit the wall on the full.
I reckon it's about 65 to the wall, to the little wall, and then you're probably adding on another 15, 80 minimum. Maybe I'm being conservative there.
I think so.
17, 5 and 8 in the power play. So I know that right now I think the Big Bash final's on at the moment as well.
No interest.
I've got some friends playing in that, so I'll probably be keeping an eye on it. Here's a Vishka. in the air, hasn't got it, straight down the throat of the fielder, and dropped.
Wow.
Wow, he had plenty of time, didn't he? Plenty of time to get under that, and unfortunately, that's Curry-Awassam. He's come into the lineup, and well, wakey. Expect to catch this one 9 times out of 10, or maybe even more.
If this was yesterday, I'd be up for about 10 to 12 euro already. This is remarkable.
100%. 100%.
He's got to catch that.
Well, Marnus has said, actually, the Brisbane Heat managed to hit 175 against your Scorchers, Corey.
Not my
your Scorchers, are they?
Don't support the Scorchers.
Hard interest in Scorchers.
No interest in Scorchers. No interest in the Big Bash, actually.
Why is that?
Doesn't
float your boat?
There's too much T20 cricket of franchise. There's a UAE T20 right now, the SA T20. Then you've got the PSL and IPL, which I think are the best two. And then there's just, it's a bit too much right now. I'm not that interested. The same players on the same circuits doing the same thing over and over.
Big Bash wants to basically challenge the IPL.
No chance.
To be, or not challenge, but to be the next big one. But I think they've lost a bit of ground.
Big Bash is
from where they were.
Shot.
Well fielded though.
Big Bash will never get close to the IPL. The IPL and in PSL are the big two. IPL's first, obviously, but the rest, boring. It's the exact same thing over and over again. There's a UAE T20 league, a South African T20 league, and the Big Bash at the same time, with the same players that do the same thing. How's that interesting?
The issues with the Big Bash probably that don't get the top Australian players playing. Oh, watch out. If this hits, he's gone. Yeah, it gives him a free look at him. Sathi, who you mentioned, is not a huge fan of running. He comes out and give him one run, but really it was a walk.
Jeez, could have been an easy run out.
Get a Tillicum. There's the man prowling in his short cover position. He misses the target.
Shot. What a shot. He's got some beautiful wrist, and that's going to go away for 6.
Well, Srijay Patel, he's a bit hit and miss, but he's been more hit than miss so far in this innings. You're right. It's all wrist. Look at him. Just at the right moment. Throws those hands through the ball. 6 runs. Good batting.
Yeah, very nice shot, that. Very nice shot indeed. It's a big ball.
Santos says BBL is second in player quality.
Not even close.
It's an opinion. There's the old, I don't know what to call that. The Srijay shuffle, maybe, how he always kind of squares up and goes back to where he started.
The local players that play BBL are nowhere near as good as the other countries. Not even close.
It's a funny thing in Australia, in a generation actually, as we get to 41 for 2 after 4. And back when I was playing, your chance of cracking something at that level was minuscule. Not minuscule, but I mean, the opportunity is a bit harder to come by. Now, with players moving around so much, you've got kind of 8 teams instead of 6. You've got bigger squads, you've got players coming in and out, you've got international commitments at the same time as these. And I look at, no disrespect to some of the players, look at some of the players that get an opportunity now at that level, and I think, wow, maybe I was born about 20 years too early.
Yeah, you never know.
But having said that, wait for this Srijay shuffle again. Knocked down the ground for 1. BBL has some issues with...
the BBL doesn't even have a draft, and it goes for about 4 months. It's boring. It is actually boring.
I think they're trying to base on the Australian football model, where you kind of grab a team and you follow the team. But
doesn't
at least
work.
In Australian football, you know your team's playing 1 game a week, and you can kind of gear up for it. He's bowled him. What a good ball by Zishan Yusuf. He pitched that up, and he just blasted through Sathi, who had a brief and fairly unhappy time at the crease today. He'll go, and the score is 42 for 3.
He's your boy Sathi. He's having a tournament out, isn't he? He's gone. Yusuf, well done, well bowled, picks himself up a wicket. But no, give me IPL and PSL any day. Any day of the week.
It's funny, because you were saying the IPL was a weak competition, and anyone that followed it...
I never said it was a weak competition. I think the bowling's a bit weaker.
I'm just going to try and get the hate mail going.
I think the bowling's a little bit weaker, but the batting... T20 is about batting, right? The batting level at the IPL is the best.
Here's my 3-step plan to fix the BBL. Ready? This is called Left Field Saturdays.
10 over games. Call it the ECN.
Say you get 3 teams to 1 location. Say you get Adelaide and Brisbane to Perth, let's say.
Yep.
3 T10s. Adelaide, Brisbane at 4 o'clock. Perth, Brisbane at 6 o'clock. Perth, Adelaide at 8 o'clock. Families can come, watch 1 game, watch 2 games, watch whatever you like. You get more action in a lesser period of time. And you've got to bring the boundaries in 15 metres. Done. No more knocking 10 and over in 1s and 2s. Yawn fest. I went and watched the game at the MCG. Look, I like my cricket, don't get me wrong. Maybe I'm skewed by how much of this I've seen, but I was just waiting too long for something to happen. And even when there was and you might not even get a close finish. At least if you have 3 games on a day, you're more likely to get some close finishes. Oh, turns him around. You know, when teams need 8 and over and they're too scared to take risks, there's no incentive to try and hit boundaries. It's like it wakes you up when there's a boundary. Personal, that's left field Saturday for you.
Give me international cricket any day. And T10s. Shot. Nice hand, though. Good fielding.
Assists to his fielder. There you go. How about that?
Give me T10 internationals. Oh, wait, you will.
Yeah, well, we'll give you T10 internationals. Give me more Spanish cricket every weekend. Get Corey out of his house.
Do you want to put my squad up?
Give me a second. I can work on it. Maybe I might be able to find the Austrian squad as well. This is up and it's out of the ground. Well, how about this? Srijay, no shuffle this time, but he's got those wrists, doesn't he? Moves up into the 40s. Martaday winning the toss and batting. Lost a couple of key players, but right now, Srijay standing up for his team.
What a shot. What a great shot. And Patel, he's in. He set himself a platform for a big score.
So, Shriyans, he has got a message for you, Corey. You ready?
No.
No, you've got a complicated history with Shriyans. As we get to the end of the over. Coming up tonight, Gibraltar. Before we go back to that, Sloggers versus Pirates. Sloggers, pretty close-knit unit, actually. Been together for a while. And they take on the Pirates. So, yeah, a bit of a break. Same time slot as last night, starting 6:30 p.m. GMT, 7:30 in the evening in Central Europe. Midnight in India, 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. So, Shriyans has a message for you, Corey. You ready?
Okay.
He said he loves ECN. His comments are fun. Please don't take them too seriously. He's a big ECN fan. There you go. And he loves the commentators. Isn't that nice for Shriyans?
Nice, very nice.
He's just showing a bit behind the curtain. I know you're pretty guarded about things, but yeah, he's opening his heart to you.
I don't open my heart often.
50 for 3. I'd be scared what's in there. 50's up. Patel's got 41 of them for today.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's chopped on. He's just tried to hack across the line one time too many, and Avishka's got his man. So, could be a big moment in the game because Srijay was on song, but he departs. The score's 50 for 4.
You got to feel a little bit hard done by when you get an underneath edge and it trickles onto the stumps, especially when it was so widely off stump. But that's sometimes how cricket falls for you. A little bit of hard luck, I think, and it goes onto the stumps.
Yeah, it's ball probably would have been a wide, you know. And so it is going to be the 4th wicket. Well, a fair bit of commentary coming in from the chat at the moment. What else have we got here? I don't want to miss anybody. Pista, hello to you. He's asking now, I've seen all teams, who do you think will win? He likes Gozo Zalmi. He wants to ask Corey too. Got to say Gozo Zalmi for me. They're favourites based on what we've seen in week 1. I'll ask Corey shortly. What do you think? Gozo Zalmi, most impressive team so far?
Who was second place? Swicky.
We haven't seen too much of Marsa. They don't look quite where they are.
Yeah, Gozo do look good. They do look good.
See, the Warriors have had their moments. What else? Graham Doolan's got a fair point. He said, you know, he likes watching this cricket, but it's also the same over and over, if I'm not mistaken. Look, true. But I suppose here, it's a bit of apples and oranges if you're comparing. This is basically, it's omnipresent, right?
No, but this isn't the same overseas players just going over.
Look at this from Michael Nazir. Throw some side on and roll it all the way through. Have you ever seen this? Oh, we've got to get this back. We've got a bit of time. Maybe not. Keep it for the next ball, Elvira. Afi Khan appeals. The batter turns around and appealed in the keeper's face. Oh, and now, well, Afi gets half a glove on this, but I still think it's going to run down the leg side for 5 wides. So Martaday getting runs however they can. And Avishka just loses the handle on that one. Afi's normally a good keeper, and that's a really tough take. Yeah, look at this. So he appeals and he's saying, hey, there's nick on that, and Michael's going, guess what, there's not. He gives it back to him. Good byplay. Everything okay over there? Sound check, 1-2 in the air. Oh, he's got to negotiate the helmet. Nafi's going to get his man in the end. So he gets back on Nazir. And unfortunately for Michael, he's going to finish with a duck next to his name. And so 5 wickets down now. Malta Day, all right, a little bit of trouble. Getting deep in the order already, 55 for 5.
Yeah, good catch by the keeper. He makes good ground, takes it. And another wicket goes down. Good little fight back here from Southern Crusaders. No, my thing is with the franchises, it's the same players. It's the same.
That's the key.
I'm close.
You're right.
I know quite a lot of the players, and they're just there for the money and just are on the circuit. It's the same thing. Oh, it's the same pool of players.
That's why I said it's not really like comparing. You can't compare anything to ECN because it's so different to anything else that's out there.
No, this is rogue as anything.
Yeah, and that's what makes
We're
it.
in Malta right now.
Yeah, I'm aware. We were playing cricket in January and let the summer of cricket begin. Well, it's still winter.
All the fives, Vin.
Yeah, 55, 5, 5.5. Cornelius gets the ball coming at him both ways. End of the over, 55 for 5. Yeah, and I think the fact that the players are always changing makes it interesting. So you discover characters. It's a bit like, it's now become a successful format. So like, let's just use a show like The Bachelor.
Wow.
One day you might be on The Bachelor.
I've been actually,
Have you?
2013.
Yeah, sure. So the thing is, if you watch the same 12 people trying to find love over and over again, it would probably get a bit old. But I think the fact that you're cycling through, be interesting to know, if you're cycling through players and teams, and then every so often, you bring them back. So certain players we see that you might go, oh yeah, I haven't thought about him for a while. I haven't thought about Adam Alga for a while, for example. But let's get back to the action here. But yeah, Graham, take your point. Strians just says that if you knew him personally, you would know he's a fun-loving guy. Well, then you guys get on like a house on fire. Corey, away from the mic, he's actually quite serious. I've never seen him smile.
What? Lies.
Sits in the corner. Spends a lot of time staring into the mirror pensively. Oh no, another run out, but they've gone to the wrong end here.
Yep.
Oh, maybe they haven't.
Make overthrows. No.
No. He said, I've already turned around twice. I don't want to turn around a third time. Well, Shreyans rates ECN first, then IPL, and he rates PSL last because it's the worst league in the world. Hey, you got to respect people's opinions. You might not agree with them.
I feel like that might be a more deeper issue, him saying that.
Shreyans is disappointed that you're watching his comments but won't say hello, which is disappointing as an ECN fan. Would you like to say hello to Shreyans?
No, I'm thinking about blocking him from the chat.
Well, that's what I said about Corey. He is not a fun-loving guy. He loves hate. This is going to be one.
He loves hate. It's the most ridiculous comment.
You know, some people say that they love to. I just love to love. You love to hate.
Love to hate.
You love friction.
I do like a bit of friction.
You love friction. And your New Year's resolution was you weren't going to rile up the viewers.
No, the moderators. Don't get it confused. There's a big difference.
It shouldn't be a two-class system.
I'm all for moderators. Viewers,
oh, that's probably out.
Out.
Yeah, and it's pitched up. And look who's come into the attack. It's Jojo Thomas for the first time this morning. And I think
Jojo
Shaboom. And he's turned this one down the line. Yeah, he's a funny one, Jojo Thomas. He does tend to...
Bit of Nathan Lyon dip on that.
He tends to just be handy, hard to get away, gets the breakthrough of Eunice.
Do you want me to roll up our Indian viewers?
Hold on, wait, in a minute. It's 56 for 6. And, let's have it one more time. I'll give you a pivot. Yeah, I'll let you rile up the viewers, but you've got to ask me first. You've got to get a license.
With one comment.
Is it Kohli related?
No.
Okay, go.
Nathan Lyon's a better spinner than Ravichandran Ashwin. There you go. That'll add some flares before the Test series. I'd like to see Ravi Ashwin bowl on hard decks in Australia his whole career and get 400 wickets. There you go. That will really roll people up.
I guess we'll find out shortly, won't we?
Oh no! I don't want to check my put my social media up now.
Yeah,
let the messages come through.
Please put the social media up.
Oh no!
At the end of this over. That's a good idea. Thanks, Elvira.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Takes a bit off it, doesn't it? Kamaran's out there at number 8. It's into the over. It's 56 for 6. Yeah, we'll bring it on. Corey loves to have viewers from South Asia after him. And you can just please send all your correspondence to crutgers_28 on Instagram. He said Lyon is a far better bowler than Ashwin. By the way, Ravi Ashwin, big ECN fan. You know that, right?
Oh, sorry, Ravi.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Ravi Ashwin, he loves ECN. He won't mind. It is interesting, though, because Shane Warne didn't have a great record in India. And it made me think, is there a slightly different, I don't want to say technique, but slightly, well, we know it's different bowling on these different wickets. You tend to assume as a spinner that subcontinent you'll do well, but yeah, maybe there's just some little minor things that, for example, some spinners are more effective on bouncy tracks like in Australia than in more traditional spinning conditions. Shane Warne was very good at the whacker, for example, had a very good record there because of the extra bounce. Kamaline's the new bowler, and he puts it on a length, and he almost takes a wicket first ball.
Oh.
And that's Karyawasam, who shouldered one earlier. This time he can't quite hold on. He did the hard work, didn't he? He chased it down, but unfortunately that one goes down, and you would have been gone for another Euro if it was yesterday.
Unbelievable. Good effort, but just couldn't catch in the end. Malta Day, they had a great start in this game. The wheels have fallen off.
Sure have. Collapso. Slightly better length.
I would hate to face this sort of
I'm
bowling.
saying, if you can get this accurate, it's
The
really tough to play.
The donkey drop.
Yeah, well, because what it is, you feel like you want to dance at it, but if you rush at it, there's so much scope to mistime what you're doing. So I think you're probably better off playing it off the back foot and letting it bounce and letting it sit up. But if it's too full, then it's difficult to do that. I have to use the example of Pavel Florin, who kind of pioneered this kind of bowling on ECN.
Pioneered. He didn't know what he was doing, Vinny.
He pioneered. Right arm slow. He's the only bowler on stick cricket that is listed as slow. He said, I'm not a spinner. Do you know that? Gets a bit on this, Kumar, and I'll get one. Yeah, he gets listed as an off spinner on Cricinfo, and he said, that is incorrect. I am not a spin bowler. I am a slow bowler. That's true. He doesn't know how to bowl an off spinner.
I always thought
I tried to teach him because I thought it's easy.
I always thought he threw it.
I don't think he actually straightens the arm. I don't think actually. Yeah, if you're the only person to throw it and get slower. There you go, it's good length. See, force him to take it on. Carry awesome. Third time lucky. And unfortunately for Zubair Mohammed, he just couldn't get anything going in his innings. And he scratches around for 5, but he has to go off the 11th ball he faces is 61 for 7.
Nice catch that, because that was hit pretty hard. And Kamaline's taken all the air out the ball and got himself a wicket.
Nicely taken. He's on the move. That's kind of Australian football style, wasn't it? Taking the mark. And yeah, Zubair has to go off, shaking his head. I'm sure he'll be on to bigger and better things a bit later in the series. 61 for 7.
Got a question come through from Harsh Kumar Singh on Instagram saying, big fan of the commentary, guys. Hope you're having fun. How do you rate KL Rahul and I always can't say that new player, Surya Kumar, the number 1, 2. Just talented players. I like the Shubman Gill, the young one.
Big fan of Gill.
He
stood up in Australia, didn't he?
He's a good player.
Gill, when he was kind of just starting out, and he's in great form. Oh, look, India. It's a system. You have to work pretty hard to get into the Indian team, don't you? Reminds me of Australia in the old days, you know, when you could play 10 years. Oh, by the way, there's another wicket.
Wow.
And Muthu, well, he's actually gained speed, I think, since he reached the crease. So, yeah, Jacob just takes off and runs and maybe forgets about the capabilities of his skipper at the other end. 61 for 8, end of 8 overs.
Don't think there was a single on there, and he just runs himself straight off the field.
To be fair, if we see this from camera 1, we'll see that Muthu, he was no chance of getting man-catted, right? Because let's just see, Muthu does not move. I don't know if we can go back to when the ball's bowled, but Muthu was just basically leaning on his bat. And so, unfortunately, by the time he got up ahead of steam, he'd already been run out. 61 for 8. So, got to get through a bit of admin here. Kai saying he enjoys watching ECN cricket because of the T10 format and the complete unpredictability from minute to minute. See, that I think is the thing that makes ECN work. Unpredictability. Entertainment of the high standard, he says. I don't know about that sometimes. But, you know, for example, high catch goes up in Big Bash or, you know, one of the franchise leagues. What are you expecting?
Catch.
Yeah. Just proper technique, catch. Here, what are you expecting? Well, you're expecting the unexpected. What? Hit in the head, hit in the shoulder, catch. One hand dropping it into the other hand like we saw earlier. Probably a run-out chance to boot. pads falling off.
A lot of the Indian viewers have messaged in and actually agreed and said, Nathan Lyon, they do think so.
Oh, you turned them around.
Yeah, interesting.
I'd send you over to the Middle East, see if you can sort out a few things over there.
Probably could.
Maybe sort out your Barcelona situation first.
Ba-bow.
Hello to Charlie Hunt. He said, morning lads, just tuning in for 5 minutes. But he needs some more confirmation. What did Ruts end up on yesterday? Anything other than €1?
15.
He dropped a catch, which meant he was up for 10. And in the end, it was €15.
If it was today, though, I reckon
You're
I'm up for 20 already.
But we'll wait for their scorecard to come back. At the moment, it's 62. I've got off 8.4. So one thing that Corey owed €15. It's another. By the way, the Jib crew, they sent in their money straight away.
Did they?
Yeah, they sent it straight away.
Good on them.
You are a different beast. Let's wait for Jojo.
I am a beast. Joey Jojo Shabadoo.
Yeah. So I had to work out how I'm going to get the €15 off Corey.
15 Australian.
And I worked out that he's not going to give it to me. So I just sat down where you were having dinner last night, ordered a cocktail and put it on your table and said, thanks, that's $8.50. And now you only owe me $6.50. All right?
Yeah, but I was already up $6.50 as that's flicked away.
There was a beer fund of €10 from Lee Tuck, where we haven't used yet. And we will have to use that at some point. End of the over at 63 for 8. Malta Day, this innings has gone right off the tracks, hasn't it?
How do you think Australia's going to go in the Test series in India next week?
I think it'll
Good
be
series
hard
or
work.
India's just going to win?
I think good series. You know,
I think India's going to win.
Australia's got that fighting spirit you'd imagine that we're known for.
Who have we taken as the second spinner? Did they take Ashton Agar? Because I don't rate him.
Doesn't really seem to be
Did
able
they take a
to
leggy?
penetrate with the ball.
Did they take Swepson?
I'll take you. I think Swepson. I think they went with Todd Murphy.
You're not going to play two right arm offies though when you've got Travis Head that's probably going to bowl right arm off spin as well. So that seems a bit odd.
Charlie Hunt's messaged me privately saying he thinks that Barcelona joke was the best topical joke he's heard in a while. It's just off the cuff.
I've cleaned that up actually.
Time machine. I'm going to sort this out here and now. ECN November 22.
If you knew all the logistics of what's gone on, I've sorted a lot out. Battle of the Shaheens.
Here comes the sheriff walking in. Pew pew. Time to clean up this town. P1, everyone's shooting in the back. Hiding behind their windows. Oh, here's Curry-Wasson with the ball. And he'll get driven down the ground. We're in the last over. Scorecard's gone AWOL. What if I just told you the score's 66 with 4 balls remaining?
What if we told you the scorecard isn't big?
Ravi Mapara.
I think if they're going to play Jadeja, Ashwin and Axar Patel, I don't see Australia winning the series.
I like Axar as a name.
Good name.
Yeah, the Axe.
Hit hard into the leg side, just the single. I mean, Steve Smith would have to do something crazy, which he can do.
Yeah.
But
I think it'll be highly entertaining. You know what it reminds me of?
I'll go India 3-1.
Do you know what it reminds me of a little bit? Remember when India used to come to Australia in the old days and just knew they were just going to get pumped because of the conditions?
Yeah.
Yeah, the old days, I mean, insert any year between 1990 and 2008. I feel like it's the shoe on the other foot now.
Yeah.
You know, like the Australians are, you know, they've had success in their own conditions, but how are they going to go over there?
Who are we going to... Oh, that's an underneath edge that will go away for 4. Nice shot. We'll take that. Doesn't matter how you get them, just get them.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Who are going to be Australia's quicks then? Cummins and who?
Cummins,
Who's good? They only go 2 quicks. Would you go Hazelwood or Stark? Or 2 metronomes and just dry the runs up as much as possible? I think I'm going Hazelwood.
You know you love a left armer.
I do, but Stark sprays it.
You've got to get the early wicket, so I think that... And probably Stark for his ability to swing the ball early and maybe late.
Maybe.
Last ball coming up, 71's the score.
Good foot fielding.
Gets past the foot. Will they go for 2? Well, they probably should. Having trouble with the actual distance here. And, yeah, Renzi protects his average. It's not Renzi, actually. It's Ravi Mapara. And Renzi will be the one who is out. So they'll get 1 and a run out. So they do bet out the Tam, but it was hard on the old retinas, wasn't it?
Oh.
Throughout the second half of that innings. It's going to be 72 for 9. 73 will be the target for Crusaders.
They'll feel like they want to cruise to victory as the second half will be underway shortly. It was a different story early on though, wasn't it? Because it looked like they might make something of this innings. Stanislaus went early. Srijay Patel, though, with his 40 was important, but he lost partners. There was that crazy run out. Navdeep Gill was the man that had to go earlier. Crusaders, though, well done to them. This is the run out where, unfortunately, for Navdeep Gill, he batted well in the last game, but it was a sad trudge off for him, and really, it was only going to get worse for Malta Day in the first half of this game.
Yeah, and it did get worse with these clangers, unfortunately. He just couldn't get the runs away. It just kept on piling up the pressure and wickets were falling. And as you said, Vinny, it was difficult to watch. Really difficult to watch, especially when they're trying to get the ball to all pass, but just couldn't get out the middle of the bat in the back half. Overall, though, you have to say the Southern Crusaders did the right thing. They took the wickets at the right time, well kept throughout the innings. This was a bit of byplay, which you found hilarious.
I thought that was quite funny.
I thought it was idiotic. Well, didn't matter though. He can't had the last laugh. He took the catch and over later. And overall, Joey Jojo Shabadoo came on and he took wickets for fun. You gotta love Joey Jojo. And even though they dropped probably 7 catches, the bowling unit will be pretty happy with their efforts.
Yeah, I think they will. I think you've got to learn the lessons from some of the previous matches. I think you're chasing 73, but don't be too conservative. Go out there, try and crack a score 100 plus as if you're batting first. If you can't, quick hands. And Muthu, well, he was quick once he got through the first 20 yards, but unfortunately, go run out, and really only one batter hits double figures. 41 for Srijay Patel. The next highest score was 7, and that was Mapara all the way down at number 9. Unfortunately, just going off the rails, and Stanislaus going for just 2. Looking at the scorecard there. And so you can see that bit of a collapse as they fell from, well, at one point they were 42 for 2. They ended up kind of staggering to 72 for 9. And Afrikaan featuring a couple of run-outs there. He's keeping this pretty solid today. 7 extras, but 5 wides were in 1 delivery with the ball. See the 2 for 17 of Ishka got the figures, but I've got to say, Jojo Thomas 1 for 3. Well, they're pretty good figures, pretty economical. I know he's one of your favourites already. Kamleen got a wicket in his first outing. Curry Wassam and Jadishan Yusuf also chipping in with poles. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the second half of this game. Crusaders need 73 to make it a sweep on a Saturday morning in Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers will be going through his fan mail during the break. We'll see you shortly for more cricket here from the island. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Malta. The field is almost getting out there in the middle. That's just the captains for the next game that have just completed the toss. See them exiting left as they go past the umpires who are walking back out for the second half of this T10 match. Malta Day versus the Southern Crusaders. And it must be said, Malta Day got off to a bit of a flyer, but unfortunately at 72 for 9, probably haven't made enough runs. They'll have to bowl out of their skin. You never know though in this crazy format of T10 around Europe. As we welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode and in the subcontinent areas, and everyone on YouTube and on the YouTube chat. Good to interact with you as always on this sunny Saturday in Malta. We're almost set to go. Looks like it's going to be Basil George taking strike for the first ball. We know how dangerous he can be with the bat. He really does hit it hard and hit it to all parts. He'll be looking to get off to a fly with his partner, Ryan Bastanaz, who missed out this morning. Couldn't make a big score himself, but he'll be hoping to get himself in and get these runs as quickly as possible. So almost set for this run chase. Looks like deep mid off. And a deep mid wicket are the two boundary riders. First ball in the run chase from Jacob to George. Nice looking cover drive by Basil George. Really gorgeous shot. As deep mid off will run around to it. A little bit of fake throw out there, but he's off the mark again. Bastanazzi, he's on strike now. Missed out in the morning game. He'll be looking to capitalise now and try play an innings of substance. They've got all the time in the world, only 7 and over required. Play and miss outside the off stump. You can see that he's reaching for the ball. Same with this morning. Just wanted to hit it so hard, he just reached. We've got to play it under your eyes no matter what. If he was playing it a bit later, that was a wide half volley that he's missed out on. Whoa, that's going to be a no ball, I reckon. Just trying to have a look at what the square leg umpire. Yeah, it's being signalled. So that has come out from the side of his hand, and unfortunately, that will be a no ball. Easy one for the umpire. Also a single. Probably the worst possible start for Malta. Basil George now has a free hit, especially when you don't have too many runs on the board. And he misses out. Just tried to overhit that, didn't he? Lost his shape completely. So gets an opportunity to hit a 6 for free with no cost of a wicket, and he misses out. Whoa, what a ball. I don't think he could do that if he tried. He must have been trying a slower ball or something. Let's have a look. Yeah, I reckon he's gone for the back of the hand delivery, and he's just completely messed it up. There's no other way to say it. That's 2 beamers this over. One more and you're out the attack on the ECN, and it's another free hit. So what a crazy start to this one. Jacob, Rentsy Jacob, might want to be putting his head in the sand. Can he hit the pitch? He can, and George this time does get enough bat on it, and it will go away for a boundary. So what a great start this is now for Southern Crusaders. Malta Day would have said in the team huddle, let's go out there, let's show a bit of intent in the field and do everything right with the ball. And all you can say is a disastrous start. So that'll be a single down the ground. One ball left in this first over. As well, George just continuing on his merry way. It's well played just into the offside. Good one-handed pickup, but they'll be able to settle for the single. That will end the first over, and the score is 10 for none after one. 107 games without a golden ball. Will today be the day? Hasn't happened just yet. I'm sure that it'll happen soon enough. So, start of the second over. Good start here for the Crusaders. Short and mowed. Well, that's gone the journey. 6 runs. Bastonazzi has been a little bit quieter today. He finally gets one right out the middle. He's a big boy, and that has gone a long, long way. 6 runs. He'll be happy with that shot. So, good start here for the Crusaders. You'd imagine they would get to these runs pretty comfortably. They showed this morning their batting prowess when they hit 140. This time wide, and the keeper goes the interesting option. Well, very interesting indeed. Cornelius Eunice decides to go foot first. Not often you see that. And yeah, deciding that the 2 cushioned gloves in his hands aren't enough cushioning to stop the ball. He goes with the sole of the shoe, and it's going to cost him. The race is away. And to be honest, Malta Day have come out here a little bit wishy-washy. And it's in the air and gone. Well, cricket. That is just cricket to a top level. A short ball 6. 5 wides where the keeper goes with his shoe, and then he picks up his wicket and turns his back to show 007. Unbelievable cricket, really. Short ball again. He's late on it this time, surprisingly, and he will have to go. So the first wicket down. Gosh with the wicket. Pintu Gosh, that is. So we welcome back Vinny Sandhu.
Good to be back, and you'd imagine it'd be a fairly rudimentary chase for the Crusaders. Here's Pintu Gosh coming off the wicket. Wide, first up. And so, yeah, Bastians, he smacked a huge 6 there, didn't he, on the hook? But he couldn't get it right the next time. Mapara took the catch. Mattila Avishka comes out at number 3. Boom, boom, Basil. 6 off 5 at the other end. Full toss here pretty correctly by Avishka. The Crusaders have slowly been kind of building a fairly solid core of players that are all kind of utility players like Avishka, like Karyawasam, players like this. Jojo Thomas brings a bit of variety to their attack. So half an appeal, but umpire nonplussed. So I just think that they're turning into a decent T10 cricket team, and you throw like a wild card like Basil George to pick up his services is a really handy one for them. Afi Khan obviously provides a lot of function as well, batting 3 and doing the keeping. Grabs a bit of something, I think it's pad.
You see the shoe first keeping?
Yeah, the foot keeping, can't see it catching on. I've seen it from time to time. 2-footed lunge. This is where, look, to be honest, there's 2 types of keepers. It's probably a spectrum actually, but you have someone that's done it a lot, kind of knows a bit more about the technical side of things, and then there's also people that put their hand up for the role when there's not an obvious option. Yeah. So I think that's when you see things that are a bit unusual, I suppose. And that's better keeping by Eunice. Loses the sunglasses, though. End of the second over, 22 for 1. So Malta Day, the regular keeper, Sam Aquilina, who's a veteran of Maltese cricket, former national player, a really experienced guy, not available in this series. So, they're trying to make do with Cornelius Eunice, Azim Sarti's even been behind the stump sometimes. So, take nothing away from the guys giving it a go. And I suppose one of the things is, in a country like Malta, you're not often doing a lot of hardcore training sessions where you're really working on the technicals. So, yeah, I think it's partly instinct. Crusaders, with a win here, could go to the top of the table, actually. So, they've had a very good start to this tournament. Malta Day, I'll be a bit disappointed that they could only manage 72 after. Well, Srijay Patel gave them a promising start, but he had literally no help. Next over's coming up. Renzi Jacobs going to bowl it. Lee Tuck's popped in. I said happy day after Robothon day, Lee.
Busy day.
Pretty good contributor. Full toss up in the air. Srijay. Oh, he gets a fingernail on it, but it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. Basil living dangerously, but he doubles his score. And he just gets it over the outfielder.
How many times this week have we seen ones parried over the bar?
Yesterday, that would have been €1 for a dropped catch.
I'd be up to 15s right now. Easy.
Harsh one, but he has touched it. Srijay is a pretty good fielder. Had the yips a little bit earlier in the week. Can't really blame him on that one. Timed his jump. Couldn't get the whole hand on it. Heaves this one leg side. Should just be one. This is quite a forgiving field to field on as well. When you think about some of the fields we saw through the summer last year, they were devoid of grass, where you had unpredictable bounces, you had balls that could really go anywhere, anytime. Almost seemed like they were accelerating off the field. Now this one, the ball hits the ground and it's decelerating really quickly. Not too many Tortugas out there.
No, it's a very nice outfield indeed.
Happy memories.
Mm.
Glance. Again, this will test the outfield, but it's going to get there. Vishka gets off the mark with 4. And so Crusaders cruise into the 30s. Happy memories of Bologna. You said Bologna was one place you really enjoyed last year?
Bologna was the best. I remember there was one shot that was driven and it hit something in the inner ring and flew for 6.
Yeah. I was just trying to think what sort of pace you'd have to hit the ball to do that on this field. You need to get a robot. Speaking of robots, I'll tell you something I saw on YouTube.
Our robot?
Not our robot, but like field goal kicking in NFL?
Yeah.
So this guy built a robot to see how far you could actually kick a field goal from, and he wanted to kick like a 100-yard field goal.
Yep.
And basically coiled this thing up so it comes up with like an unnatural speed. The first time they fired it up, the ball exploded because it was kicked so hard. In the air, Nazir pulls one out of the sky. Statue of Liberty play. There haven't been too many highlights for Malta Day today, but Michael Nazir, well, he backs back, he moonwalks and trips the light, fantastic, and he gets rid of Avishka with a one-handed catch.
Well, I didn't expect him to do that. What a catch. What a moment for him. A personal highlight. His team might not go on a win, but he's taken one of the catches of the tournament.
Decent catch that from Nazir. Pulls it down, and Vishka probably wondering what he's done to deserve that. There's been some really good catches in the last couple of days, but still, Southern Crusaders well on track. It's 34 for 2. So it's always time to expect the unexpected. And Nazir, you'll feel at least he's taken something out of the morning. It's an eventful time already out there, Michael Nazir.
The NFL pun. Well, you didn't turn me down, Vinny. I thought you turned me down. You can ask me what we were talking about live on air.
I would never lose my train of thought like that. Yeah, okay. Here's Jacob. Oh, that's pretty close. Well, the umpire's heading down leg side, I'll tell you that much. This will be an interesting replay, you know. Actually, I've got this hitting just live. Slow it as much as we can. Coming back. Oh, that's an umpire's call. From me, I find it hard to believe that was missing, but there is an element of doubt. So I think that's fair enough. But one thing I would say, we've got to stay in position a bit longer, having a good look at it, because it's certainly warranted further consideration. Last ball of the power play. He's getting that slingy in swing, isn't he, Renzi Jacob? Called a wide. Yeah, so yeah, the field goal booting machine was amazing. And they went right into the physics of it. I know as a coach you like these kinds of things about exactly where the optimum place to hit the ball, the optimum launch angle to get it. And they want to see if they could kick one. But yeah, the problem is the machine was a bit dangerous. I think it fell apart a couple of times. It was doing some pretty crazy things. It had a big boot on it though as well. Had a boot. Now, once again, umpire basically becoming a second square leg umpire. Let's have a look at this. Let's slow this down as much as we can from the main camera. This is probably missing.
Yeah, he's getting it to tail in actually a little bit because of his low arm action, but that's missing leg by a long way.
Yeah, still like to see him have a look at it for a little bit longer. I know it's good that he's trying to get in position.
No, it's good. Hits him. Look, he's in position there.
That's slow-mo though.
Yeah, it's well done.
It's not a great when you're appealing, you turn around, there's nobody there though. It's the end of 3 overs, 35 for 2.
Yeah, 35 for 2. Can Malta Day cause something to happen here? They need a miracle, if you ask me.
Good news on the heart rate graph.
I'm over the graphs this year. I'm not going to lie.
It's happening.
Well, can you sort everything else out first?
We're going to get it. So noted. Into the middle of the day here.
Feels like that, doesn't it? Just a steady old game of T10. Only a few more runs required, really. Especially while Basil George is there, and he whacks it just past the fielder. 6 runs.
Probably catchable height if the fielder was standing in that position. But Basil gets it around him, just a little bit short from Gosh, and he pays the penalty.
Nice shot, isn't it? Really nice shot.
Basil George, 19 off just 8. Carrying on from his good form. Afi Khan's out there now. Batting 4 this time. Up and in the air, and this time one bounce for 4. So good placement from Boom Boom Basil. So he moves to 23. Yeah, interesting that Afi Khan's come out 1 spot lower. I think it's because they just wanted to give some batting to Avishka.
I think we might be off for an early lunch, Finney, if it keeps going like this.
Well, you know what normally happens. We'll have an early lunch break, and the lunch won't arrive until the start of the 3rd match. But I guess we'll see what happens.
Let's see, let's see.
Yeah, cruising here. Crusaders. Sliced away. And once again, the placement is good. Fielder, he just didn't believe for a second there, didn't he, Sathi?
It's your boy, Sathi. He's having a mare. He was barely running for it. He's like, oh, yeah, that's 4, no worries. And then, oh, hold on. No.
The first bounce takes a lot of energy out of the ball.
I don't think he
ever
thought.
The ball goes low energy, and Sathi sometimes, I'll say, is a bit low energy.
He tried about 20 times yesterday.
Sathi just needs something to spark him, and then he'll be back. Don't worry about that.
Cattle prod.
Good block from the keeper.
I watched him back yesterday, and he tried to get run out 9 times.
But he wasn't having a good time out there, so we were saying, come on, why don't you get rid of me? And then they couldn't. Here's Baz. He's got a bit of a minor leg kick sometimes. Oh, they have a pop at him, edge of the pitch. Muthu does well to try and cover it. This is probably one of the most dangerous things in cricket because, you know, bowler, he's in a perfect position, and then that can literally go at any angle.
How we haven't seen someone get clocked.
Imagine that being the last thing you see in your life in the time on this earth.
That's not great.
The last fraction of a second, just getting a position behind the stumps. 50 is up now for Southern Crusaders. No real rankles in this chase yet. Into last ball of his spell. Afi pushes, gets off the mark and retains the strike. At the end of 4 overs, it's 51 for 2. Just 22 more required in 6 overs.
Yeah, you'd imagine it's just a matter of time, not a matter of when they get there. What's the, I can see you over there, Vinny. What's the big bash scores?
Just had a little bit of a peek at it. Scorchers need 109 or 58.
Ooh, tough.
I think it is tough. 11.3 and over required. So keep half an eye on that. 28 for Basil George. had a good morning, hasn't he? Gunatilica, he was previously opening the batting last year for Southern Crusaders, but now I suppose with Basil in there, he's able to slot down the order a little bit. Yeah, Scorchers. Can't see him pulling that off. That'd be quite the upset. I saw some memes, and one of the memes I saw, the last 3 teams in the Big Bash were Perth Scorchers, Sydney Sixers and Brisbane Heat. And to be honest, the Scorchers and the Sixers both had very good group seasons. Shot, reaches, gets it, Maximo! Nafi Khan, he's also having a good morning. So the two for the Crusaders have done most of the damage. They're out there in the middle right now, and they are looking to go home early, I think. But the Brisbane Heat really had a pretty terrible group stage for a lot of it. Something snuck into the top 3. So the meme was the hyenas from the Lion King. You know, the two sensible ones, and then the kind of crazy one. I think his name's Ed. That was Brisbane Heat. Said here's the top 3 in the Big Bash. But well, Brisbane Heat doing the job at the moment.
Yep, well done to them.
And they made 175. The top score was 41. So it's not like one player dominated.
That can happen sometimes. Everyone chips in.
That'll be a wide, pretty good take by Cornelius. Let's give him his dues there. He's at the crease. Josh Inglis and Ashton Turner.
Oh, those two are good players.
I thought it said 47 or 14, but it says 17 or 14. There was a fly on my screen. Nazir coming off his one-hand catch.
Oh, no.
I was going to say elicits a dot ball. In fact, he does. Yeah, so I think it's smart to go to spin because that's kind of what slowed things down before. The damage was kind of done, wasn't it, from the Crusaders. Nafi Khan hits the sweeper on the boundary. Makes him throw. Nazir wears the throw, though. Imanus saying Nafi Khan is on fire today. It sure is. Good day with the gloves as well, for the most part. Nazir Nafi Khan had an interesting little moment in the first innings, so maybe Nazir can get the last laugh if he can get out the Maltese keeper. Oh, there's the reverse Malachi, and it goes miles. Maximo Reversimo. Basil puts on a show.
That's one of the better reverse Malachis you'll see. He got every piece of that, and that went the journey. What a shot. Shot of the tournament. What a special player he is.
You've called shot of the tournament a couple times this morning, but yeah, I agree. I mean, that was just a ridiculous shot from Basil George.
What a shot, Vin. What a shot. Just to wake everyone up a little bit.
Wow, boom, boom, Basil George. He got so much bat speed on that. There was no guiding of it. It was a full-blooded shot. Now down leg side. This will be 5 wides if it reaches, and it does. So we're almost going to be out of here, I think. That makes it 70. There's still 2 balls left.
Yeah, almost done, Vinny. What a run chase. We knew it would be pretty easy, but didn't expect it to be this easy. Will it finish this ball?
Could. Basil wants to finish it, and he does. Maximo! Game, set, match. Basil George. Great morning for the Crusaders. He finishes 40 not out of 14 balls, and they do it in less than half the allotted overs. 4.5 is all that's required. And the Crusaders, they thump Mudda Day with 31 balls to spare. Really 2 of the key players out there to finish the job, Nafi Khan and Basil George. Mudda Day, well, they had their moments where they were competitive, but for the most part, they just weren't able to go toe-to-toe. The Crusaders keep up their perfect start to ECS 23.
Yeah, what a shot that was. Basil George, he's an accomplished player, but he can thank the bowling unit this time because they did a really good job and they kept the runs down. And this is how they chased them down. It was the 2 left-handers at the top. They basically hit it to all parts.
Yeah, they did. And Bastians, he got one right out of the middle, but that one he didn't. Nice catch taken by Ravi Mapara. And then Srijay Patel got a finger on that, but it wasn't enough. This was the other moment for Mudda Day to smile about. Michael Nazir, running back, takes it one-handed, but really not enough runs on the board for Mudda Day. Need to sort their batting out. Need to get more people contributing, I think. Just a bit of inconsistency. Basil went the full reverse Malachi to finish things off. And that was all she wrote within the 5th over. 76 off 4.5, defeating Mater Day 72. Looking at the scorecard, 40 from George. No one else hit double figures. So a strange match where only one player from each team got double figures. Extras with double figures though, and that really hurt the scorecard, didn't it? 14 wides and 2 no balls. And considering it wasn't even halfway through the innings, I think that is also something Mater Day need to work on.
Absolutely. It was a pretty dismal bowling display. They've been poor in this second game after a decent effort this morning. Michael Nazir, 25 for none off 5. Not his day. All the bowlers getting a fair bit of tap. 76 chased down, 4.5 overs. What a chase. Game over. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, so we will take a bit of a break. There'll be about 40 minutes until we get on with the next game. And this afternoon, we'll see Sweet United guys staying on the Jeeper Blasters. We'll be back with more cricket shortly from Malta. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Koi Ruckers. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. We'll see you round the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Well, it's the weekend, so it's time for a bit of family time. Well, I don't have my family here, so I'm borrowed Suze here, who's following her dad, Jojo Thomas, for the Southern Crusaders. And Suze, well, let's just say, if you're going to be a commentator, we need you saying a little bit more than this. She's been perfectly behaved, though. Time for the toss now for match 23. The afternoon session will see the Sweet United guys taking on the Bajiba Blasters. Let's see what happens at the toss. Out in the middle, Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Welcome to the third game of the day. Bajiba Blasters versus Sweetie to call. That is tails, that is heads.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is tail.
Batting.
Head first.
Well, you heard that, Suze, the news from the toss. The Blasters, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. Probably a good toss to win. The Blasters have had a pretty rough draw. We haven't seen too much of them, but we know that Gozo Zalmi did a number on them. So we'll have a better idea of how they're going. But yeah, it's pretty tough. They run into Sweetie, who are 4-0. And so we're going to enjoy the afternoon of cricket. Let's go to Corey Ruckers. Well, he's not allowed around children, so he's safely away in the box. The news from the toss in match 23 is that it will be the Blasters batting first after winning the coin toss. Over to you. And we'll say goodbye.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone, for the afternoon session. After a bit of a longer delay than we're used to, we look at the two lineups. The Blasters versus Sweekie United. Looking forward to this clash. Sweekie United look like one of the informed teams in the competition. What can the Blasters do to disrupt their tournament? Plenty of good names there. Negi, for one, Narendra Negi. Looking forward to him, the all-rounder. Decent fantasy points he has already in this competition. As we get ready for Game 3 today on this Saturday, the sun is shining. It is pretty chilly though, I must admit. An Arctic breeze coming over the ground. But still, good weather for cricket this time of year in Europe. Blasters are batting first in this one. How will they go? That's the question. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in the subcontinent and India, via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Welcome back. So we're almost ready for this one. First ball, match 3 Saturday. Pulled away into the gap, 4 runs. Nice way to start. It was short. You still got to put it away though, don't you? Ahmad Sharma on strike. He picked up the length pretty quickly. Signalling there, maybe there was a little bit of a way swing, but didn't look it. It was too short to tell. Nice shot. We'll start this game with a boundary. Will we see a high scoring affair? We'll have to wait and see. This time it's pushed into the leg side, so good batting. 4 and a single. You can see there on the playing clothing a bit. Players' clothing, fair bit of a breeze now picking up in Malta. A little bit of collision between the bowler and the non-striker, but everyone's okay. There's a wild play and miss as Kohad reverts to slogging first ball. That is a rank slog. And here comes our first complaint of the game. Neil not happy with the Grizzly ball. Surprised why. It's only been 3 deliveries, a pull for 4, a play and miss and a tuck off the leg. I'm sure it's fine. Let's get on with it. Pulled down the ground. 1, 2, 3. So Vimor Yadav out there. I do like the Sweekie United outfit, the orange and black. They've been a very good team so far. Will they win again today? Not with bowling like that, unfortunately. It's a big wide, really slow, odd sort of start to this game. Not too much energy out there just yet. Everyone just building into it. We'll be looking for that first wicket to get them on to some good rhythm here. Get that energy up in the fielding unit. That's better. It's going down leg, but that's better. Just the one leg bite. You can see there hitting him flush on the foot, but definitely sliding down the leg side. Last ball of the first then. Hit handsomely. What a shot that is. That wakes everyone up, I think. Lovely hit. It's a half volley. It's straight, but you still got to put it away. And Kohad does that. Much nicer looking stroke. Takes us to the end of the first over. 14 runs come off it. And the score is none for 14. As we take a look at the expected supercomputer scores, and we welcome back Vinny to take us through it.
Yeah, let's have a look. Sweet United, 14-run favourites over the Blasters. Blasters we just saw twice going down to Gozo Zalmi. Sweet United, 4-0. Handled a tricky little arm wrestle with the Warriors. Who also came into that doubleheader undefeated. And let's see if Sweet United can keep up their winning streak. Fibo Yadav, no stranger ECN. He's coming on to bowl over number 2. Here he is, bowling to Sharma. Just pushes and doesn't get more than one. Sharma, who gives up the gloves today. I noticed they've got Ajayendra Kumar in to do the keeping, so maybe we'll see some of Amar Sharma's off spin, which is what he's more known for, which I remember is the kind of emergency keeping option last time we saw the Blasters. Big swing and a miss from Kohad. You see what he's out there to do. And I suppose, Kohad, I had him listed at 7. You've got hitters to come, probably more recognised batters like Narendra Negi. You've got Devendra Negi normally as well, captain. So, yeah, I think this is just a bit of a pinch hit option. And you can see he's not hanging around, is he? He tries again. This is a slightly slower ball dug into the pitch from Yadav.
Yeah, bring back the old pinch hitter. The good old days.
Some of the great pinch hitting innings. I remember Shane Warne came in I think it was the 96 World Cup against, I can't remember now. Might have been against New Zealand or something like that. It was in the final series, I think. Everyone thought, what's going on here?
Just to go and give it a whack.
Yeah. That's what he tries to do here again. Look at the single. Yadav, pretty much right on target so far. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on FanCode in India and all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Don't forget, it's only 23 days until the ECL. That's basically 3 weeks of cricket and we're there.
Trying to think of the famous pinch hitters in the past. I've got one for you.
Okay.
This man got 7 ducks in a row at one stage. Ajit Agarkar.
Ajit Agarkar.
Remember they threw him up at 3 and then he hit 100.
Yeah, and so off that 7 ducks, I think at least 3 or 4. I think it was 3 Goldens in a row, then a second ball duck.
Tough.
In there, yeah. It's a bit comical by the end. So the Scorchers won the Big Bash, by the way. This is up and it's in the air. Fielder goes back and he makes a meal of it, really. That's Umar Khan. Well, normally Yadav would be in that position himself, but he's bowling. And we've seen this happen. I think Fielder's just being too quick to rush in and then having to double back. You see there, he has to reverse. He gets a hand. He almost holds on to it the second time, but can't grasp it. Looked like he was in the wind tunnel when they have all the dollar bills running around.
Well, now they've got to walk past each other as well.
Hashtag awkward. At the end of 2, the score is, 1 or 2 there. At the end of 2, the score is, I'll get back to you. Let's have a look at the table while I work that out. Get my abacus out. 3 undefeated teams. Sweet United are one of them. And they're hoping to keep it up. You can see that no team has 5 wins yet. That's because no one's played 5 games. Sweet United could go to the top of the table then with a win here.
Yeah, they want to keep up their good run and their good time. 3rd over.
3rd over starts with a single.
Should you let this go?
Because they traded places. Yeah, it was an interesting one. I have my theory with this, and I think normally when you see a miss hit and you're right on the boundary, your instinct is to get the jump and rush in a couple of steps.
Yep.
That's what your kind of cricket DNA tells you, right? When you see a miss hit, you rush in because you don't think it'll carry. But, it's a big but. Hit well, hit into the gap, and this is going to be a boundary. So Kohad continues to swing away. This is a proper cricket shot, though. Hits through the line and gets 4.
Yeah, it's back of a length outside off and allows him to free his arms It's just not quick enough to scare him. And he laced that. Nice shot.
So, yeah. But my but is this. Because the boundaries are smaller, it's actually carrying further than you think. so your instinct takes you in because you think you are a boundary rider, but normally you'd probably be, say, 15 further back.
Yeah.
And then you can find yourself in a bit of a pickle, like we saw Umakan last over. Well, all caps from Marnus. He's just gone crazy. Said Perth Scorchers have done it. 19-year-old Cooper Conley hit 23 off 9 to win it for him. Yeah, well, they won with 3 balls to spare. That must have been an epic chase. Look forward to seeing the highlights of that a little bit later. How about that? My good friend and former teammate Jason Berendorf, 2 for 26 off 4. I think he's been really consistent. I'd love to see him playing a bit more cricket on the subcontinent. He's had an okay time in the IPL. I think he got Kohli out a couple of times when he played there. I think he took 4 on T20 debut in India. Straight pull. This has been the hot zone. Yadav's showing how to do it. He attacks it. And, well, this would have been the most amazing direct hit ever. He's hit the edge of the pitch and almost hit the stumps at the other end.
Just the 1 run down the ground. Nice start this for the Blasters.
Everyone will be happy in Perth tonight then. That's good. I just left there about just over a week ago, visiting some family and friends down there. Helps this round the corner. Does Sharma, and he'll get a boundary. Smart batting, doesn't rush at it. Contrasting styles, these two. You see that Sharma's a little bit more reactive to the delivery. Yeah, smart bit of work just to turn that, and gets 4 also. It'll take us to the end of the over. So 29 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, 2 good overs in that power play. Set them up for what should be an exciting middle over period. They've got the platform. Time to throw the handle.
Yadav was tight, wasn't he, in the second? And they're going to save him up for later, which you can understand. They're going to turn to Mohammad Ajmal, the left armour. So Blasters, again, it's not going to be easy against the Sweet United batting lineup, which is full of confidence. I don't even think they've hit their potential with the bat yet. They're still 4-0. Very strong top 6, even 7. That Sweet United boast. Blasters probably not as deep in the order. Maybe that's what you can do with the pinch hitter as well. Makes the order a bit longer. But yeah, Kohad. He survived the power play. Not in bad shape. 29 without loss. I think you'll see him really try and put his foot down now. Yeah, there's a few little conferences happening in this game. I know you're not a fan of delays.
I'm not too sure what this one's about.
We've had mostly smooth sailing. We had the issue with the rain the other day and the internet getting knocked out. But I'm sure they'll take that into account. Probably add on maybe 30 seconds to the timer for that unscheduled delay. It's not really the fielding team's fault. As Ajmal gets ready to commence the 4th over. He's going to start with a wide. And maybe this is the issue. I thought it might be wind related.
Yeah, it's picked up this afternoon, hasn't it?
It was in the forecast. It did have windy afternoon. It's making things feel a bit colder. It's a harsh wide call. And all action. Swing and a half. And as predicted, Kohad, he's going for broke.
Yeah, I think obviously with 10 wickets in hand and only 7 overs to go, you might as well just go at everything. Just got to keep your shape a little bit better. Keep that eye on the ball and connect as much as you can. They want 115, I think. They're coming up against a good batting unit.
Yeah, exactly. Ajmal's a good bowler though, and he's making the most of that angle across the right-hander.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the left arm seamers. I'd still love to see a stat knowing left arm economy versus right arm economy, because I think it would be surprisingly drastically different.
Yeah, they just seem to have that natural advantage because I suppose more batters are right-handed than left-handed.
Toes it. Drops. Well, it's a day of drops again after the amazing fielding we saw yesterday. Everyone's shelling peas again today.
Atarabi is the man. He pretty much gets there, doesn't he? But
yeah, he got there. It just went straight through.
On the walk. There's a little bit of Corey Rutgers about that from yesterday, actually.
Yeah,
Seemed to be in a good position and just burst through the hands.
I think he was trying to catch it, unfortunately. That's the big difference.
Make up your own mind.
Go watch the footage closely, Ben.
And the analysts are watching it right now. Ajmal gets the next one past him. Tim, hello to you, Tim. Nice to see you in the chat. He said, here's a strange fact for the 4th of February. It's National Homemade Soup Day. Soup is the perfect winter meal. How do you like your soup? Do you have a favourite?
In and out. Tomato soup's pretty hard to go past.
Nice basic option.
Yeah.
Launches it. But Yadav's not going to get there, even though he did anticipate it. It bounces in the circle. So Sharma tries to get in on the action. Yeah, I like a good soup, I've got to say. I seem to be able to eat a big quantity. Now, where do you stand on drinking the soup out of the bowl?
No, spoon.
Do you think there's a point where you abandon the spoon and you...
There is a point where you
Asian
want that
style?
last little bit, but you don't want to go too early. Some self-respect.
Beats him for pace here. So top edge flying away. Just a single in the end. End of 4 overs. The score 33 without loss. I'll give a confession here. The older I get, the earlier I go to the bowl. So in the old days, I was just a bit like what you were saying. Maybe the bits you can't quite get with a spoon. As I'm getting older, less patience. I'll even go second half of the bowl straight to treat it like a giant cup.
Really?
Yeah.
Early call.
You'll understand one day. You're not quite my age. 32 without loss. After 3.5 becomes 33 after 4 overs. And we'll head into the 5th. Looks like this will be Bilal Kadir to bowl. Bilal had some very good success earlier in the week. Let's see how he goes here. Pajima Blasters still got Kohad there. Just seeing how these two are going. They're both a shade above a run and ball, but got the Neggies there just kind of ready to go. I think Narendra Neggi will probably come in next. Will they make a force change or will they just let things play out? This is high, it's in the air, and it is out of the ground. Maximal! Yeah, Kohad's got the right approach. Doesn't care how many outfielders are out there. 3 men guard the leg side boundary. He goes up, up and away. Nice shot by Prajwal.
Very good shot. Gets it out the screws, and it's still 10 wickets in hand. Platform building. They've got an opportunity here. Can they keep going?
Digs it in short. This time, he's going to get the same result. Maximal! It was a bit more of a teaser for Vibor Yanov down there at long on, but back-to-back boundaries, and it's just what the Blasters wanted.
Yeah, once again, short dug into the pitch, and it's another big 6. So 2 from 2. Really good striking. Can he go 3 from 3? They needed that after a quiet last over.
Yeah, let's see if he can try again. Well, he does. This is probably 4. It is. So finds the gap. 6, 6 and 4. Kadir, expensive early in the 5th.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. And I really have to admit that this game's nicely poised now because the Blasters, they're going to get themselves to a decent score here.
A lot of cars here because it's a weekend. Look at the background. Tell you what, Mehboob Ali was batting today. They would be under attack. We have seen some cars get the unfortunate makeover there in the past. Yeah, let's just have a look. Yadav's the instigator of this field change. They're dropping the fine leg. That's exactly where that one went pretty much. I think they're just saying to Bilal, look, you've got to bowl offside. Bowl to your field. And he does. But Kohad tries to go leg side, misses out. This is where anyone that could even ramp a bit is probably going that way. Although I suppose on this outfield, it's actually not fast enough to guarantee a ramp will go for 4 sometimes. Oh, misses his spot. This is wide down leg side. Yes, a lot of people excited about the Big Bash final. I can understand that. That's a nice moment for that young Cooper Connolly. He's at 25 off 11. It says on my effects on my sheet here. Ashton Turner, half century. Like to see him get some more opportunities for Australia. 50 partnership and 50 is up for the Blasters here in the 5th over.
Yep, 50 up, 50 partnership. Good start to this game for the Blasters.
Last ball of the first half. Goes up, and he gets 6 more. Kohad, he's on a heater now. Maximo, as Bilal Kadir goes magical. 23 come off that over. And at the halfway point of the innings, the Blasters are impressing me at the moment. They are 56 without loss after 5. You said they want 115. Well, they're pretty much on that pace now. Just 3 wide, so it's not like they've been handed runs from Sweet United. But yeah, right now, Kohad, he stuck around a bit longer probably than they anticipated, but it's paying off well. And he has catapulted himself to 38 off 19. Let's see who they go for here. Got a few options. Just looking at who they've got. Imran Amir's an option with spin. That's one thing we haven't seen yet from Sweet United, who are pretty pace heavy in their attack. We haven't seen Waka Afridi bowl yet. Ali Karamat is the man that's going to get over number 6.
Yeah, beginning of over number 6. Big over in the context of the game.
Just whipped away to the leg side. Just get one. Yeah, Sweet United. The kind of burnt orange strip. Gotta say, I'm a bit of a fan of it.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Nice new kits, I think.
How often do teams get new kits? Every 3 years?
Yeah, I think it depends. Financial situation is. Oh, this is in the air. It's going to fall, fortunately, out of the grasp of the keeper. He has one miss at the ball.
Good running.
It needed to be a perfect throw to nail him down. It wasn't. So they get 2. Kohad back on strike. I think at the moment, you want him having as much of the strike as possible because he's just on a good run. It's a bit lucky there. Yeah, look at bowls that haven't bowled yet. I mean, you know you're going to get one from Vibor Yadav down the stretch, probably the 10th, maybe the 9th. Oh, that's Gundy ball. There's no fine leg there. So keeper does well to make the stop. Hari Krishnan, the man with the gloves today for Sweet United.
Yep, same for the old traditional 5 wides. They're doing good here, Blasters. Putting it up to the team that's undefeated.
Slower ball, and he launches high. Well, this is going to take some catching. It's a half an opportunity, but only half. And that's gone all the way. Maximo. Kohad. He is fearless. Slow ball picks it, hits it, and he goes to the skies. And fielder eyes on the prize. Oh, probably straight through the hands. Yeah, Kohad. He's really having a good time of it now. He's 46.
I don't think I've ever seen an ACS where more catches have just gone through the man on the boundaries on the rope. I think that's about 12.
They've judged the boundary perfectly here. This will be a wire.
I mean, if you wanted to be one of those players that practices those sort of juggling catches and throwing up to yourself, there's been a lot of opportunities for it.
I'll tell you something. This is Kohad's 12th match. His previous high score is 18. So, you know, he's not really a recognised batter. Listed at 7. He's come out and he's 46. Can he get his first ever ECN half century? Well, get closer. In fact, it's back-heeled. And I think about it a second. Kohad just takes time to think about life. How about this for the unintentional backheel? Watch the fielding here.
It's a little bit of heebie-jeebies sneaking in.
He'll move to 47.
This is where the pinch hitter has paid off.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work, but why not?
He's actually accelerated through the middle overs here substantially. Sharma might as well go for everything. He does. And he gets just enough. Maximo. Blasters, yeah, tracking nicely. They move into the 70s. Sharma swings away. He gets half a dozen. And Sweet United, they've got something to think about.
They definitely do. This is turning out to be a marvellous opening stand. And both batsmen are well set. Big score on the cards.
Another slower ball. This is hit down to Yadav, who should make the stop. He does. So Sharma, he'll retain the strike. At the end of 6 overs, the score is 22 for Sharma. It's 75 without loss after 6. Neville Russ has joined us in the chat. Hello, Neville. Said he was busy lurking yesterday. Watched a fantastic exhibition of how to hit a 6. Yeah, we had the record amount of 6s from an individual batter in a match. Mehboob Ali, the man they call Lala, hitting 20 6s in an innings, in his innings of 140. He's having a few problems with his internet tonight, Neville, but your internet got through okay? Your message got through okay?
Not too sure we'll see 26 been for a while. That's punching some pretty
There's
good
only
numbers.
60 balls in the innings, right? Excluding maybe the odd no ball.
So you need to face half, 30, and you need to, the 66%.
These kinds of innings, these really big scores, batters are facing about 40 balls. I think the most balls one batter has ever faced in innings is 47.
Wasn't that Lorenzo Ingram?
Lorenzo Ingram. And you know what's amazing?
How's my cricket knowledge
For
there?
Excelsior. Yeah. And he actually was out before the end of the 10 overs. He was out.
Yeah, he was too.
He was out
That's
in the
right.
10th over.
He was. He's one of the great Dutch overseas stalwarts. He's played about 10 years in Dutch cricket now. Quality player. Another delay.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Jet Patel out there that's doing the umpiring. But, we've seen a fair bit of him playing, but obviously his team's not in this tournament.
Pretty funky looking umpire.
Yeah. Well, he might blow away on a day like today, so you better be careful. Might need to give him the concrete boots.
Oh, they've taken his hat off
There's
him to
some
show that.
If you want to bowl in your hat, you can.
No, I think it's to get that nice shiny dome out there. I'm not too sure Kasim Mohammed's
he just
too
had his
happy.
hat confiscated.
Basically,
All right.
I think the boys are having a bit of fun with him.
Kasim Mohammed gets the ball, and he gets hit. Fielder able to make the stop, just a single, didn't carry. So, yeah, just bring Kohad on strike. I mean, how excited must Kohad be? His previous high score was 18. He's been sent to the top of the order. Say, look, just do what you can. They're probably not expecting too much out of him.
He wouldn't be excited. He wouldn't know what to feel right now. This is when a tail ender's in that fun Nirvana period.
He can see the scoreboard. He knows he's on 47 as well. Let's see if he continues this approach. Well, he gets a bit of a gift, and he pokes it away, and he'll get his half-century. Well batted, Prajwal Kohad. What an innings it is, and he gets a bit of a gift.
Oh,
he raises his bat. You know he's loving that.
That's a nice feeling. He doesn't. Look at him. Do I put two hands up? Where do I
I'm surprised he didn't kiss the pitch or something like that. I tell you what, the ball didn't kiss the pitch, though. Nice shot, orthodox shot. That's what he needs to do, and his 50 comes up, and it comes up off 23 balls.
It's a good 50 considering what was his previous highest? 18.
His highest score is 18. Okay, it's his 12th match on ECN. But yeah, like I say, I think they've just kind of shuffled him up to try and make something happen, and it has. Slower ball, Kasim Mohammed.
Well, a bit of credit has to go to Anil Kadir, the captain, as well. Oh, sorry, apologies, wrong side. To Vendra Negi.
Yeah, true.
Captains don't. I like teams that try things. Why not? Hey, look, we want a pinch hitter. Go enjoy the power play, and he's still going.
Yeah, true. Sharma is also just kind of going at everything now. You might as well. You've got probably Narendra Negi to come in next. You've got Devendra Negi as well.
10 wickets, 20 balls. Just go. Keep your shape and go.
Wide. Yeah, very harsh on wides. So they should be in ECN cricket.
Well, I think they'll know that against Sweeky United, no matter what score they make, it's still going to be tough to win this game. They're up against a very good team.
Yeah, exactly right. Up and in the air. Fielder comes around and drops it. And Ajmal was the man. It was going to his correct side. He is a natural left-hander, but Kohad, well, he's having a day out here, isn't he, on a Saturday afternoon in Malta. Moves to 53.
Maybe it's every second day the drops come, but the drops have come back in a big storm today.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But,
I'd be broke right now.
a few people asking about a Freedy, but yeah, Freedy's out there. He just hasn't been called on to bowl. This might be wide as well. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Let's just say Kasim Mohammed, his body language will tell you he's nonplussed. This is the delivery he just missed.
It's a big wide.
It's a huge wide.
I don't know what he's complaining about.
Yeah.
I think he needs his hat back.
Trying to get out of this over. Pitches up, hit pretty well, but hit straight at the fielder. So Sharma gets one. And at the end of 7 overs, the score 87 without loss. It's an interesting one here. Sharma's striking 150. He's done his job. I can't imagine that they think about retiring him out, but I just think, do you think you have a batter in Narendra Negi, for example, that could come in and strike higher than that? Interesting one to ponder. 23 days to go until the third edition of the ECL. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 nations involved. So the 30 national champions plus last year's European champions, Pakai Badalona from Spain, they'll be there. And we'll be there too. Corey will be there. Rico will be there. I'll be there. Charlie Hunt's even trying to get down for the end of it. I know he's been busy studying broadcasting. Big hello to Charlie. Tuned in earlier. But, yeah, coming up soon here on the European Cricket Network.
Not long, Vin. Not long. Time for some spin, it looks like.
Tyrone sent me a message, actually, and it concerns you.
Uh-oh.
Amir comes in. Spin might do the trick straight away. Anil, the captain, comes around and he takes the catch. So Sharma goes, falls on his sword. And yeah, you really can't blame him for trying to take it on straight away. It's the first wicket to fall. It's 87 for 1. Good opening partnership for the Blasters.
Yeah, nice catch as well. Finally see one held, and it takes the captain to do it. Neil Kadir. Good opening partnership this time, leaning back a little bit in the shot, and he has to go.
Well, I've got Monday off, so you might be commentating with Tyrone. He said that last drop catch reminded him of you laying an egg during the catch challenge yesterday.
I'm not commentating.
Shade thrown.
I'm not commentating with Tyrone.
Okay.
As number 3 commentator, I refuse to commentate with lower than me.
I think that Tyrone will be number 3 then if you don't want the position. If you're abdicating.
Then who's match referee?
I don't know. Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
I looked up the name. I know you're saying the Simpsons reference Joey Jojo. It's Joey Jojo Junior Shaboob. Did you see the video I sent you?
I did. Unbelievable.
Good scene. Here we go. Here's the man I thought we might see. Narendra Negi. Here's the next one. And yeah, a few people mentioning that we've seen a lot of bowlers at the moment. Himar Khan bowled 2 overs. Everyone else has just bowled 1. So maybe there's a bit of a strategy to get everyone a go. Because we still haven't seen Waka Afridi. Another slight delay. Here's Tyrone.
There he is. What's going on now?
Oh, well, he had a go at you. Anything you want to say about Tyrone?
Looks good.
Tyrone, he loves a finger point.
Now look at the crew over there. They all seem pretty relaxed.
We've got Andy there. We've got Meter.
They're all looking pretty happy and cozy over there, aren't they?
Yeah, we sure are. The officials, Ted. Look at them, working hard. This is not playing the offside for one.
Yeah, good batting.
Long days for the ECN crew, but
it is.
Everyone has their role to play.
I look forward to when they become longer days as well.
Yeah. Plan is to go 5 games a day as much as possible this year, but the issue here, can't get 5 games in ordinarily because of the sunlight. Cohard, he might just be thinking he's got to touch the Jason Gillespie's here, like this might never happen again. So he has to make the most of it. No reason it couldn't though, because he's played some good shots. I mean, he's probably, he was uber aggressive in the power play, which is what you kind of expect. So he swung and missed it a couple, but I mean, a lot of his runs have been scored just with orthodox shots. He's got a good eye and he's got a decent technique, I think. Let's see what he deals here. Yep, he just goes straight through the line of the ball and he escorts it out of the ground. Maximal as Cohad swings his way into the 60s, a player that previously hadn't even scored a 20.
Well, if Glenn McGrath can do it, I think he went from his highest test score of 39 to 61. Anyone can do it.
Even at 39 was a miracle.
Yeah, it was.
39 beat it, I think, I don't know, something single digits.
Good hitting, though.
He's no Glenn McGrath, though, Cohard. This time he missed to use it. He's had the luck. This will be a one-hopper. Down to the Sweeties skipper, Anil Kadir. This will take us to the end of the over. So Cohard 61, and he'll open up the 9th over. After 8, the score is 97 for 1.
Yeah, this game is definitely getting into an interesting pattern.
Well, Tim Reedman saying, so glad we get 6 games a day at European Cricket Network, 4 Malta games, 2 night games in Gibraltar. We love you, ECN. Let's just try and keep the comments positive, please.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been 7 bowlers used so far, so obviously using all their resources.
Yeah, 7 out of 8.
Yeah, you don't often get that.
Hajmal, he's going to come back and bowl his second. Yeah, thanks so much, Tim. We love to get that kind of feedback. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. I think people might not appreciate
a massive amount.
What it takes to get these on. Hajmal pushes this across for a wide.
Have you ever had a game where all 10 overs have been used by 10 bowlers?
Yeah, it's happened, I think, in Sweden last year.
Yeah.
Often it happens in games where there's been a huge first innings, right?
Okay, yeah.
And
the batsmen start saying, I want to bowl.
yeah, everyone's saying it. Now's a good time. So
I always found that funny playing grade cricket. You'd look over the opposition, they'd have like 9 bowlers warming up, like, uh-oh.
yeah, that's your way of hinting. Because, yeah, your chances of getting a bowl if you don't do the warm-up are slim.
Oh, yeah, I
except
was
for,
in
like,
that brigade. So
emergency.
everyone would go, they'd be like, all right, bowlers over here to warm up and fielders over here. And it'd be me and one other in the fielding group. And everybody else thought they could bowl.
Yeah, some pretty sad slips catching drills that I was involved in where there's not really anyone left. Everyone's there rolling their arm over. It's a long day in the field if you don't bowl. You're playing a longer form. Up in the air and just gets lucky. Kohad and rides his luck all the way to 62.
This is one of the great comebacks from Kohad.
I'm always happy to see some different people contributing with the bat. When you think about a guy that wouldn't normally bat the top order, to get this opportunity to make the most of it, good on him. Up and well, tell you what, Kohad had all the luck, and unfortunately for Negi, it's not his day. Kazim Mohammed, who is now no longer hatless, he'll come and take the catch, skating round to his left. So Blasters, they lose a blaster. The score's 99 for 2.
Unfortunately for Negi, he didn't have much luck. This ball going away from this is what left armers do, because right-handers stick their leg outside leg stump and then they have to reach it.
Yep.
Can we somehow find? I know we can't do it today, but would there be a way to find out?
Let me guess what you're going to say. Are you going to say to find out left arm bowler stats versus right arm bowler stats? I tell you what, Corey, I will give you a Palantir login. And you'll be able to mine that yourself, because thanks to Palantir behind the scenes.
Sorry, I just had a sneezing fit.
You did have a sneezing fit, and I covered you. I wasn't going to mention it.
Thank you.
I'll give you the Palantir login, and then you can...
But can you find out overall all left armers?
Pretty much find out everything on Palantir, because the players does tell you which hand they bowl with. All right, really took off from...
Would you do me a favour and tonight look that up for me?
I'll give you the Palantir login. You know, you want to hold your number 3 spot, then I'll let you look at that. Hey, Tim's chipped in £1. In for a penny, in for a pound. Tim Reedman, thanks so much, Tim.
Yeah, big spender.
Well, it takes one to know one. I mean, you were at €1. Oh, what a piece of fielding.
Oh!
Get out of town. And specifically for Kalyan, he's going to have to get off the field. I mean, you look at Kohad's had a few close calls. I mean, that was textbook. I'd say it was the perfect piece of fielding. He was on the run, picked it up one-handed, he slung it sideways, and bang. See you later, alligator. Never even makes the crease with his bat. Top-class fielding.
This is Ricky Ponting. Look at the short arm, little side throw with the hairy forearms as well to boot. What a run out.
And poor Kalyan, he's going to get a golden here. If he'd run the other way around the bowler, maybe he would have been closer, but he ended up just picking an inconvenient route.
Always run in straight lines. Don't know why people go so far.
99 for 3. Yeah, you're the one that told me, Dean Jones. Told you, yeah, run in a straight line.
Run in a straight line. You're just adding meters.
Yep.
He used to berate players over that.
Last ball the over then. They can't crack this 100.
Oh, they do now.
Now they do.
They've slowed down just a bit at the back end.
Just a little bit. I mean, that's what the wickets have done as well. And the addition of spin. The spin in the attack just changes things slightly. 100 is up. 100 for 3 after 9. So Kohad's ended up batting pretty much all the way through the innings.
If you were to have an educated guess at all the left arm seam versus right arm seam that you've seen, and sometimes right arm seam gets super collected, what do you think the margin is in economy? So I reckon it's a 3-run swing.
3 runs.
I
was going to say 1.5.
No, I'm adamant that left armers do a massive difference to the average right armer.
Yadav's back to bowl the 10th. He gets launched up and high. Fielder comes around and takes the catch. Nice work. Kazim Mohammed's caught well. We saw one get dropped in the earlier overs off Yadav. But now Kohad, he batted so well, but he has to go for 63. And Sweetie United just pitching a few runs back through the back end of this innings.
Just didn't get it out in the middle. A little bit too much elevation. And finally, we see a catch where it doesn't get dropped over the rope. Nice take from Kazim Mohammed. He's had a good few minutes, but well done to Kohad. Promoted up the order. Highest score previous on the network, 18. He ends up with 63.
Yeah, nice work. So what's that, 45 more than your previous best?
That won't happen again in his career. To go 45 higher than your previous best.
Never score another 50. We batted well enough
so
to
the next time he'll do that, he'd have to hit 107. Surely not.
Yeah. Some guys hitting 140. Nice achievement for Kohad. He can be very proud of himself. But what can they get out of these last 5 balls? Can they scrape a 10 here? 110 plays a lot better than where they're at the moment. Yadav tries to run through an arm.
I'm not too sure why he tried to run the arm.
He was banking like, you know, when you're parking, he was banking it would come down just in time.
A little bit risky.
This might take a risk, V-Ball. You get nothing out of this. Arshad is the new batter.
Oh, run.
That's an interesting one.
That's a run for me.
Yeah, let's have a look at the whole thing. It comes down to intent. Is he continuing the play, or is he simply just throwing the ball back to the bowler?
I think
It comes down to how hard he's throwing it.
I think it's because look at the non-striker not in the crease there. So for me, the ball's still a bit alive.
Yeah, little bit.
It's a funny one because
that's a borderline one.
they might call it back. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, I normally go to like the intent. But if the ball, if in doubt, the ball's alive, is what I think in this cricket. So they'll give it a bite.
Oh, there we go again. Yeah, good running. Proper throw with the glove on.
Well, the glove wasn't on for too long. The ball went and the glove went.
For me with that one, Vinny, because the non-striker was still 3/4 down, then it's alive still.
Yeah.
Because if a V-ball grabbed it, he could have run him out.
Yeah.
But because,
In theory, yeah. It was a very interesting one, though.
That might be a wide.
You might be right.
Oh, he got it. And he's gone.
Yeah,
so
we'll probably see this from side on.
is this a wide run out?
I don't think it got called a wide on the field. My feeling was it was above the head as well. Side on to tell the story. First we'll see the height, and then we'll see.
I think they're not too sure who's going either. But
we might need to also see from front on. So there's a bit going on here. Firstly, yeah, that for me is a big wide.
Oh,
maybe not a big wide. He was crouching a bit. And you can see they decided to go.
No,
yeah,
man on strike.
Yeah, clearly. And watch, he tries to keep walking, thinking he might get away with it. Arshad. Yeah, I'll give you a rule I'd like to see brought in that I think you could do fairly practically. You know the indoor cricket rule, the ball's always alive.
Yeah.
Unless there's a wicket or a boundary. So theoretically, you could sneak a run as the bowler's going back. You just got to keep an eye on it. It'd be ballsy, wouldn't it?
I'll accept that when we do our weekend of cricket where we can trial rules each game. If you let me do the foot fielding one and the other one's the Super Bowl, you pick a weekend, you pick 5 teams, and we have a new rule every game to try out.
I don't want it that bad. Here's Yadav. Swing and a miss. You don't want to step away from the ball. It's going to be hard to reach. Again, for some reason, you know, I know sometimes you have trouble getting through the whole 10 overs. Our scoreline hasn't really gotten through the 10 overs that well today. There we go. Just had to talk about it. Came back. 103. Now they might as well go. How about this? Oh, no! From Yadav! Oh, put that on the internet. I was going to say, didn't even save a run. And he was just determined to get on the score sheet. And he has missed from point blank range. The prisoner is going to walk free. Have a look at this. And to be honest, Arshad doesn't want to run. He just stays right there after missing 2 in a row. And Yadav horns it for 1. A bye. Doesn't even go against his figures.
Wow. Did not expect that.
New beauty. And, well, let's not even worry about that one because I'm going to concentrate on the one before. But I think it's it's funny that, maybe Arshad knew that Shiv Singh was probably going to get out. So it's a funny little last over. In the end, they only concede 4. Yeah, but I think Vibor, he'll want to control Z that second last ball where he missed the subs from pretty close. Let's go back to some of the highlights, though. It was all about Kohad. His 63 was super important in getting the Blasters over 100. They finished with 104.
Yeah, it was a tale of 2 halves. It was all the Blasters at the top. They made runs pretty simply. They took risks with their batting order. The wind had picked up, but overall, they capitalised on the big mistakes and the big chances missed. Overall, Blasters, they had the winning 5 overs at the top. They made runs to all parts, hit some big sixes. And we sort of thought at this stage, are we going to witness maybe a little bit of an upset? But to credit to Sweeky United, they fought back well.
Yeah, they did. And you expect that from a good team. That was Archmal laying an egg in the circle. But the addition of spin, I think, just made a big difference. I think they might have waited a little bit too long to get the spin out there. Kohad was riding his luck, and not everyone else was as lucky. You saw that that was a pretty nice catch by Kazim Muhammad. He took a couple late in the piece. But yeah, some amazing bits of fielding late on as well. This is Ricky Ponting-esque, wasn't it? Pick up and throwing on the run. hits one stump. That's outstanding. Bit of work there. And yeah, Kazim Mohammed had a very good time of it while he was out there. And then Yadav, well, late in the piece, it was all chaos as you expected. The 10th over there was the run out of the ball we thought might be a wide. I don't think it was called. Probably borderline. Nice work by Hari Krishnan. Yadav missed us up from point blank range. Don't worry, you can catch that on our Facebook at European Cricket. Let's have a look at the scorecard. You can see Kohad promoted. It's a bit of a pitch hitting option. Ended up doing the business, didn't he? 63 off 32 with 6 Maximos and 3 4s in there. 25 for Amar Sharma. But yeah, only 3 runs off the bat from the rest of the team. 13 extras. I think Sweetie won't be too happy with that as they finish with 104 that they've conceded. 105 is the chase. And as far as the bowlers go, I say Yadav was a real standout, 2 for 5, although he did make a blooper in there. He bowled very well. Ajmal 1 for 7. Wicket for Amir, but yeah, only 1 over a spin really in there. And we didn't see Waka Afridi, maybe pulled up a little bit sore, but still they use 7 bowlers. We'll take a break back in a few minutes, and when we do, we'll see if Sweetie can chase this target of 105. We don't see too many 100-plus chases in Malta, but they certainly have the lineup to chase this down. Can the Blasters get their first points? Join us very shortly to find out, right here in Malta, for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a sunny Saturday afternoon on the island. It's great to have your company. Currently about 15 degrees. A bit of a fresh breeze around the ground, so a little bit chilly in some places, but out there in the sun, I think it's great conditions for cricket. You see lots of blue sky there in the background and some of the wonderful Maltese architecture. It's influenced by a number of different backgrounds here in Europe, in the surrounding areas. Anyway, it's time for the second innings. And Sweet United, they're chasing 105 for victory. Probably still favourites, but only just. Blasters fell off the wagon a little bit. Here's Narendra Negi, who's going to get us going. And wow, gets the first ball to talk. And so, got Vibor Yadav out there with Anil Kadir, the captain. This one comes back and, yeah, just surprises Vibor, who he's a bit of a journeyman of ECN cricket, but sometimes takes a bit of time to get used to the pitch conditions. You certainly saw that when he was playing for Gracia in Barcelona. That was pitch was a bit lower for the most part. This is no problem for him, though. He goes with the movement this time. Maximo! And what a good start that is. And yeah, Sweet United, like I said, they've got a long batting lineup. They have a strong batting lineup. But we know sometimes in these chases, things can go pear-shaped very quickly. So they'll be hoping for a good start and to continue on. And probably do this with time to spare. I mean, the pace they need, 10.5 and over. Pretty much 21 per 2 overs. Little mini targets for them. On the walk this time, hits it solidly through cover, but doesn't quite get all of it. Fielding is done there by Harsh Mehra. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. And Corey, yeah, Vibor, he's an experienced campaigner now. And I think he could be a real key in this chase.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need early wickets, the Blasters. They're going to have to take 2 or 3 to stay in this match, if you ask me.
Well, that's one way to do it. Anil Kadir, he often does have 1 or 2 breakout innings per tournament. This one plugs, though. So what he gets is a long single.
There's a long single. Nice positive start by Swicky United. Good intent. This power play oh so crucial. Only 105 in the end. At one stage, they could have been chasing 130, Vin.
Yeah, it's been a one-man band situation, wasn't it? Kohard and I suppose Sharma played his role, opening partnership of 87. And he got 18 after that. A little bit short this time, and this is going to go to the boundary as well. So Yadav, he plays that shot very well. Slight erring in length from Narendra Negi, and he pays the price, 4 runs.
Yep, short, puts it away. Easy pickings, really. They've got to get it on the spot here. Negi needs to start finding some rhythm with the ball.
Right. Yeah, looking at that, they were 97 off 8, and they only got 7 runs in total in the last 2 overs. Full toss, hit firmly, but Kalyan's very straight down the ground. It's good fielder, Pavan Kalyan. Unfortunately, this week, he seems to just have a knack of ball flicking your fingers and going over the boundary for 6. As it is, it's the end of the first over. It's 13 without loss after 1.
Yeah, I'll have to go for 13 for no loss, Negi. And I think he'll be disappointed with that over. He's a better bowler than that. A little bit short, a little bit too full at times. But it happens.
108 matches without a golden ball. We got pretty close in Gibraltar last night, but not quite. And Rico, a bit of friendly competition. I noticed he was pretty keen in the last over commentary to see if Gibraltar could beat us to a golden ball. Well, surely 4 matches a day here, only 2 there. We should be getting the first golden ball of 2023. Well, that's a hanging curveball and it's going to disappear. Maximo! Yeah, a bit of a gift. They might look at the height here as well. I felt it's probably okay because he's down the wicket, but yeah, not a good ball to start. And the Blasters, yeah, you're starting to see that this score of 104 may not be enough.
Yep, nice big full toss. I think any batsman around the world hits that for 6, but not a no ball, dipping.
Yeah, true. 87 for no loss is where the Blasters were after 7. So the last 3 overs, they lost 6 wickets for 17 runs.
That's a no ball.
That will be. That's floated out, and they won't to get a run. Or maybe they will. No, they won't. Yeah, Yadav wasn't going anywhere. He wants his free hit. It's got his name on it. He said, if I have to face that one, then I want the next one as well. This is Kohard, who was having a bit of a fairy tale time. Well, that ball was up with the fairies. Now, I think just tell the umpire it's his first warning for a high ball.
Yep.
Negi says, yes, I know. Another full toss, and adios pelota. That one's a no-doubter. And tell you what, that's up in the trees. And you saw it plop back down. This is another one that's pretty high. Oh, this would be an interesting one if we got it from side on as well. Look at the way it comes out of the trees here, though. Yoink. Let's have a look, because he doesn't really charge on this one. So, probably just okay. Thigh high, but not a good ball.
Well, I'm not too sure what's happened here. He's bowled 3 juicy full tosses. Unfortunately...
Well, Kohad's now a specialist batter. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, he wasn't probably planning on scoring 63, but he's given up a few already.
There we go.
That's better.
This is why start over the wicket. Don't start around the wicket. I don't understand it. It infuriates me, Vin.
Yeah, agree. He's maybe trying something different. Yadav looks good with the ball angling into his body, but I think, yeah, he just got to try to play shots that may result in a wicket. Anil Kadir's gone up to the top of the order. That's because Imran Amir seemed a little bit out of touch. Imran Amir is their regular opener, but we've seen Imran Amir coming in more like 4. Yeah, this is just better delivery as well. Kadir chancing his arm slightly. Another full toss, another boundary. Okay, location wasn't as bad, height wasn't as bad, but still the ball was bad, if you're going to be completely honest. Kohard has come back to earth with a thump so far, even if the ball isn't coming back down to earth when it comes out of his hand.
Yeah, unfortunately 4 full tosses. It's unheard of in the second over, and I think most batsmen will just feast on that. When it doesn't hit the pitch, it's almost a free hit.
Hello to Jay Corduroy as well. He said he was a big fan of Charlie Hunt's commentary. I agree. Jay Corderay. I'm also a big fan of Charlie Hunt's commentary. I actually called him the Justin Bieber of ECN commentary. Well, good work. He ran that far. He said, I want to field it. That's Agari Shankar. It'll be the end of the over. They'll get 2. It's 34 without loss. I like to see this getting down. I know.
I thought we were on slow motion.
See a lot of foot fielding. And then he just kind of rolls into his ankle. And Sharma, who is finally out from behind the stumps. Now, surely we'll see him bowling at some point because he is national team off spinner. Amar Sharma into the second over, 34 without loss. Let us know where you're watching from, Jay Corderoy. He's saying Yadav is good, but he's no Ian Latin. Well, Latin, modern day Bradman of Gibraltar.
I don't see so.
Hey, 4-0. There's 3 teams that have that record, and Sweet United want to make it 5-0. They'll go to the top of the table. Admittedly, they've played one more game than the other 2 undefeated teams, but they've had a flawless start. Having said that, I still think they can improve their cricket. I still think that some of their innings haven't quite gone the way they wanted with the bat. Oh, dropped. And probably a little bit close there, the keeper. Devendra Negi, the captain, comes on. He gives the full square-chested teapot. He's just too close. He's not up, but he's not back there. It's Ajayendra Kumar who's come in to do the keeping to free up Amar Sharma. But yeah, he was just too close. That was an awkward take, especially with a little deflection from Kadir. Now this is skied. It's another opportunity. Oh, it doesn't quite carry, I don't think, to the fielder. And I'll get through for 1. And well, how did those stumps go over? Have you got camera 1 of that one?
Not too sure. Geez, the opportunities today have gone missing.
My guess is the keeper's fallen into the stumps here. Let's have a look. He goes up and he says, all right. Then the run out's on. And yeah, given to me. Wicket keeper, not wicket breaker. Yeah, let's know where you're watching from. Jay Corderoy. Nice to see a new name in the chat. Devendra Negi versus Yadav. Good contest. Yeah, gets this one to just leave Yadav slightly. He loses his form. If you're going to have any chance, you've got to get Yadav soon. Otherwise, this game's going to slip away. Yeah,
if they don't pick up a wicket the next 2 overs, you imagine it's going to be pretty difficult for them.
Again, Vibor. He's
well done.
Pretty determined to give it both barrels. That's well done, Sharma.
Yep.
Is like I say, he's out from behind the stumps. I mean, he was a little bit sheepish saying, well, I'm doing the keeping today, but I've got to say, I haven't done a lot of keeping. That was the other day. Now he's out, and you can see that was a good piece of work. So, Nilkesh Patel is in the chat as well. Hello, Nilkesh, member of our Blue Crew from time to time. He's watching from Spain. Also a very good umpire. Nilkesh, hope you're well. Yadav has to wait on this one. He does. He'll get a single. It's been a pretty good over, though, from Devendra Negi. He's unlucky he hasn't picked up a wicket. And so far, he hasn't gone for a boundary.
Yep, just another single. They're on top here, Swiki United. I think they know it.
Hello to Thunder as well, watching from Bangladesh. Always a pleasure to see you in the chat. Hopefully everyone's enjoying their weekend. Well, this one's asking for it, and it's going to get it sideways. It's going to crash into the European cricket banner. So Negi bowled a pretty good over. This one just gets a bit too straight, and Kadir's got a good eye. He picked the bounce, hit it at the top of the bounce. It's 4 runs to finish the over. So at the end of the power play, it's 42 without loss, and it's advantage to United.
Yeah, big advantage as well. Overs of 13, 21 and 8.
Have a look at those last 2 overs, though. Watch the wickets stack up. He's 5 for 7 in the last 2 overs. And that's why they only score 104. It felt like they were on target for something like 120.
Yeah, it just didn't happen for him, Vin.
Notice you've gotten the gloves over there. Bit nippy.
I think I've picked up a few sniffles today.
That's no good. No, he's just a bit emotional after the robothon yesterday.
That did take it out of me, to be fair. That was a heavily stacked day.
Well, let's rock and roll. It's Shiv Singh with his left arm, round arms. Talk to me. What were you going to say?
I am a fair weather commentator, to be fair.
Shocker. Well, that's not news to anybody. Anyway, can Shiv change the game? Well, Yadav likes that angle in. He just goes with it. This is going to be all the way over the fence. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a hit me ball again. Unfortunately, I think Blasters, if they were to get into the analytics room after this game, which I'm sure they will, they'll sit down and realise they've bowled some dross. And it's being hit to all parts at the moment.
Hello to Chris Smith as well. Nice to see you. And a few people trickling in as well after the Big Bash final. And team in orange there, the Scorchers, getting the win. Looking forward to seeing the highlights a little bit later. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a hunt going on. Shankar is probably going to understand now that we've got plenty more balls to use in this circumstance. I'll throw another one out there. Now, I wonder if Shiv Singh goes away from his plan A, which is always to kind of go around the wicket. Wow, that's a blistering throw. Was that Quinton that threw that? He's just almost taken out the umpire at the bowler's end. Welcome to Quinton, by the way. He's joined our crew today, replacing Andy. He's off. Yeah, so if you're going to bowl this angle, you cannot bowl at stumps to Yadav. Well, maybe you can. Gets that one right. Marnus. He's saying, what a wild several months of cricket this has been. Kohli at the G, Bazball, Marnus and Smith getting double centuries in the same innings. Cam Green's first fiver. Thunder all out for 15. Don't disagree with that. What about 26s in an innings here on ECN? Speaking of sixes, this is a big one from Yadav, who goes large over the fence. And those cars are not safe. Maximo. He moves to 46.
Nice shot. I think that's the best shot of the lot. He turns it into a half volley. That's the advantage of coming down.
So he moves, but he stays balanced. I think that's the difference there. I think a couple of times he's just kind of lost his form a little bit. And he'd know that if he went back and looked at videotape.
Still curious about why he's going around Europe playing all this cricket, like how it works, the intricacies of it.
You could ask him. Take some time out of your break. Wow, that's pounded, and that's going to be Yadav's 50. That one had some legs on it as well. 18 balls for his half century, and Sweetie, they're running away with it now. And V-Boy Yadav, well, there's no blushes here. He has absolutely smashed those last two cricket balls out of the ground. What a 50.
I think he gave a point to the badge there. Maybe he's affiliated with Swicky United in the past. Did you see that?
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe.
Well, you know, here's the thing. He was meant to play for Sweetie last year.
Okay.
And there's unexpected circumstances. He wasn't able to. So he's waited a long time to play for Sweetie United. Well, if a year's a long time. And actually, that was a November series. So it's about 3 months. Nice to see. He's got his own shirt. I mean,
so you can go around playing ECS for any team. It's a very interesting concept.
Yeah. So bringing people together that might not otherwise come together. I like it.
How many teams has he played for?
3 off the top of my head.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Up and away, and it's going to be more runs. 4 more runs for V-Boy Yadav. It's been a game of 2 opening partnerships right now. This one's out of control for the Blasters.
Yeah, it's definitely out of control. Unfortunately, they just haven't been able to get it right with the ball, to be fair. The very first over set the tone with so many no balls, and they've not really pegged it back from that. We could be off for an extended break, Vinny.
You might be off for a real extended break the way things are going with an early finish here.
I'll see you tomorrow morning, I think.
Could be.
Might need to make sure the old noodle's feeling okay.
Just trying to think, with that talk of the Thunder being bowled out for 15, of course, we talked about Gozo getting bowled out for 6 here a couple of years ago. What's the lowest total that your teams have been bowled out for that you've been playing in?
Playing in?
Yeah, I was just... Oh, hit hard, hit well. This is coming our way. Maximo, 6 more. And right now, they need to stop V-Ball. And this isn't going to do it. There's been a lot of full tosses in this innings. And, well, they'll find the ball. Narendra Nagy. I see you, Narendra.
I think I was involved in a 32 all out.
70 for no loss after 4.
I think I was involved in a 32.
32. It's probably good that I can't remember mine. Had a lot of success in juniors when I grew up. Yeah. 62 not out for Yadav out of 70. It's pretty dominant, isn't it?
I think the quickest game I've ever been involved in minutes-wise was about 28 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Talk me through that one.
That was great fun. Turned out to be one of the biggest days on the Terps you'd ever imagine. We've gone in for a big game. It's only 3 years ago.
Is it? Wait for his ball. As Devendra Nagy trying hard to pull something out of the fire.
We've driven down to the Hague area and playing HCC with Clayton Floyd and Boris Gourlay. Big game when he gets through to the finals.
Yeah.
I think 28 minutes in, there was an altercation between the keeper and the batsman. I was next padded up to come in next. This is great. And the keeper didn't take what was said well, and things got a bit heated. And
I think I read about this, actually.
The keeper left the field, and all of a sudden HCC left the field, and they wouldn't come back out. So game's called off 28 minutes in on the most sunny, perfect day in Holland.
Are you kidding me? Oh, that's whacked by Kadir. Well, he's saying, well, step aside. I need to hit a few as well. And so Sweet United 78, and now even Devendra Nagy, he's not safe. There's one captain whacks another.
Nice shot. So we ended up driving down to Harvey S. Quick, who were playing up the road. Maxie O'Dowd brought his decks, and we had a party down there, watched the cricket, and it turned out to be one. We ended up drinking with the HCC boys all day.
This is up, and it's in the air. Keeper's called this. Oh, and he's made a meal of it. Unfortunately, Ajay Kumar, got to feel for him slightly. He's been asked to do the job here. He was really off to the races too fast. He overran that one in the end.
Well, the amount of drops, I'd be out of pocket. If this was yesterday, I reckon I'm up to $30.
He did pledge €1 per drop catch for the robot fund yesterday, and there was only one drop catch for most of the day. Got to feel a bit for Ajay Kumar. He's had a rough time out there. Yeah, my initial reaction when you said who was playing and all this was this basically pre-planned to get out of the cricket and be able to have a day on the sauce.
Well, it wasn't, but it turned out to be a great day.
Last ball of the over coming up. This game might not have long left. Goes offside. Doesn't quite carry down to Narendra Nagy. So this will be just one, and it's the end of the 5th over. Oh, poor. Hopefully he's all right. They got the end of that play there, because I think this might have actually collected Ajay Kumar.
Is he okay?
Yeah, let's have a look at it. The throw came in awkwardly, and I think it might have hit him in the chin.
Oh, he's having a bad day. I hope he's okay. You can see they're swarming around him.
I don't know what Elvira's got for us here. Let's have a look at this.
I didn't see it.
So it's pretty much the end, but still Narendra comes in, throws in a pretty big throw.
Oh,
and,
oh no. Oh, he took that real hard.
Yadav was very quick to get in there.
Is the ball okay? He actually took that extremely well. Yeah.
Hey, you got to be tough. Yeah, good on him for getting behind the stumps here. It's not easy.
Do we have that on the Zoom?
I don't know if we want to see the Zoom of that.
Elvira's gotten better on the Zoom.
Elvira, you can do whatever you feel is right, but Ajay Kumar probably have the job for the afternoon. A bit surprised we haven't seen Amar Sharma at least having an over here of spin, just to kind of blow the cobwebs away, if nothing else. 24 required off the second half. This game's on borrowed time. Kadir happy to take one and hand over to the V-Bore show.
I'm glad that he's still keeping. I know a lot of other people would have been going off the field, because that hit him pretty forcefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see there he's still touching it.
He wasn't making a big fuss about it. I think Yadav saw what happened. He was straight over there to check he was okay. Pitched up, misses the inside edge. Yeah, so some people, Jay Corderay saying ECN needs a video game. Well, that'd be pretty cool. Santosh asking about Afridi. Well, here's the thing with Waka Afridi. I mean, perhaps he just pulled up a little bit sore. He hasn't been required to bat here either. We did see him at the bowling crease. They used 7 different bowlers. I suppose you've got a lot of bowlers. They're the options you've got. Edged. It doesn't carry to the de facto slip. And he will get, well.
No.
Not out?
No.
It was a bit unexpected.
He was in by a mile, Vin.
Yeah. I was just surprised he threw it at all. I mean, firstly, keeper found himself between the ball and the stumps. Nice little fake out. And, yeah, of course.
So that mile.
Yeah, a mile. I knew it was worth another look.
Well bowled.
I think it's just in from Narendra Nagy. Oh, look, so the Blasters didn't have the worst start to this game, I think. And what they're seeing is they have to play a full 20 overs a bit more competitively. I think they've just been blown away here in the first half, and it's all she wrote. Well, that's one way to do it. He takes this off a length and swings it, and with the wind that flies out of the ground, Maximo Kadir has kind of been the silent partner a little bit, but you can see he's got a good eye. And maybe a bit risky staying leg side of the ball there. Weight kind of falling off the shot slightly, but still gets plenty of it. And yeah, this opening partnership has now surpassed the opening partnership in the first innings.
Nice shot. This has been pretty comprehensive from Swicky. Fair play to them.
Woz has got the conversion in the chat there. Hello, Wozza. Nice to see you. He says 1 inch equals a mile, according to Corey.
Wish that's what my ex-partner used to say.
How is Stephanie? End of the over. It's 89 without loss. There's 16 required off the last 4.
Yeah, it's a matter of time, isn't it? Vinny, who's won the toss in the last one coming up?
News from the toss is the same news. Pajiba Blasters winning the toss and batting first.
Okay, might hang around for that one. That's
That
going to
game's
be a good
coming
game.
up. Just an hour and 15 away from the start of that.
Well, that's such a delay.
Or 75 minutes, whatever comes first.
Quite a big delay, isn't it?
Slightly long. But this game looks like it'll be finished early. But having said that, tell that to Amar Sharma. He's going to come on. He's going to try and be a hero. He might bowl the best 2 overs you've ever seen.
He would have to. He would have to get on an absolute heater.
I've seen teams lose from this position.
No, you
before.
haven't.
I'll tell you.
Not with 10 wickets in hand.
I'll tell you when I've seen him.
Oh man.
I saw.
Oh, he's asked the keeper to come up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Jayendra Kumar said no. He said, "Bring it at me." Didn't you see what happened?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, that is a loose nut if ever I saw one from Sharma. He's actually a pretty good bowler. That one left the field pretty quickly. Maximo. They move into the 90s. I've seen a team lose. They needed 12 off 18 with 8 wickets in hand with their captain on 60. And they ended up losing, getting bowled out. They lost 8 for 4. 8 wickets for 4.
Oh, no, you made me watch it.
And yeah.
Yes,
You asked to watch it.
I still think this would be worse if you lost 10 for 16 or less with 4.
Well, after that 6, this would be worse. You could lose from here. Yadav's probably trying to finish it this over.
Time for the mercy rule.
And this is just played back. A rare dot ball.
Big shake of the head from Sharma.
Yadav muscles this down the ground. Yeah, Sharma's a guy we did see playing for the Maltese national team in the ECC. He's also played ECL cricket, I think, for Malta Super Kings. Pitches up and kind of into the gap. Bit of an awkward one for Narendra Nagy, but it's a solid cricketer. Oh, wow. A bit of flashback time
you
there.
need to see that again.
Jayendra Kumar almost had his head taken off by that.
Oh, no. Look, watch this, Vin.
I was watching it live.
Ooh, he's late on that.
One over the head.
Don't want to see it again.
This is hit pretty hard. Some of the fielding's been very good. This is Kohard. Now, the whisper is maybe Kohard will have the gloves in the last game.
I think that might be wise. Just, it's been a good effort, but yeah, Kumar.
They kind of wanted to use Kohard as a bowler, but that didn't go that well this innings. So I think that's the way they'll do it. He had 1 over for 21. Fortunately, the Heroics didn't continue with the ball. Now this is hanging in the air, coming down in the field of play and taken. Nice catch by Narendra Nagy. So they get a consolation wicket at the end. Took 7 overs, so Amar Sharma gets his first wicket of the series and spin to win. It works again. Why do they wait so long to bring the spin into the attack? It's also the end of the 7th over, and the score's 98 for 1.
Yeah, good catch in the end. Really good catch. Another wicket goes. They're doing a good job here.
Coming up in the last game of the day, and well, might even have the fantasy dashboard very, very shortly for you, and we'll see what they've listed. Here we go. Yeah, Kohard is listed with the gloves, so that's what they're going to go for. And news from the toss, the Blasters winning the toss, selecting to bat, and I'd be very surprised if Kohard didn't open the batting. He's listed at 7 there. That's where he was listed before, but he came in and his previous high score of 83 of 18, I should say, was obliterated as he knocked up 63. So 7 to win. I hesitate to say that this might be the last over or part over. The way that Yadav's going, he's got 73 out of 98. They're going to Mera, and well, that one will tie the game. It was just rocked in on a length. That one's going car bound, and not so sure I'd be parking my car there today, Corey. Maximo, 6 runs.
I think it just missed all the cars, went straight through the middle of them. But nice shot. This game almost over now. It's been pretty comprehensive from Swicky United in this run chase. It must be said.
You can say that again. Sweetie going to go 5 in a row. go to the top of the table. First team to reach 10 points. And again, they'll want to make sure that they finish top 2. They'll be straight through to the semi-finals at the end of this tournament. Bearing in mind, the whisper is that whoever wins this tournament will qualify for ECL 24, which is over a year away. It's a big prize to get flown, all expenses paid, to Spain to play in the Champions League of European cricket. Harsh Mera might have a pretty short spell because any score will win it now for Sweetie United. And this will do it. It'll be a boundary that brings it up. So Yadav is going to finish with 83 not out. And they're going to do this one with 16 balls to spare. Yeah, Sweet United really taking the attack apart there. So yeah, the Blasters, they had a promising start to that game, but things went wrong really quickly. Really from the 7 over mark of the first innings, it was all Sweetie. Yeah, and Yadav finishes with 9 Maximos and 5 4s. And he can be very proud of himself in his innings. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it wasn't a full innings by any means, just 7.2 overs. Sweetie United, strong opening partnership set this up. And some of these sixes were massive.
Absolutely. Sensational innings from Yadav. Overall, the bowling was a little bit under par, you'd have to say, unfortunately. Too many full tosses at the start sort of killed the chase. And unfortunately, when you're bowling a little bit under the standard than what you're used to, good players will capitalise. That's what Yadav done. Has done, I should say. This was the only wicket to fall. Nice, safe catch right at the back end. But overall, a good win for Sweetie United.
You just got to file that away now. You know, lock the filing cabinet and get on with it. If the Blasters, hopefully they can put 100 plus on again and maybe remove some of those dangerous players at the top of the order. We saw with Victoria Lions yesterday that you can turn things around between games 3 and 4 of the day. Looking at the scorecard, 83 off 30, 9 Maximos there for B-Boy Yadav, striking at 277. Good innings from him. Anil Kidia didn't have to do too much. He chipped in with the occasional one, a couple of big hits in his 24. Kazim Mohammed came, but he was just a spectator. And a lot of people talking about Afridi, didn't bowl, didn't have to bat. Maybe just a question of trying to keep him fresh. There are 18 matches, of course, in the group stage of this tournament. 1 for 9, Sharma, I should say, with his off spin. He was the only man to break through. I'd like to see him maybe bowling a bit earlier and perhaps asking a few different questions to the openers when we return. We'll be back in around about an hour, just over an hour's time, with the last game of the day. It's 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe. It's 8 p.m. in India. That's when we'll be back with match 24. Same teams will be on the park. Until then, it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, with Toy Ruckers. We'll see you shortly with the final game of the day in Malta before we take the show to Gibraltar. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Welcome back to the beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground here on the island nation of Malta. Now it's time for the last game of the day. It's going to be a Saturday afternoon special between Bajiba Blasters. They're taking on Sweet United in match 24. Let's see what happens right over there. Tyrone Peters, he has the two captains for the coin toss.
Last game of the day, Sweetie versus the Blasters. Blasters to call. There's your heads, there's your tails. Tails a call. It's a tail.
So Bajiba Blasters, they've won the toss. Once again, they will bat first. It certainly was a good option last time. I've got to say, Prajwal Kohad, previous high score of 18 in ECN cricket. He cracked 63 to get them over 100, but we know, it could be not enough against Sweet United. Same story again, potentially, but Sweet United again, I think they use 7 bowlers and they have a lot of options. I think I'd like to see them maybe using spin a little bit earlier just to break things up, but really, two teams with high ambitions. Let's see how they go as we get ready for the start of match 24. Let's go over to the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball.
Bit of a lengthy break, the previous game ending early, and our hour break to get to game 4. We have a look at the two lineups. Swicky versus the Blasters. Or Swicky, they've got a very destructive lineup. Plenty of players good with the bat, good with the ball. They'll go in as the hot favourites. Blasters, how will they approach this game? They need Narendra Negi to have a good one if they're going to get up and win. I, for one, just want the best team to win in the quickest manner possible. As we get into game 4, love the white floppy on the keeper. That's a new look. Yeah, that looks very good. Looks like it's going to be Umar Khan, who didn't bowl too good in the previous game. I think he'll be the first to admit that. He'll be looking to bounce back with a couple of early polls here. As we welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Good luck on your Dream 11 teams. Last game coming from Malta before we head over to Gibraltar for the night series. And welcome back everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat if you've stayed with us. Well, that graph's come out of nowhere. Let's focus on the cricket. Wow. He's still bowling it everywhere, old Khan. He's got to get it together. He's had an odd day with the ball. He's better than this. We all know he can get it in the right areas. Maybe he's got a little niggle. I'm not too sure. Vibhor Yadav's gone up for some words of encouragement, hopefully, it looks like it. Just said, maybe keep calm and go back to what you do best. And that's short and wide again. And no wide. Interesting. I reckon that was a wide. Let's have a closer look. Pitches and goes outside the tram line. That should have been a wide for me. He gets lucky. Was Khan. It seems to just be jerking at the point of release. He's just got to try to get through his action a little bit more rhythmical. Try and get it in the right areas. They've brought someone from the leg side to the offside for the short ball outside off. And that's where it is. Single, direct hit's gone. Yeah, he's got him. It could be an early finish because that's Negi. I can't believe it. He's barbecued himself. He's literally opened up the door, laid himself on it, put a bit of oil on his legs, and he's barbecued. Well, that's a shocking run. He's hit it straight to the fielder. He says yes, and then he doesn't run. He just walks it and watches the start. I just don't get it. He basically sold the white flag straight away. Little sidearm throw from Kasim Muhammad. That's 2 in the day from punter at cover. But you have to ask yourself, did he really want to make that single or did he plan to be run out? I reckon he planned. That was a crazy bit of cricket. I can't believe what I've seen, but it's 1 for 1. New batsman's already out there. Wow, what a start. Amar Sharma joins Kohad, who hit his highest ever score on the network in the game before. And that's a play and miss. But yeah, I can't believe what I've witnessed. Negi, who's probably one of their best players, hit it straight to the fielder and then started jogging. Tell you what, their coach, the Blasters, sitting on the side. I'm looking at their coach. He's just off the screen. He's pulling his hair out. In the air, that's a nice looking shot. Much better. And Kohad He's having a day out. I don't know if he is a bowler from what I saw before. He might be a genuine batsman that just hit lightning before, and he might be wanting to hit lightning twice. He made 60-odd in the previous match, and he starts this game with a gorgeous 4. And another nice looking shot off the middle stump. But this time he'll hit it to the sweeper out there. So just the single. 1 ball left in this first over. And what's been a pretty average sort of day. We haven't seen too many upsets so far, I think, in this competition. Sort of waiting for the teams at the bottom of the table to cause a bit of a stir and change it around. The old charge block. Cheeky single. And what's he doing? Oh, I tell you what, I reckon that's out if he had a hit. Close anyway. I think the Blasters need to practice their running in straight lines. Let's have a look at the side on. It was a good little throw. And what's he slide your bat? No, he would have been okay. You can see a couple of sore bodies maybe. Who knows? That takes us to the end of the first over. I've got it. Maybe not. Felt like it was. Unless there was a retrospective wide, I thought that was over. Well, that's been given a wide now. We'll have to go check my information, but I thought that was over. Well, I'm looking at my right. Let's get the scoreline up on. We have our own stats that we use in the commentary box. If it wasn't, there's been an extra wide, and if it was, well, fair enough. So now another ball. Yeah, and there it is. Oh, he's got him. He's taken him out with the chest. The umpire has thought, hold on, I got it wrong. It was the 7th ball of the over. So the wide will not count. And watch this. The umpire says, cop that. I love it. No, you will not bowl. There was an error. And in the rule adjudication, we are now allowed to retract the wide. The wide will be retracted. So that will be called over. A run will come off. I don't know who's facing. I had too many coffees during the break. And the umpire's taken out the bowler. And the bowler's down injured. He looks like he's in a bit of trouble. I hope he's okay. But yeah, the walkie-talkies, there'll be some decisions being told. What they'll be told here is, gentlemen, that we bowl 1 ball extra and the extra ball was a wide. That is now obsolete. That does not count. We can't have 7 ball overs. So we go back. That is over. I knew it was 7 balls. As we look at the social media, you can get in action with us on Mr. Maximo 50s or C Rutgers _28. 28 is for love. Please send in a message if you like. We'll get back to you. And I hope the bowler's okay. He just copped a full-blown hip and shoulder. I've not seen that before. What a crazy start, but that can happen after an extended break. Everyone just slowly getting back into it. Umpires are human as well. As we get ready for the second over, Vibor Yadav, who is going all around Europe playing cricket, comes into the attack and gets hit pretty hard through mid-off. Should just be a single. Let's hope we had the right person on strike then, because I'm not so sure. Sharma, he's on 2. Kohad, he's on 5. This time it cramps old Kohad Faroum. Tried to hit that quite powerfully through the leg side. Chops down, straight back to Vibor. As we welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and over ball counting, Vinny Santu.
Yeah, I was about to come back, and you had me going to the recount. There's shades of the shards in the voting slips. Florida 2000 about that one. This one's right off the end of the bat. Spoils wide. Kohad, you mentioned him having a bit of a day out. Previous high score, 18 before today. He came out and cracked 63, and he finds himself in the action once again. What about the fielding from Qasim Muhammad?
Wow.
That is not a replay. He has 2 of those swooping direct hit run-outs today, proving the first one wasn't a fluke.
Ricky Ponting.
Well, that one probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's uppercut, and it is going to get to the rope. So Sharma takes it on and wins. Yadav tries out the old boardroom. He finds himself going through the sky roof.
Yeah, way too short and gets put away. It's a poor ball. Nice shot.
I mean, Yadav's got a lot of fans out there. Right the way he goes about his cricket. I know he's one of your favourites, Corey. You were kicking yourself that he's not actually qualified for Spain on residency grounds. Do you think maybe he should make a home for himself there?
I reckon there's a few times he can't get out of his own way himself.
I did say congratulations after the last game, not for the batting, but for the viral moment he provided us.
Oh, missed field. That could go away for 4. Vin.
I think he's got it.
Vin. Oh, chops. Oh, he's taking it in the goober.
Yeah, they just almost got lockjaw. They always found the ball between his teeth there. They say take the bit between his teeth, but
I think he copped it as well.
This is Muhammad Assad. He's in. Well done, though.
I like
composure.
I like to see men jump on the ball, though. I like to see them go on top of it.
Like they're jumping on a grenade.
Yeah.
It's the end of the over. I think they got 2 there, right? So that'll be 15 for 1 after 2. Let's have a look at the table. Sweet United win the race to 10 points, although there's a couple of teams who are obviously unbeaten as well. Southern Crusaders and Gozo Zalmi. Blasters find themselves 0-3. Don't forget the bottom 2 teams eliminated after the group stage, so I'm pretty sure they want to get a win sooner rather than later. They've had a bit of a tough draw, though, the Blasters. They've got Gozo Zalmi first up. Now they've copped Sweetie. This is going to be 1 to start the 3rd over.
Vinny, I'm not too sure if you saw what happened in the break, but Cake Gate has been confirmed, and it was unbelievable.
Cake Gate implies something negative, but yeah, I had a piece. Did you have a piece?
Did you have a piece?
I had a piece.
What you do?
Hey,
what are you doing?
No, it would have been rude of me not to have a piece. It's all in the calorie budget. Don't worry.
You're on the fitness hype. You can't tell the viewers.
It's all about balance, right? You don't want to be extreme. It's all about balance.
So how have you balanced this? Explain it to me.
Playing paddle tonight. Got 2 hours of singles coming up. I don't know if we got a photo of the cake. Spring Productions. Go to work, please.
Unbelievable option. Strawberry cheesecake.
Oh, they've already. How quick is that? That was brilliant. Have you got the one with Karina? That was quite. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Wonderful crew we've got. If you missed that, this is
great. It's time for some food chat. It's game 4.
I was just going to say quickly. Yesterday, if you missed it, we had our Robothon fundraiser, and then as an add-on, they wanted €3 for cake. They ended up getting €50.
There it was.
10 from me. Where's Corey on that? I see Mr. Maximo there. There's an anonymous 5. Was that you?
Yeah, it was.
Liar.
In the air. Should be out. Gone. Vibor Yadav. Simple catch. Keeps his feet still, and he shows that's how you do it. Pretty simple. I think he's happy with his own work.
Got a bit of swagger about him, and I would too if I just came off a pretty swashbuckling 80-odd. And so Sharma, he's going to have to go for 8. And the Blasters, a little bit of a shaky start. Poor Kohad finds himself holding the baby. It's like when Homer's put in charge of the nuclear power plant and then everyone just legs it. Kohad finds himself still there. He's got a little jump shot there.
Strong position. Much better than before. But, yeah, so they asked for €3. They got 50. And they what an option. Strawberry cheesecake. That is a damn good cake.
Yeah, so I wasn't going to turn it down. And, that was before I got at it at that stage. Yeah. It's very good. They put it in the freezer. Interesting
I
choice.
know. I like that choice.
Yeah.
Very good.
It held together pretty well.
Exactly.
Crumbly biscuit base.
I had 2 pieces and now no dinner for Corey.
See if I can. Got a couple to go in his spell. He's been bowled pretty well. Can sometimes struggle with control. Umar holds a record, which he probably doesn't want to hold. He once bowled 8 illegal deliveries in a row, which is a record in ECM cricket. And that was the first balls he bowled.
I can understand why.
But then he bowled 6 straight that weren't extras. Last ball, the power play coming up. Kohad. Launches, and he's going to get 4. So, yeah, well, it's Kohad's day. Whatever Prajwal's routine is, I think some of the Blasters might want to start doing it themselves. This really could have gone anywhere, but it goes to the boundary. It's 21 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, a little bit of luck, but you make your own luck. But yeah, why don't we just show everyone who's joined in late what we achieved yesterday with our Robothon.
Okay, we'll probably do that.
We haven't spoken about it at all today because
well, we
we're a
probably
bit
spoke about
tired.
it enough yesterday, so 786.
Let's just remind ourselves, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you again to everyone involved because we have 2 robots on their way.
And so if you want a Saturday update about where the robots are at,
Everyday update.
the update is there is no update.
Shipping from China. You can see it there at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys are welcome. A bit nasal today.
Yeah, to be fair, I've stuck it out today.
Yeah.
I've had a weird cold today.
The redness is back as well.
Is it?
Say.
This must be the cheesecake.
It might be.
Is it time for food chat, Vinny? Game 4?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've started with cheesecake. Any food chat you'd like. I want some pastizzi while I'm here. That's Maltese.
I want to talk about cakes.
Okay, we can.
I want to be topical.
How about, did you have a favourite birthday cake that was made for you when
I
you were a
had
kid?
2. Oh, well, before pre-16 and past 16.
All right. Tell me about it in a minute. Here's Archmal with his left arm is coming on in the middle overs. Yeah, well
bowled.
classic left arm. The thing about Archmal, he likes to follow his ball, but
How's the umpire wearing the floppy backwards so that we can see the logo?
very
smart.
Okay, what were your 2 favourite birthday cakes?
So before I turned 16 and I was a young boy, I always liked the Freddo Frog ice cream cake.
Okay, yeah.
That was an absolute
That's
ring
a
dinger.
classic, yeah. Any ice cream cake with the Neapolitan flavours, got wind blowing the bales off.
Yeah.
My favourite, I mean, there was this Women's Weekly cake book in Australia when it had all these cakes. I think they did like 50 editions. Mostly that didn't change too much. Here's Archmal. Hit and run. I'll get one. Mine was actually a cricket field. It was a cricket field cake that had the kind of chocolate wafers around the outside as a picket fence.
What was the flavour?
Yeah, a bit of everything. I can't remember. Probably chocolate based. But, you know, as far as the aesthetics of it, yeah, it's very good. I might try and find a picture of that. Should I?
Yeah, feel free. Archmal has bowled well today, the left arm seamer. High, in the air, should be caught. Steadies himself, is caught. Swicky United, there's Swickying all right, 22 for 3.
Yeah, it's not a great start, and Cohad, his luck runs out, doesn't he, on legs 11, and he becomes the 3rd man to fall. Archmal gets a wicket. Left arm doing the trick again. It's 22 for 3.
Yeah, it does the trick. All right, my turn, Vin. So as an adult, obviously you mature slightly. There was 2 cakes that started to take over my life. A chocolate mud cake.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. But the Black Forest cake.
Oh, yeah. It's a bit rich for me, though.
No, Black Forest cake was phenomenal.
Well, that's a pretty good one, then. Okay, Black Forest cake.
Yeah, very good. Let's get it. I think everyone in the chat should know what a Black Forest cake is, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, maybe tell us your favourite cakes, then.
And then, not a cake, but a trifle at Christmas and a pavlova. They're the 2 you always go at Chrissy.
Yeah, that's true. I'm saying you never thought you'd hear Women's Weekly in a cricket broadcast. Well, here you go. Famous magazine. Do people still buy magazines? Still a thing?
Yeah.
Quite heavy in the luggage. I can't really.
Tell us what your cakes are. I'm curious. What's everyone's favourite cake?
My favourite cake, okay, probably strawberry cheesecake's right up there. Probably second favourite. Probably mine is a passion fruit cheesecake.
Okay.
I like a bit of that. It's pretty much just like what we had today.
Oh, Andrew Smith. I had a Black Forest Gâteau.
Gâteau, yeah.
Gâteau in Berlin once. Well, it does sound good. Shot. Top ball.
Shot for none, wasn't it? Atinda Singh's in now. See if he can move it.
Yeah. Marnus. Favourite cake is traditional chocolate with jam, cream, and sprinkles.
Sprinkles. Okay. No R. Yeah. The old sponge. I'll tell you a bit of cake gossip if you want. This is cut away. I think this will run away for 4. It's a good chase from Atta, but won't be able to pull that one back. 4 cadenas. They need someone to stand up. Atinda gets off the mark in style.
Hey, 4 runs. Much needed. Nice shot.
You know those on the internet, there's like confessions. Like tell us your confessions. 26 for 3 after 4.
Okay.
Quite a lot of famous like wedding cake makers and specialist cake makers. They say we don't actually bake the cakes. We just decorate them. They buy the supermarket cakes and just dress them up.
Oh, okay, that's
So
upsetting.
that's a bit like corking your bat.
Shrugs
Baseball.
come through and said red velvet cake.
Yes.
That's the story I've got with me and
Okay.
Colin Munro in Islamabad. Had a massive food fight and the red velvet cake wasn't good in the room. It's online. You can read the story.
Oh, really? What did you do? You stained something?
We got in a bit of a throwing cake war. You ever had a cake fight?
I like
Because in Pakistan, it's very customary for birthdays to smear it.
Yeah, I always wait for someone to take it the wrong way when I see that footage.
Oh, it's gone.
Man, it's 100% out. Hassan Ahmed comes on, nips back and hits him in front of off. He's plumb LBW.
Yeah.
And so, Kalyan can't take a trick at the moment in this tournament. He goes for 2, 26-4-4, and it was the seam movement there that beat the bat. Kalyan
Look at the batsman.
tries to sell it, and really, you can't blame him. He's trying to say, yeah, come on, you're not
What do you
getting
mean?
that out, are you? To be honest, I'm a big advocate of umpires counting to 3 before putting the finger up. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision because it wasn't, but it was a quick count to 3 if it was, because his finger was up pretty much before the ball had hit the ground again.
Yeah, but sticking on the cake chat, red velvet shrug. Red velvet cake is underrated.
Yeah.
I think it's not a cake spoken about enough.
That's good. I mean, I don't have a huge sweet tooth, I got to admit. I'm a sometimes sweet eater, but I don't crave it. Like if it's here, like the cake was here today, I was on board. But
I think cake's one of those things that just come in and out of your life very sparsely, and when it comes into your life, you're very happy about it because it's not. You'll never go out and buy cake.
Good old-fashioned ice cream cake,
Oh.
though, when we were a kid. There we go. That's the cricket field cake. That's a version of one.
Is that a couple of wafers? What?
Yeah, they're wafers.
What
around
are the
outside.
bars around the outside? The chocolate bars.
Yeah, we'll show it again if you want.
Please.
Yeah, they're those chocolate wafers you'll get, and there's like a sponge cake, and it's decorated green with coconut on it to kind of make the grass, maybe coloured coconut.
Yeah.
Got that one more time, Elvira?
You were a cricket nerd, weren't you?
I was a little bit as a kid once I picked it up. Don't know what they've done the stumps with, like toothpicks maybe.
The outside
looks like a cherry for the ball.
What chocky bar was that?
It's you just get chocolate wafer fingers. They're pretty common.
Oh, that's
There's various brands, Good though. That's a good one.
Yeah, I
it
can
looks
see.
like our boundaries as well there as well.
I like the cherry.
Yeah, cherry's a good touch.
Underrated cherries.
Dug in from around the wicket. Well, this would have been out. Sent his partner back. Shiv Singh was living on a prayer, but he survives. Bit windy here. You can probably tell at the moment. Some of our cameras getting blown around. Hutchmal.
Vinny, if we can send Elvira these photos and she can put them up, why don't you send her the ECL photo of the group so we can talk about it?
Has to be approved by the powers that be.
What do you mean?
2023 branding, baby.
Oh, okay. Should we go through Group A, Group B, Group C? Because this game feels like it's going to be a meander.
Probably. Maybe I'll be able to get something up for it about it. How
Yeah,
about
go
that?
on.
Yeah?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I mean, the ECL's close. It's one of our marquee events. In comes Ahmed once again. Play and miss outside the off stump. Yeah, I'm more than excited for the ECL. The ECC is great. Don't get me wrong. Love the national teams and seeing how they go. But the club teams, I don't know. There's something about it. You always meet new players, and yeah, I think the club scene, it's a little bit more open about who can win it, whereas the national one, a little bit more difficult, I think, to get past the heavyweights. But the club one, anyone could win this club season.
I love it.
I think anyone could win this year. I reckon it's going to be hot, like really. You could pick 10 winners.
Can't wait. 27 for 4 after 5. Just a reminder, more cricket coming up tonight in Gibraltar. There's about a 2-hour gap, maybe 2 hours 15 between the end of play here in Malta and the start of play in Gib. Rico, he's ready to go. Sloggers, they are back on the rack tonight against the Pirates, looking to take the loot. So stay tuned. 6:30 p.m. GMT. It's 7:30 in Central Europe. Midnight in India, 12:30 a.m. in Bangladesh. What I will say is that start time in Gib, the sun's already down. Uh-oh. Well, probably had time to go to the bowler, and now they will get one. Well, that's one way to get a single. And really, sometimes this can happen when you're not scoring,
This
right?
is completely the bowler's fault. He's yelling at the fielder, get behind the stumps. No, stop yelling and just get behind the stumps.
Well, I mean, he was probably maybe just calling to give me, give me the ball. Don't try and hit the stumps.
I'm sorry.
And then I'll go over there.
Bilal Kadir, when you watch this back, that's your fault. Don't yell at the cover fieldsman. He did the right thing.
He was forced to throw.
Oh, you have to go for the wicket.
He had time to go to the bowler, though. Doesn't matter where the bowler was. Up in the air, straight down the throat of Anil, and he somehow caught it. It's the second one of these today. It's one hand to the other. Anil gets it on the juggle, and so the blast is being blasted wide open. Big hole in the middle order, 28 for 5, and what a catch by Anil Kadir.
I reckon he misjudges this and then sort of comes back just enough. He crept in because he's nowhere near the rope, then crept back, one hand, and then lands straight into the left. That is super lucky. He'll end up with the catch and the celebration, and the wicket falls.
Wow, yeah, things going from bad to worse, really. 28 for 5.
Here we go.
5.2. All right.
Here we go, Vinny.
So
Look,
should we start at the beginning? Do you want to start at Group A?
Group A, you're looking at a very good group, obviously, but I think obviously the English side, Hornchurch, and that's Guernsey there, isn't it? The Independents?
Yeah, that's right.
I think we might see a Guernsey, England. Let's call the final in each group. Guernsey, England, Group A. Who would you go?
Oh! Well, I'll tell you who's going to go. Next batter, because that's 2 in 2. And we still haven't had a hat-trick in season 2023. And right now the Blasters, they are an absolute mess. Bilal Kadir, well, might not have got back to the stumps, but he's certainly knocking over the stumps now. It's 28 for 6.
Wow. What a capitulation. This one going straight with the arm. Leg stump. Thanks for coming. Thanks.
Okay, you say a final, and I'll say a final, but it's got to be different. Just otherwise it'll be boring. So
well, if we agree, we agree. We won't agree on every group.
Okay.
So I think for Group A, Hornchurch, and what, you don't think the German
Guernsey
side?
very good. No, I was going to say I'm going to predict an England-Germany final
Okay,
for that one.
so we're close.
Okay.
Group B?
VOC, for me, VOC and Svanholm, the old rivals.
No, I don't. I think Farmers and...
Yeah, Farmers
Nah,
ace a tribe if he's back.
I think it's Farmers and one of VOC or Svanholm.
Okay.
I'll go VOC Farmers, actually.
Okay.
That'll be a corker.
Farmers just have to sort a few things out, but I think they'll be better for the run, for sure, on their second attempt.
All teams are always better for the run.
Yeah.
So who are you going for Group B? Who'd you say?
I think VOC will get through.
So you said VOC and Svanholm. You don't think Farmers will make the final?
Farmers were very slow starters last time. Depends if they can, I suppose, continue that evolution into T10 specialists.
You always better the second year.
The tribes were very good for them, though. Acer and Zach tribe. Here we go. Going walkabout and almost loses his stub.
Wow.
Sorry, Shankar. And that's how you get a run. Don't even have to hit the ball.
Yeah, goodbye that. And there goes the floppy. That was so close to the off stump.
And I tell you, Hari Krishnan had trauma about the fact that didn't hit the stumps. He was shocked.
Okay,
right.
so...
Okay, out at the end of 6 overs, we'll look at the next one. We should always put a Smoky in the group.
I will pick a Smoky here and there.
Okay,
Why not?
it's the end of the over. Score is 29 for 6. Maybe let's have another look, Elvira, while we're here. So let's go to Group C, and we'll have Beveren in this group. And okay, what's your final for Group C then?
Alton.
Okay.
So I think the Swiss team are actually quite good. Is that... Who's Lightning? Who's Lathbury?
Lathbury Lightning, that's Gibraltar. That's Samir.
Alton and Beveren for me.
Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb, not knowing too much about Fossum. I'll go Fossum
Really?
versus Beveren. Royal Tigers, also very capable. They pretty much had 1 foot in the finals week last week, but just lost at last moment.
Oh, there's not a run there.
Uh-oh. Gone. And to tell you what, if you're going to get run out, at least take someone with you. And he slides into home plate. Almost gives Hari Krishnan permanent neck damage. But I'm telling you right now, he's going to be run out. They might have a look at this. But it's going to be a good replay for a number of reasons. Maybe got from side on.
It's a brave single. It's a real brave single.
He's definitely out.
Good keeping.
Gone and bang.
Oh.
He definitely holds the ball there, doesn't he?
Yes.
He has the ball the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what happens when you're not scoring the boundaries.
Ow.
And anyway, it's a bit of the old Greco-Roman wrestling about this.
It's very good keeping. Really
good keeping. And he says, I'm going to hit the stumps first, then I'm going to worry about where I'm going to land. And poof. There's A bit of unexpected interference from Shankar, but he gets run out. And the Blasters, right royal mess at the moment. It's 29 for 7.
Yep.
So Marnus, he's excited because he said, Vinny and Corey, I'll be watching my first ECL this year.
Well, let's get it back up and call Group D.
All right. Group D. What do we got here?
What do you got for us, Elvira?
Group D, I think we've got Scotland in there. Yep. This will be a great group. Group D we normally call the group of death. Forfisher from Scotland, Dreux from France. So Dreux are crazy. Then you got Vienna CC from Austria. You got Helsinki Titans there.
I don't know enough about Vienna.
I know heaps.
Are they good?
No, ask Quinton because he's don't know if he's captain.
I'll go Vienna, Dreux, and I'll go the Scottish team won't make the final.
Wow, big call.
There's my big call.
I'll tell you some of the players that play for Vienna that you will know, right? To give you a taste of their team, Mohamed Assad, bowler. He gets uppercut in front of point just for one. So they've got Quinton, of course. They've got Mark Simpson-Parker, plays for them. They've got Javid Zadran, the wild thing, from Austria as well.
Oh, okay.
They've got Big D, Daniel Eckstein. Remember Big D from the ECC?
Oh, yeah, Big D.
Big D.
He's a good bowler.
And plenty of others. It's not a good ball. Well kept by Krishna to keep that just to one wide. Yeah, and he also, I think he's been batting 10. He was batting 10 in the Austrian team, but he opens the batting sometimes with Vienna CC and gives a real thump. He's played cricket all around the world, and he's got 7 kids, I think. That's another reason he's called Big D. And the thing is, his shirt in Vienna CC normally says Big D, but in Austria they said, look, we're not going to put that on the shirt.
Yeah.
So you know what his shirt said, playing for the Austrian team? It was just the letter D, but big.
Yeah, wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah,
it'll be an interesting Group D.
Let's go. We got a little bit of time while the batter's getting his helmet on to have a look at Group E. This is one I'm looking forward to as well. Roma, Badalona, Shaheen, United from Romania, Zagreb, Sokol, and Star CC.
I think it's the first two.
Okay, yeah.
Roma and Badalona Shaheen. Really, and I've seen the Badalona Shaheen squad list, and I know they're 2 wild cards.
Oh, hold on. Did I already know this?
No.
I think you told me already.
No, you wouldn't know.
Spanish national team players?
Yeah, they do have a past history with Badalona. They used to play for them. They've been
Hamza.
Hamza Dar.
Yeah.
And Roger Adil.
Okay.
So very...
Cool. And then maybe one more after this ball.
I think they'll be good. But I think Roma, good matchup, good game.
Last group, we got Ireland. And the other exciting thing about Ireland, have a look at the dates they're playing. Goes over St. Patrick's Day. So, yeah,
so you're telling me Sunset Beach Club might be turning one on?
They actually played St. Patrick's Day last year. I think it was during the championship week, from memory. A little bit short, finds the fielder and caught. So Sweet United having a real party. Umar Khan pulls that in. Assad has a wicket now. And the Blasters, 33 for 8.
Oh.
They are getting blasted off the park.
Yeah, this could be an early dinner for everyone. 33 for 8. And he actually connected with this quite well, but he just picked out the man.
Shrug's got a really good point in the chat. Saying, remember earlier the umpire tackled the bowler and then the batter pancaked the keeper. Who said cricket was non-contact? Well said, Shrug.
Sometimes it happens. That is for sure. Group E, the Irish, Punjab Lions, very good. The Swedish team, Istanbul, and the Swans, good group as well.
I'm going to go an Ireland-Portugal final. COIMS and Werash.
You can't go past the Punjab Lions from Cyprus. They'll be even better for the run. They were extremely good.
I really hope Guri's playing for them.
I imagine he is. The biggest head in world cricket.
The reason he doesn't wear a helmet is they don't make helmets that big. NASA's working on it. Hello to James Stewart. He's popped into the chat. So I'm trying to decipher his comment. Let's pull the over.
Don't run.
33 for 8 after 7. Hello, James.
Elvira, if you could leave that up now so I can give us a wrap it up. This is what I like about the ECL, Vin, is that I love the ECC, don't get me wrong, but the ECC I still think the main teams think. There is 10 teams there, I think. Everyone's got a shot, but there's 10 teams that could win it.
Yeah.
And we're not even mentioning Pakai Care, who are already in champion. But
yeah, we're not even mentioning Pakai Care.
There's 10 different teams, I think, that really have a red-hot crack. So it's a little bit more open for me, and I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be very good.
From Malta, we've got AUM, American University of Malta, including some of the players we're seeing in this series. Get ready for over number 8, and it's going to start with a wicket. So Bilal Qadir sometimes has his problems with his control. Right now he's getting a big hug from Imran Amir. So unfortunately, Shiv Singh stuck around for a little while, but he's going to have to go. It's 33 for 9, and Blasters on the verge of, I think, would be the lowest score in this series so far. Yeah, it's just a straight ball he hacks across. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it. And Marnus, yeah, excited for his first ECL ever. And so, yeah, well, let's see how long this goes for. And tell me what you're talking about, James. You've bamboozled me. My intro into the highlights package. Probably done a few of those, but if you tell me, I'll know what you're talking about. So now, it's a tough task. Deep Patel come into the lineup. And he has to face the music. There's still pretty much 3 overs left in this innings. James, are you in Estonia? What's the weather like? This one's coming up tomorrow, by the way. Marsa versus Royal Strikers. Marsa we haven't seen for a while. They've only played the 2 games. Royal Strikers, they would desperately need a win. Nasita Warriors in the afternoon. They'll be hoping to do the business on Victoria Lions, who are another Gozo team. Warriors have played some good cricket. Lions still finding their way. Join us. And, well, you have to join us after the break because this will do it. Kadir goes bang, bang, finishes things off. And he's going to finish with 4 wickets. And I think his figures are 4 for 1 off 8 balls. So that's quite incredible from Bilal. Sweet United, well, maybe they are going to send us home early. You see he just doesn't get in line, does he? Over goes the castle. And it will finish the innings at 33, all out of 7.2 overs. You've got to feel for Deep Patel. I don't think it was his job to try and get the score. But, yeah, Bilal has amazing figures, 4 for 1. And he just made a mess of this tail. And Bilal, 3 of his wickets were clean bowled. Let's go back to the highlights. And they were hoping things would go their way, but it didn't start very well, did it? As Negi went to the top of the order, he was run out second ball. Kazim Mohammed for the second time, crazy run out. That was the umpire tackling the bowler as they found out there was 6.5 balls in the first over. Then Mohammed Assad, he chased that one down, and really Sweet United, you can't really blame them for the showing. They just came out and did their job. And meanwhile, you saw the attack was still on, but it was kind of backfiring. Yadav took the catch. Kohad, well, looked like he might have a bit of luck as well, but this time his luck ran out on 11. It still was the top score. Nobody else was able to reach double figures in this innings. And, well, Imran Amir, animated as always. Asan Ahmed came in. That was plumb LBW. First ball that he delivered. Didn't waste any time. Kalyan had to go, and really it was a procession. How about that catch from Anil Kadir? It was one hand to the other, slight misjudgment. Everything was rolling Sweet United. Bilal came, and he really was the finisher, rattling the stumps with increasing regularity. And before you knew it, it was all over. The captain Devendra got a first ball up. Well, a bit of a cheap shot from Shankar. At least he got something, even though he had to go. Unintentional, of course. Krishnan was fine. One of the better shots, but it found the fielder. Umar Khan took a good catch to get rid of Asan Ashad. And then the last 2 coming in consecutive balls. First, Shiv Patel was bowled. Bilal repeated the dose on Deep Patel. And that was all she wrote. There were 16 balls left on the table. The Blasters bowled out for 33. I think we could be in for a pretty early finish tonight. And, well, the clouds looking pretty as a picture over Malta, but this isn't a pretty picture for the Blasters fans. You can see there were 4 ducks in that total of 33, and really Sweet United were ruthless. Just 3 wides in that total. 11 for Kohad opening, 8 for Sharma. And apart from that, nobody could get past 4. And really, it's a bit of a mess. The Blasters back to the drawing board. See how long they can keep the second innings going. Plenty of good performers with the ball, but Bilal Kadir, 4 for 1 off 8 deliveries. You won't often see those figures in T10 cricket. Wickets also for Umar Khan, Muhammad Ajmal, Asan Ahmed and Muhammad Assad. And Yadav just bowled the 1 over. Wasn't required to come back because they were all out partway through the 8th over. We'll take a break. We'll be back on the other side of it, and let's see how quick Sweetie can do this. Meanwhile, the Blasters looking to save face a little bit in the second half of match 24. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. We'll see you very, very shortly to wrap up the day in Malta before we head to Gibraltar. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hi there and welcome back to Malta. Time for the last innings of the day. And I feel like it might not go the journey if you saw the first half of this match. It's match 24 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Malta, Pajiba Blasters winning the toss and electing to bat. And it's a strategy that didn't work too badly for them last time. They were able to put 100 plus on the board, but this time, unfortunately, they got rock and or rolled. And they've been bowled out for 33 in just 7.2 overs. And so Sweetie United looking to score the runs, 34 of them to send us home. A few people in the chat probably interested about how long this might last. James Stewart says, place your bets on how long the Sweetie innings will last. Well, I can tell you that there is no V-Boy Yadav out there. He did most of the damage. Looks like going for Imran Amir, so a chance for him to maybe find a bit of form. He's opening up. And they've sent Atta Rabi out there as well. So there's a good chance to probably give a couple of other guys a bit of a chance to see if they can knock these runs over. Atta Rabi has a high score of 26. This is his 8th match in ECN cricket. We didn't see him last year. So here we go. Devendra Negi to start up, the captain. And Amir goes up and he gets dropped. And you would not believe it. Kalyan has such a good pair of hands and that was straight to him. That really sums it up for the Blasters. Amir cannot believe his luck. I mean, that was straight to Pavan Kalyan. Needs to go back to the drawing board. He's normally so good in the field. I'll just be a long dot. Now Amir rubs salt into the wound. He's going to get a boundary. So catches win matches. I'm not saying that catch would have won the match for the Pajiba Blasters, but yeah, really rough start. And Amir, he's smiling like a Cheshire cat at the moment. Hello to Amy. How are you, Amy? And maybe let us know where you're watching from. Nice to see you in the chat. Oh, this is skied. And Narendra Negi didn't pick it up straight away. He comes in and he holds the catch. So Amir, well, he's smiling on the other side of his face now. He goes drop catch for caught catch. And the Negis combine to remove Amir, who was hoping for a bit of batting practice. Well, it was more catching practice there than batting practice in the end, unfortunately, for Imran. And so it will be the first wicket. The score is 4 for 1. Well, Amy is here in Malta. And when you say you're here in Malta, are you at the cricket ground? Maybe let us know more specifically because we're really excited. Amy, of course, is the fiancée of our tournament referee, Tyrone Peters. And, of course, Tyrone, part-time commentary cameo performer as well. And Amy, I hope you really enjoy your time in Malta. I did give Tyrone a few tips of some places he might want to take you tomorrow. And I'm planning to rent a scooter, and the weather looks nice tomorrow, so hope you have an awesome time. Look forward to meeting you before too long. Oh, pretty good seed first up. Let's see what they've gone for. Amy's at the ground. Let's see if we can spot Amy. I'm poking my head out of my tent. I think she might be hiding. Anyway, some of the Blasters batters were hiding. I think after that first half effort, Krishnan is the batter. Pretty good job with the gloves, I'd say, Hari Krishnan in this series for Sweetie United. And so, Amy might be happy to get Tyrone a little bit earlier than she might have thought, considering the size of this target. It's not very big at all. Should get 2 here, but they don't want to. And Krishnan decides he wants to strike. He's off the mark. Rabi's got out there to open the batting, and so far he's just been watching. After 1 over, the score is 5 for 1. I don't think we'll get a golden ball here. But there's a bit of a drought going on. Looks like we won't get one today. They were so close in Gibraltar to getting a golden ball last night. We've got 109 matches without a golden ball now. So yeah, that will continue. Going to go for Narendra Negi now in over number 2. Not the worst first over from Devendra Negi. I think he's bowled pretty well today. Tim's now retracted his guess. In the chat, people were guessing how long it would take. There's two ways to go about this, I suppose. You can be ruthless and try and knock it over with your first choice openers. Or maybe get Yadav out there and knock it over in a couple of overs. Or, I think it's probably the smarter approach. You've got to give some guys a bit more of a chance in the middle. And also, I think when people come down, obviously, you want to involve them as much as possible. You've got someone like Atta Rabi here. Obviously, he doesn't bowl. So, he gets a chance with the bat. So, let's get behind him. See how he goes. The Blasters, though, they'll say, well, there's a wicket for the taking. Sure, if he does well, he'll have a lot of support from his teammates. Atta facing up. Well, he has wasted no time. He's straight up in the air and he's gone for a golden duck. And you can see there the frustration at Tinder Singh. He fires the ball into the turf. So Atta Rabi, well, he watched the first 7 balls. And the 8th one he faces, he skies it and he's gone. So Narendra Negi takes a catch and Sweetie lose 2 wickets now. Well, the lowest score we've ever seen defended is 60. Don't know if we'll ever see the day where we see 33 defended in a 10-over match. But Rabi, I'm disappointed for him. He had his chance, but really have to say he had the right approach, didn't he? He was getting on with it. But what goes up must come down, and he's going to have to go. Mana saying, imagine if they defend this. Well, keep dreaming is what I'd say. And I am normally a glass half full kind of person. So 6 for 2. Raining wickets in this game. We've had 12 wickets in 52 balls in this game. 52 legal balls. New batter coming out there is Bilal Qadir. Sneaks in and thinks about calling it a wide. I have a feeling this probably does get some of the line, but bit of mercy. Calls at a dot ball. Tim saying if they defend this, they'll be dancing for weeks. Well, there's a few players they're still going to have to contend with down the order that we ordinarily would see at the top. He digs it in, goes upstairs. So, you know, you've got to hand it to the Blasters, really. Can't be easy coming out after that batting performance. But they're doing their best to compete. I mean, there's always a contest in cricket. It's a one-on-one game when you really break it down. There's that slower ball. He bowls it really well. I don't think Bilal picks it. Andrew asking a little bit about Corey. Now, Corey's got my permission now. He's on official business. He did it the right way, so I don't mind this. This isn't, well, I mean, we know it's his nap time. It's time to put him down for his nap, but that's not the case today. So, yep, no problems. Recovering at the moment. This is a wide. Goes straight over the line. So he's not going to get away with that one. But I'll still yet to get off the mark. But Andrew, you no need to retract your comment because it's a very, very fair comment to make. Don't mind reminding everyone yesterday, Corey, my suspicion is he had a nap and he came back 2 overs into the last game after missing the throw. Yeah, so Chris is just saying hi to Amy, saying it must be nice being in Malta. He's not jealous at all. Well, if you're a fan of runs being scored, you're probably not enjoying this game too much at the moment. It's 7 for 2 after 2. And yeah, right now, Sweetie having a tough time getting going with their makeshift top order. Let's have a look at the table, and with this win, Sweetie will go to 12 points, 2 games clear, but Crusaders and Gozo Zalmi, I think they'll be hoping to hunt them down when we see them again. Start of a new over. Well, finds the field, and there's an interesting bit of fielding from Devendra Negi when it came back to him. He kind of went with the foot and then caught it anyway. Chris is asking, will the game be over before he gets home from work? Having worked a short 12-hour day. Well, you're a workhorse, Chris, in the air. And a bit of a doozer. It takes it away from the fielder. This will be 1. 12-hour days. Chris, if you're able to handle those, maybe it should be working for the ECN. Some pretty long days, but we have have some fun days as well. We're so happy to share it with you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Yeah, pitched up, not a bad ball. Bilal finally gets off the mark. Chris doing a 12-hour day tomorrow as well. What sort of work do you do, Chris? If you don't mind sharing in the chat, let us know. Always curious to hear what everyone does. Creeping up on this target. So they're still ahead of the rate. Tim, big thank you to you. Just noticed in the chat he's become an ECN super fan. Well, thanks very much. Well, there's a young fan as well. Some young fans around the grounds. They might just be stopping the game because they're a little bit worried about him there. But if you've seen the batting so far, it's probably nothing to worry about. This is the kind of ball you probably could hit there. That little girl down to a deep backward square leg. That's very nice of you, Tim, that you've become a super fan. We really appreciate the support. We encourage everyone that would like to contribute to get involved. I'm a Golden Ball member myself. Just trying to lead the way. And that means that you're going to have a nice little crown next to your name, Tim. If you throw another comment in, you'll see it probably. We really do appreciate the support. We've been overwhelmed, actually, by the support from all around the world. Oh, this is, well, that could be out, you know. They'll need to see this from side on and maybe from camera 4. They're going to have a look at it because he's hit this into his foot, and the only question is, does it hit the ground at some point? Well, that's out, I reckon. Let's have a look. Really slow that down off the bat. Here, that's, oh, let's go when it hits the boot. That's out. There's no way that's hit the ground. Yep, straight off the swoosh from Bilal. And he's going to get the message that he's going to have to go. It's Kohard that takes the catch. And yep, might see it one more time from side on. It's conclusive for me. Let's have a look one more time. Slow as you can here, Elvira, because I think this will tell the story. There's no way that's hit the ground. For me, it's straight off the foot. And I'm going to say he's going, and he is gone. So there you go, Bilal. Well, he did a bit of damage with the ball, didn't he? That's self-inflicted damage here. He's probably going to have a bruised foot and a bit of a bruised ego as Devendra Neki gets a bit of revenge, best served cold. And he said, how did that happen? Fair enough too. It's the third wicket to fall. It's 10 for 3. Tim said his first month he was green. And he's just got a bit of an upgrade. Well, that's good. And now you're kind of this teal colour, Tim. So, yeah, we're happy to have you on board. That was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it? Yeah, you don't often see that. I mean, often it'll get a bit of the ground before it flicks the boot. That's the thing. But, you know, that was pretty conclusive that it didn't hit the pitch. It was all foot. So, well, those of you that thought we were in for an early finish, we still might be, but maybe not as early as we might have thought. There we go. And the youngsters around the ground. It is the weekend. Always happy to see the youngsters getting involved. Photo opportunity as well. Who knows? One day, might be looking at one of the top cricketers and looking at that picture. So, just a little bit of a delay here. Not quite sure what's going on. Yeah. And, yeah, you can see here. It's pretty clear. I think Kohard, he was pretty sure that was out. He said, hey, that's come straight off the foot. Don't know if Shankar knew straight away, but he joined in the appeal anyway. So maybe they're just checking who's on strike. Don't really know what they're discussing here. I think there's just a bit of a scoring anomaly that they're sorting out. Maybe we can come into the box here, and I can welcome you into my office here on a Saturday afternoon. Vinny Sandu here at Mr. Maximo. Corey, he has some important things to attend to right now. He has my permission. And it allows me to spend some time with you. Hope you're having a great weekend. Big thank you to Tim. Big thank you to everyone that has been giving their support. A lot of people excited to have us back. I've had a lot of messages from all the way around the world saying it's nice that the ECN is back on the air. And, well, there is Tyrone. I don't know if we can find Amy. How can I describe Amy? Amy's she's a lovely girl. I haven't met her in person, but I've seen pictures. And we see Amy around the ground. I think she might be in the officials' tent. She's in the chat for a second. That's Tyrone's fiancée. She's come to visit. First time in Malta. I know they do a lot of travelling together, so really excited for them. It wasn't too long ago they got engaged. So yeah, we've got our first ECN wedding this year as well. We have Amita, our project manager, and Steph, one of our tournament referees, Steph and Gooch. They're getting married a little bit later in the year, so our first ever ECN wedding. So who would have thought when this all started that we'd be bringing people together like that? And who knows if there'll be a second one. I'll be curious to see. Don't have too much time to get into that kind of thing, though, with the schedule we've got these days. Speaking of cricket and a packed schedule, well, 5th and 6th game coming up for the day. Sloggers and Pirates coming up, and we are, 3 hours away from a start there in Gibraltar. And looking forward to catching some of that. Rico Full doing a great job. Yeah, last night we had 2 matches that were pretty different. One was very one-sided and one was really close, actually. The Rugby CC couldn't quite pull off the chase in the second game against the Entertainers. I think we've sorted it all out, straightened it all out, and so Devendra Negi is going to bowl the last ball over here. Last ball of the power play. And it's whacked to the leg side, and Kalyan does well to keep it in. He almost contorts himself in an uncomfortable fashion there. It will be the end of the over. You can see that they've tried a few different options, but I can tell you that they have got the captain out there now, Adil Kadir. He scores 2, and it's the end of the power play, 12 for 3. So yeah, well done to the Blasters. And looks like they're going to stick with Negi's. Narendra Negi going to bowl his second over. Thing is, if he doesn't bowl it now, running out of time to bowl it at all, you feel with a target of 34. Well bowled Devendra Negi, 2 for 9 off 2. I mean, personally, I think he can hold his head high with that bowling performance. Maybe a bit of fortune with the second wicket, but you make your own luck. This is probably why. Maybe not. Let's have a look at that in the replay. I suppose the thing is, does he move outside the off stump before the ball's bowled? And I think if you do that, probably the line then becomes the bowler's. Pretty much bounced on the line, so yeah, fair enough. A bit of news in the chat as well. Marnus saying today is his birthday. Well, happy birthday, Marnus. And all this talk about cakes. Big happy birthday to you. Patrick, I think I can call you Patrick. It's your birthday. On behalf of everyone here at ECN. And I did actually have a piece of cake, thanks to Spring Productions. Maybe we can show you the cake. Elvira, wish Marnus a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Marnus. Super happy that you decided to spend some of it. Yep, I had a piece for you, don't worry. Tim wishing Marnus happy birthday as well. Yeah, Shrug talking about the second game last night. Amazing catch to dismiss Ian Lattin. And yeah, he was set to win the game for his team in the last over. Yeah, I saw that. Goes upstairs. Bit of an appeal, but I don't think there's any bat in it. And, yeah, I like the keeper just asking everyone around. Kohad, he's a normal keeper for the Blasters. Has missed the bat by a bit. Yeah, I saw that. Had to see it this morning, actually, because I've got to admit, the time difference still getting me a little bit as I've come from the Southern Hemisphere. But I did catch it first thing this morning. What a finish that was, hey? And left-handed stunner. And, you know, it's a guy that went viral for the wrong reasons earlier in the tournament. And what a hero catch it was. Everyone was just coming from everywhere to congratulate him. Big finish. Hopefully there's more in the cards tonight in Gibraltar. Yeah, go and watch the last over. Or even the last 2 overs, actually. That last match in Gibraltar last night. You get through for a single here. Shows you when you run straight away, it's amazing how many runs you can complete. Chris works in medical supply and logistics for the entire British Armed Forces, wherever they are in the world. Okay, Chris, what an interesting job that is. People think I have an interesting job. That sounds pretty interesting to me. Important. This one's up, up and away. Kadir says, well, hold on. I've ordered the car and we don't want to start paying the late fee. He goes Maximo, just angled in. Narendra into the slot of the Sweetie skipper. And abracadabra, that one disappears. Takes them up to 22. Some more cricket coming up tomorrow here. We show you those fixtures after this ball from Nagy, his last. Slower ball, big appeal, and he walks. Yeah, so that's good sportsmanship as well from Kadir, who I think knows he nicks it. The umpire was umming and ahhing about it. I don't think that he was positive about it. There's that over the wrist slower ball, but really, you see Kadir, he walks quickly. That's very good sportsmanship from the captain leading the way. So he does have to go. He's the fourth wicket. It's 22 for 4. This is tonight in Gibraltar, but how about coming up tomorrow here in Malta? We'll have matches 25 to 28. Marsa, the hosts, are going to return. The only team that haven't played their third match yet. They're going to take on the Royal Strikers. And Cedar Warriors versus Victoria Lions in the afternoon. Sunday cricket is going to be a thing in 2023. Get used to it. So join us. We don't rest here at ECN. Starting the normal time, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. in India. Looking forward to that. Marnus saying it's one of the best shots we've seen this tournament. Yeah, it was right up there. There was a reverse 6 from Basil George this morning. It was a pretty good one from the Boom Boom Meister. Hello, Josh Sayers. He says he's been watching all morning in the States. His favourite cake is plain old chocolate cake. Well, sometimes you can stick with the classics. Bit of icing there as well, I'm sure. Christian's on strike. He's been joined by Anshmal as we start the 5th over. They've had to turn to a new bowler now. Josh, tell me again where you're from in the States. Sorry, I can't remember exactly. But yeah, say good morning to you then, I suppose, if you're watching from the USA. Great to have you with us, as per usual. Tinder Singh's the bowler in over number 5. Southern Indiana, well, got to say, always wanted to go to that part of the world. I've only been to a couple of places in the US. Been to Miami, been to Seattle, been to Vegas. Actually worked in Vegas for a little bit as well. So I'd like to visit a few more places. Don't know when I'll be going. A little bit short, and it is heaved away, and that's out of the ground. Maximo. So Ajmal gets off the mark with 6. Well, Josh, you might be here for a good time, but not a long time. I'll give you the tip because this is almost done. They only need 5 to win now. And, well, you'll have to wait then. About 3 hours away from the start in Gibraltar. Ajmal comes out, advantage of the left-hander. Tinder just gets it slightly wrong. He's got to get outside the off stump. It's a better ball. It's not the better location. Well, they finish it within 5 overs. We saw a pretty quick chase earlier on. The Southern Crusaders chased down 73 in 4.5. Could have a similar winning margin here. Wow, that could have been curtains. Instead, it's going to be a wide. They get one closer, and that one will be re-bowled. Yeah, a bit of cake chat. I don't mind that. Tell you one cake that's a bit polarising, in my opinion. It's good old, the fruit cake. Good old-fashioned fruit cake. Maybe the Christmas cake. Ajmal says, I've had about enough of this, and it's game, set, match. Maximo. He comes out, rolls the dice, comes up, double sixes, and that doesn't. Get Sweet United over the line, a clean sweep. And the first team to 6 wins, and they go 6-0 at this stage. Each team playing 18 matches, a lot can change, but right now, Sweet United will hope it doesn't change because they are in good form. The team's slowly coming together. A few wobbles in the chase there, but they were giving a few different people an opportunity. You can understand that. And they're going to win this one with plenty of time to spare. Imran Amir came out. He wanted batting practice. He gave catching practice, and unfortunately, Kalyan wasn't up to it. He then hit one boundary, but it was third time unlucky for Imran Amir, who just cannot get going in this series. Nice catch taken by Narendra Negi down at long on. Meanwhile, Rabi had a look from the other end, and then he went for a golden duck. So it was a bit of chaos here, and it got even crazier as Bilal Qadir hit one onto his own foot, and that one right off the swoosh back to the keeper. And Kohad, he said, did you see that? Eventually, many eyes did see it. They gave it out, and Bilal said, well, I've got a sore foot, and now I'm out. And you can see that the Neggies, they bowled pretty good 4 overs. And Neil said, well, come on, guys, I've given everyone else a go. If you really need me to come out and finish it, I will. But then he found himself nicking behind. Good sportsmanship as he walked even before the umpire gave the decision. Ajmal, who's a big hitting lower order batter, came out. He was able to hit a 6 first ball. And with just a few to win, he sent this out of the ground and sent everybody home on a Saturday afternoon. Beautiful day at cricket. Still around 15 degrees and not a drop of rain at all. Just a few clouds coming in. I think the weather tomorrow, the forecast is pretty good. You can see there that Ajmal top scores, even though he faces 3 balls in the end. Apart from that, Anil Qadir with 9. 6 on out for Krishnan was there. And yeah, Amir, he'll be a bit disappointed. He couldn't make the most of the opportunity. We didn't see Bibo Yadav, Kasim Mohammed there. And once again, registered Freedy. Not in the lineup, so I think they're just being a bit careful with him. Hopefully there's not a serious fitness issue there. As far as the bowling went, the Neggies did a good job, didn't they? And they combined for 4 for 21 off the 4 overs. So that was a good effort. But Atinda, unfortunately, he went for a couple of Maximos, and that was all she wrote. So it's 36 for 4 of 4.4. They win this game with 32 balls to spare. I want to say a big thank you to everybody, wherever you've been watching from around the world. Been great to have your company once again. On behalf of Corey, who he just had to duck out and he did have some important things to take care of. I said, no problems, I've got this covered. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat, to Josh Sayers. He said he'll be back later in Gibraltar. I'll be back later in Gibraltar as well. To Marnus, happy birthday to you, Marnus. I hope you have a great day, Patrick. And we look forward to seeing you again on ECN before too long. To Tim, to everyone else who's been in there at the moment, to Chris Smith, to James Stewart as well. I think I spotted him in there as well. Just a reminder, we are here tomorrow, same normal time, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India. And the next cricket you'll see will be at 7:30 local time, which is midnight in India. It's 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. It's 6:30 p.m. GMT. So work out where that is in your part of the world. Big thanks to all the Blue Crew, Spring Productions. Thanks for the cake. And I tell you what, I did enjoy it. It was one of my favourites, actually, to all the players, officials, and everyone around the ground. It's been a beautiful family atmosphere today because it is the weekend, and more weekend cricket coming your way tomorrow from Malta. And for now, on behalf of everyone here as part of the ECN crew, this has been Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, wishing you and your family and all your loved ones a very wonderful and safe Saturday night. I'll be seeing you in Gibraltar a little bit later in the chat. But now, we'll say goodbye. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.